So just about 9 o'clock, so we'll get underway. Welcome everyone. Open the meeting to everyone with a reminder that the public sessions are going to be recorded and will be posted on the Waterfront Toronto website. This is for the information of those joining us. So general business, the first item of business is the approval of the minutes from our last meeting. People had a chance to review. Are there any comments or changes? See, Nina Marie's joining us. No comments, no modifications, and can someone move a motion for approval, please?
I can do that.
George, a seconder.
I'll second it.
Okay, thank you. Okay, as Chris has indicated, there's 3 items on the agenda today. They're all here for schematic design, West Onlands Block 20, which is also the subject of a minister's zoning order. So there'll be implications from that'll be explained. The Bentway Bridge schematic design under the Gardner, which has been modified from what we've seen previously, and then the Leslie Street Lookout also here for schematic design for our second time. And a final update on the Waterfront Toronto 5-year strategic plan. Do we have any conflicts of interest to be declared by members, please?
Well, Claude just dropped off and is rejoining the meeting, so.
I'm sorry, I thought that are you doing general business now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
super. I dropped off too quickly.
Yeah. No, we're under.
We're at the conflict of interest declaration moment, Claude.
There you go.
Okay, Claude, do you want to lead off?
2. I got the West Onland 20 and the Leslie.
Okay. Any other conflicts to be declared from members?
Eric, I have a conflict on block 20.
On block 20? Okay. So noted. Anybody else?
Leon, can you poke me when you're gonna get back into the for Bentway?
Sure,
So I could get on I could get back on it.
Yeah, okay, he'll do that.
And you,
Okay,
if you could poke me as well, Leon.
Thank you very much.
For the Bentway. Okay.
Okay, thank you. No other conflicts, so those are so noted. I guess over to you, Chris, report on last month's projects.
So Queens Quay East revitalization, the street portion of this project came for schematic design last month. The team's already working to address the consensus comments. We've also directed them to look at some other options for Young Slip in response to panel comments. I think we had a meeting last night with some representatives of the community, and they looked at some alternative concepts that are nascent, and I think that we got some positive feedback, so hopefully we're moving in the right direction. They're hoping to come back to design review with a focus just on the slips, because the 30% design is not meant to be done until sometime this summer. So I think they may come back for a focused session on the slips, because I think that's where most of the panel commentary was. So that'll be an extra session. Next slide, please. Waterfront East LRT, same. The team is already working on trying to address the consensus comments. In response to panel feedback, we have suggested to the city, and they have agreed, that we should hold a design integration workshop between the 2 design teams, which can hopefully help address some of the design streetscape related issues that I think the panel raised. So hopefully we'll find a way to move forward with addressing the comments that the panel had on some of the public realm components. And we expect this to come back for schematic design at some point. Yeah, to come back for schematic design at some point. We're not quite sure when, but it will be coming back. Okay, next slide, please.
What about the permanent closure of the street? Did that get anywhere?
The permanent closure of Bay Street?
Well, no, the reduction in the lane width permanently, not just the 5-year temporary.
You talking about on Bay Street?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, so that's what this integration workshop is going to try to address. So, yeah, we're going to discuss all the issues there. So, stay tuned. I don't have a lot of updates this month, so we're up to the draft agenda for next month. We think 11 Bay will be coming back for schematic design. The Rakai Center will be coming back for detailed design. That's the sort of long-term care or assisted living, whatever their term is that they use. I don't think either of those are right, but you saw that at Schematic Design, and I think there was a lot of enthusiasm for that particular project. Parliament Slip, which was the concept that we released publicly around the time we also released the RFQ for Quayside. That will be coming for an issues ID. And the PIC Core, which is basically what you would think of as the film studio area in the Portlands. You've seen that once quite a while ago, and that is now coming back. And then Leon has queued up an info session for us this time from the Affordable Housing Secretariat, which will be on our wait list for May if one of the other items drops. And if not, I think that will end up on our June agenda. So we'll have a full agenda next month. And I think that's it for me.
Well, thank you, everyone. The first item for today is West Don Lands Block 20. The project is here for schematic design. As part of the intro, David Sitt, manager of community planning with the City of Toronto, is here to give us some background on the zoning and the ministerial zoning order. He also has a community consultation meeting this morning, so we would like to actually ask him to speak first. So David, if you are here and if you're okay, I'm gonna let you take this first part of the presentation.
Hi everybody, can you hear me?
Yep.
So thank you for having me this morning and being able to shift around the slide deck a little bit. I do have to head off to community council in a few minutes, so I thought I'd just come talk about the zoning and the zoning order a little bit, given that I am fairly knowledgeable in terms of how these things get implemented, as I used to work at the province for a number of years and had the role of doing some of these zoning orders across the province. So I guess the first slide just really talks about what the existing zoning was for Block 20. And as you can see from the slide on the left, the original heights for Block 20, and it's really the southernmost pieces. And if you can see my cursor here, hopefully, the Block 20 in terms of the existing heights were 24 and 15 meters under the existing zoning prior to the zoning order. The slide on the picture on the right is really just depicting the buildings that you're all very familiar with, known as Block 8 at 181 Mill Street. And those buildings are already currently under construction right now. So today we're going to talk about Block 20, the parcel immediately to the south. Next slide, Leon. And just in terms of some of the other existing zoning maps, the one on the left depicts a 30-meter setback. And as you know, just to the south of Block 20 is the rail corridor. And under the existing zoning back in the day, there was a mandatory requirement to provide a 30-meter setback because of rail safety. And that I will touch upon that in a few minutes. I'm just going to then jump over to the zoning orders. And so dating back to October of 2020, you've probably been made aware that the province moved forward with imposing 3 minister zoning orders in the West Don Lands community. I'm not going to talk about the the other two in detail because I know that's not the purpose of why we're here. But you've probably read in the news about the Foundry site. The Foundry site is one of the sites where there is a zoning order. On this map, it's identified as block 17 and 26. And then the other site that you're familiar with, that Dream also was the applicant for, is block 3 and 4, which has also come to DRP in the past. And just for that site, really quickly, the city was moving forward with a final report and final zoning bylaw on this site. And then after community council, this is when the zoning order got imposed after community council. But we were generally, from a city perspective, in line with what form was that was identified in the zoning order. Okay, so why don't I move to what the block 20 zoning order says. Leon, if you could flip.
Yeah.
Thank you. So just a little bit of background in terms of zoning orders in general for those that may not be as familiar with them. This is a tool that is specifically identified under the Planning Act. It falls under Section 47. It's a very unique power that historically the minister has used very rarely. And I do know that, you know, obviously under this new government, these zoning orders are coming out more and more frequently. But, you know, in the past, some of the zoning orders that you may have heard about or may be familiar with are ones that just in the city of Toronto, for example, there was a zoning order done a few years ago dealing with the hospital flight. So it dealt with the hospital flight paths for Sick Kids Hospital and St. Michael's Hospital. Other zoning orders that were done in the past by the province would have been things like to protect the Oak Ridges Moraine or the Greenbelt, where the zoning orders were put in place to freeze the land in order for the province to develop policy and legislation. So in terms of Block 20, as I said, it's a unique tool. When these zoning orders get imposed, there is no requirement under the Planning Act to give any public notice, and there is no requirement to have a public meeting for these types of things. And what's further challenging, obviously, is once the zoning order is put in place, there is no formal appeal right of that zoning order. So unlike every other planning application that we deal with, there is an appeal ability, but for the zoning order, there isn't. But there is the ability to actually make a request to the minister to either amend or revoke the zoning order. And again, that process is a little bit cumbersome. If such a request was made, the minister has, you know, a couple of different options to pursue. One of the options is he or she could initiate an amendment to the zoning order or to revoke the zoning order, or alternatively, the minister can also refer the matter to the local planning and appeal tribunal. But even if it were to go to the tribunal doesn't make a final decision. They only make a recommendation, and that recommendation actually comes back to the minister again. So it's a very strong tool that ultimately, in terms of a whole circular type of a discussion, that the zoning order is basically an ultimate control tool that the minister has and has been put in place and was really intended for very unique situations. So I guess the other thing just to really note is in terms of the zoning order or the provisions under the Planning Act, the zoning order, although it put in place the zoning permissions, it did not take away the city's ability to deal with site plan matters. And that's what we will expect to be still doing on this site when the site plan application formally comes forward. So I did want to just talk about this slide really briefly, and that's the last of my presentations. But this is kind of the outline of what the zoning order says. And there are a number of minimum and maximum requirements that are established. So when you look at things like the gross floor area, the height of the building, tower separation, tower floor plate, those are established as maximums. Where or not the tower separation, but the other things I just mentioned. And then the other things like setbacks, tower separation, the amount of amenity space, those are established as minimums. So I know we sometimes get the question of, okay, the zoning order is in place now. Does that mean there is no ability to work within that building envelope? And I think that that's probably the discussion you may have today. But clearly note that some of the things are minimums. So things like setbacks, and this is where I'll relate back to the rail corridor. In our previous zoning, it required a 30-meter setback. In this situation, the setback to the south to the rail corridor is only 3 meters. So one of the things that we will have to determine as we evaluate the site plan application is whether or not that 3-meter setback is appropriate. So in my mind, there is still some ability to work within that building envelope, and we will try to do that. So I think that's all I had for my slides today, and I'm happy to take a few questions. I still have some time before I have to jump off.
Okay, thank you very much, David. Are there any questions any of the panel members have while David's here?
This is George. I have one. I'm just wondering, you mentioned that when you talked about the setback from the railway originally, the 30-meter, when you referred to it in the context of rail safety, how does the zoning order speak to that issue?
Well, it does not speak to that, George, but obviously my understanding of what has happened with this proposal is there is a crash wall that is being proposed, and the buildings are going to be above the crash wall. So that will be part of the justification for why the building can go closer than the 30 meters is because of the crash wall. But again, that is a portion of the analysis that the city typically takes with respect to rail safety. And, we retain peer review consultants to look at the rail safety report that has been submitted by the applicant.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions for David?
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up on George's question. So it seems like you outlined a couple of options for challenging the ministerial order. Let's say with the rail safety issue, are there a series of opportunities to challenge that? Because that's in my experience, those setbacks for rail safety are pretty inviolable. So are there ways to push back at that one?
Well, as I said, because right now the way the zoning order is written, the south setback is a minimum setback. So if we feel ultimately through the peer review work that a greater setback needs to happen, that may not necessarily necessitate a change to the zoning order because we are still working within that minimum. So say it's not 3 meters and it becomes 7 meters. We're still within that framework. So it would only be problematic if we got closer than the 3 meters. So
okay, thanks.
Say it became 1 meter, for example, then that would be a contravention of the zoning order.
David, it's Paul here. I just have one question. In your experience working at the province, has there ever been a successful challenge to a minister's zoning order, and what was the outcome?
I'm not aware of any successful challenges. I mean, obviously there have been ones that have been done for huge swaths of land, like I said, for the Green Belt or the Oak Ridges Moraine, and there has not been a challenge to that. So I'm not familiar with that, but obviously if as we work through this application, if it does necessitate some change to the zoning order, we do have the ability to go back to the province and hopefully we would go back to the province together with the applicant to say that, this makes sense, but that will be something that we'll cross that bridge when we get to it.
Okay, well, let's see where we go today. Any other questions while David is still here? Okay, then thanks very much for joining us, David. That was very helpful.
Okay, you're welcome. Have a good
Okay,
day.
Thank you, David.
good luck at Community Council.
Thank you.
Okay, I guess, are
Yeah.
we ready for the presentation, Leon?
I have a couple more slides here, Paul,
All right.
just on the background of the project. So I'll go through these quickly and
Yeah,
then we can
okay.
start the design presentation. So a quick recap, in September 2017, Dream, Kilmer, Tricon, they were the successful proponents of IO's RFP for various sites in the West Donlands, including Block 20 today. The district energy building described in the block plan in 2006 is no longer being contemplated for this site. As David mentioned, rail protection is required along the southern boundary. In terms of the program, the project proposes, a mix of residential and office commercial areas. The ground floor has a mix of retail, residential lobby, office lobbies, and loading and services. There's a 32-meter high podium with office areas with a functional rooftop amenity space. There are 2 residential towers being proposed and also 1 underground level of parking. It is part of the Provincial Lands Affordable Housing Program, so this proposal meets minimum 30% affordable rental units. The project was here for DRP back in 2019, in December, for Issues ID. Later that year, they presented to the West Donlands Committee and also submitted their first zoning bylaw amendment application. And in October, the MZO was issued. The project is targeting the first site plan application, so that is still pending. And again, a quick look at the site. Block 20 is just east of the Distillery streetcar loop on Cherry Street. You can see where my cursor is pointing, the historic Cherry Street switching station, and that will be relocated to the east side of the block. It is directly south of Block 8, a project that we've seen previously many times at the DRP, and also south of the future blocks 347, Block 10, and also Block 12. East of the site is the future Block 9, which was described as a school and community center. And this is the last, sort of the latest floor plan, the ground floor plan of Block 8. The design team for the public realm is also Claude Clomier, so it's the same as Block 20. And the view on the right there shows the townhouse facades along the north side of Tankhouse Lane. So this project is under the public land stream for DRP. It is here today for schematic design, and we anticipate it coming back for stage 3 detailed design. Quick recap of comments from last time. Conceptual sensitivity to the site for human use and bridging the urban and the natural. Pay close attention to the human scale in terms of the design of the public realm and also the materiality of the building. Pedestrian safety, especially sort of at the crossing of the TTC streetcar loop is a priority concern, and also how it connects to the future site on the east. In terms of sustainability, we provide a great window-to-wall ratio, and also consider air quality and acoustic control in the design of the building envelope with respect to being close to the rail tracks. Today we have quite a number of areas for panel consideration. For the kind of lower, the podium and POPs, does the ground floor design support a safe, accessible, and animated public realm on the primary frontages of Tankhouse Lane and also the TTC loop in terms of the configuration of the programs, access, and the design of the ground floor elevations? Also, the treatment of the back of house uses that face directly onto the POPs. Is there sufficient sun and wind protection to make the POPs a comfortable space? Should the podium's massing be broken up to allow more light to pass through? How can we best manage loading and parking access onto the site without impacting the pedestrian experience? And should the loading and parking for blocks 8 and 20 be consolidated? Are there opportunities to move some of the facilities at grade to below grade? Has the Cherry Street switching station been well integrated into the design of the public realm? How does Block 8 and Block 9 interface with the POPs and the larger Block 20 development? And does the panel support the configurations of the raised planters and benches in the center of the walkway? At the buildings, does the panel support the proposed material palette and facade envelope design of both the podium and towers? And does the podium and the lower tower facades adequately respond to the proximity to the rail tracks? Given the sort of high density residential uses on this site now, beyond what was envisioned in the precinct plan, what additional community services, facilities, amenities, and green infrastructure should be incorporated into this project? And lastly, given the sustainable ambition for the site previously, does the panel support the proposed targets here? So with that, I would like to just ask Jordan Kemp, if you can just kind of quickly introduce the team members that are present today, and then we can have Michael start the design presentation. How does that sound, Jordan?
Yeah, that's great. Hi everyone, my name is Jordan Kemp with Dream. We've got our team from Dream, Kilmer, and Tricon present with us today. In terms of the design team making the presentation, we've got Michael Sorensen and Christopher Dial from Henning Larsen, Mark Halle from Claude Cormier's office, as well as Brandon Law from RWDI, who will be speaking to our sustainability. And just one point of clarification, just to note that our site plan application was submitted on March 31st, so very recently. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you very much. I think it was a very good introduction to firstly elements that were before us at our first initial meeting together, and of course the implications of the MZO. As Jordan mentioned, we've handed in our site application, and we're now in the beginning of SD. So looking forward to a good discussion today that can help as we move forward. Next, please. Issues to talk about today, just quite quickly, and I think Leon just actually mentioned many of these, the issues that were identified. We'll go a bit through the context, our approach to architecture, and the kind of the scheme as it has evolved. Mark will talk about landscape, and then I'll talk a bit about sustainability as well. Thanks. Next. And you just jump 2 slides. So last time we were here, there were a couple of comments, and Leon just mentioned a lot of these. And if you take the next slide, we can talk very high level. There was appreciation for our sensitivity towards the human scale and materiality. We've progressed that today, so look forward to discussions on that. There were discussions about the pedestrian safety and the link between Distillery District and Tank House Lane and our site. So we'll have a discussion about that as well. The window wall ratio and the sensitivity to the rail tracks, both of them in many ways relate to, on the one hand, sustainability, on the other hand, of course, the noise impact from the rails. And as we start to move further into SD, this will be a very high priority of ours moving forward. But we've already started to address some of those issues, and we'll see that today as well in the design. Next, please. Just take the next slide. So talking about the site context, I think you all very much know where we are. I won't spend too much time, but essentially what I really want to say with this slide and the way we've always perceived this project is that it really is in many ways the eastern culmination of downtown Toronto before you take that jump across the Don River and to the extension to East Harbour. So we see a huge potential for the site in that way. And of course, in the future, the link just south of the Gardner along the Keating Channel and then down into the to the Portlands. If you take the next, and this kind of the next slide just zooms a bit into that. I think you're all very aware of what's going along the waterfront and with the realignment of the Don River, how the whole lower Donlands potentially comes aligned, and we really see this site as I said, on one hand, an eastern edge, which means arriving from the east. This will become almost a gateway to Toronto, leaving Toronto from the west. It becomes kind of a new marker of this whole new development that's coming online in the future. Next, please. As you see here, a bit of a zoom in, the site related to its neighbors, the West Donlands, the Distillery District, but also with the realignment of the Gardner, freeing up some building sites along the Keating Channel. I think, and we'll touch a bit on this in the green spaces, but just the awareness that this site in many ways is reminiscent not of the typical Toronto grid and building parcels, but more of the infrastructure that's kind of been, that has driven this site for many years. So a peculiar site, and we've attempted to kind of align that with the Toronto grid and creating this kind of gateway to both the Distillery District and the future developments. Next, please. So just as I mentioned before, this is some of the historical images of the site, and you can really see it always has been identified as train tracks, very much driven by infrastructure, and today very much defined by the Gardner and the tracks itself, giving the form that it has. And we see on the one hand a potential in this. We also see the importance of tying back to the Toronto grid as well. Next, please. So this is the site from the previous block plan in 2011. I think you all know this. It was mentioned as a district plant or a utilities plant or potentially a parking. So very much, as you can see here, this remnant site with a kind of a third-party programming. And of course, you can see the blocks 8A and B just north of it, and how they've developed today as well. Take the next, please. Here we see some of the developments that are ongoing. 8A, B, and C just north of the site. The jump just across the street to the Distillery District. The two towers, the Godram and the Clear Spirits Towers, just west of Cherry Street. And then further, as you go further west, the two tall buildings along Parliament Street that in many ways kind of have the same or a similar situation as ours, kind of abutting the trail, the train tracks, but also becoming a significant architectural element on the skyline of Toronto. And then you see here the development just south of the train tracks, which is the potential developments in the future. The site is pushed back, and I'll talk a bit more about that, from Cherry Street because of the TTC loop. So that does that just creates a certain condition that we are working with. Next, please. The site is very well positioned. Of course, it's a neighbor to the Distillery District. We all know that it's a very vibrant district, but also the Canary District just north of that. And this just kind of addresses some of the functions that are going on or that are available at street level, the cafes, the restaurants, the nightlife in the Distillery District, newer cafes and restaurants and services in the Canary District. And then just north of that, the Corktown, which is today mostly body shops, auto dealers and so on. But really a quite a vibrant area and a new growing area in Toronto. Next, please. We see here the green neighbors, more specifically, of course, Corktown Commons, which is the closest to the site, and then also the Esplanade that leads down into the Distillery District and links back to our site. So we really have kind of a link between these green neighbors, but also I think what is shown here is that although the train tracks aren't a green area, they are quite a substantial open space in the city that doesn't seem to be disappearing anytime soon. So really this kind of, you really have two edges. You have an edge towards the south, which is very, very open, and of course a edge towards the north, which is much more of an urban condition. Next, please. Here, just quickly talking about some of the public transportations in and around the site. Most significantly for us, of course, is the streetcar loop, which runs from King Street down Cherry Street and loops back. Potentially could be rerouted in the future to go under the Gardner, and then bus lines picking up from Mill Street and taking you downtown. Next, please. We see here also the connection, of course, the Cherry Street with pedestrians through the Distillery District along Mill Street, which is an important connection from downtown to the Corktown Commons, and really feeds both blocks 8, A, B, and C, but also our site from the north as well. Next, please. Very quickly, just some metrics about the site. I know David mentioned the crash wall. We have a 175-meter crash wall along the southern edge, and this makes it possible for us to utilize the site. You can see here kind of the odd configuration I was talking to, which does render itself as a kind of a site that is much more, you could say, pushed and pulled by infrastructure than by typical building plazas. And you see here how it's pushed back from Cherry Street by the Cherry Street loop. We have a approximately 50-meter facade on that edge. We have a north face along Tank House Lane, and then we have a smaller portion of the site which is quite skinny towards the east. Next, please. Just very quickly about this was just about the public spaces. We know there's a connection running through the Distillery District, but also importantly for us is the Mill Street connection. This will be an important route feeding, I think, all blocks in this area in the future. So it's important for us, and you'll see that in our design, how we connect back to them and pick up both pedestrians, but also cyclists and what you call it, Ubers and so on. Next, please. Quickly, the neighboring buildings, and I touched on the blocks 8, A, B, and C. You know these very well, and the Gooderham Towers, and then the Cherry Street signal tower on the site as well. If you take the next, we can see here that there's the potential of the Cherry Street tower being relocated to the east, so that becomes kind of an eastern boundary of our site. We see here how the Cherry Street loop really pushes the site away from Cherry Street, creating this urban plaza, and then the connection back to blocks 8A, B, and C as well. And then just lastly, we have here identified the crash wall. The 175 meters is a 7-meter tall crash wall, which means from the top of the train tracks, it is 7 meters, which essentially means that it covers the ground floor and first floor, or second floor, sorry, from daylight. So we're utilizing that, and you'll see that as we walk through the plans. We're really utilizing this as a kind of a back of house servicing area, and taking that away from the street and running that along the crash wall. So kind of freeing up that from any city implications. And just the last 2 slides kind of just show a quick snapshot of the site today. On the far right, you see blocks 8, A, B, and C running up. You can kind of see block 20 is kind of the laydown area. Today, you can almost kind of see identified in Tank House Lane as that is, and it's slowly coming online. And if you take the next image, you see here on the top left corner, you're looking up towards up north on Cherry Street. This is the loop, so you can kind of see here how far back the building is being pushed from Cherry Street. And on the far right on the top, you can see Mill Street, and how the buildings 8A and B are significantly changing that street and that street section. I think I'll hand it over to Chris now to run through. Yes, thanks.
All right, thank you, Michael. So I'm going to take you guys through our design approach and start off with the primary design principles that we've been focusing on throughout this process. First and foremost, that being create a people-first streetscape, really focusing on the public realm and creating a public realm that is safe, active, and also scaled appropriately. And to this site, that ambition has been primarily focused on this east-west pedestrian movement across the north face of our site that connects to the adjacent existing context. And in this condition, the context is that being one that bridges from a natural environment to an urban environment, from going from the Corktown Commons to the Distillery District, and also kind of Toronto in a larger way. And lastly, wanting to respond to the contextual constraints of our site, that being what Michael's touched on, the proximity to the rail line, and how we've addressed that with crash wall and acoustical considerations. So we'll walk through all of these. Zooming back a little bit, you see the Green Link and the Don Valley here coming down from the north towards the lake and the Don River, and where our block is where block 20 is positioned in relationship to that. And zooming in, we're all aware of kind of where this is positioned, but just to point out, we really have this opportunity to create this strong link between the natural context of Corktown Commons and the Distillery District and Toronto as you move to the west. And as Michael touched on, the opportunity to really create this marker for the city of Toronto as you're approaching it from the east along the rail line. Block 20 really has this important opportunity to become this signature gateway into the city. And so walking through how we begin to envision the massing of our design here. We've touched on the connection along here, along the east-west pedestrian corridor, but also thinking about how this uniquely shaped site can begin to be shaped by the fabric of the city and the grid. And we think that's important to really lock it into the fabric of the city. And so we're pulling down from these northwest streets, Cooperage and Rolling Mills, and allowing them to inform the massing of our podium. And we'll see that as we get further into development. And then on top of that, thinking about how on the top of this podium, the amenity spaces can again be broken up and informed by the fabric of the city. Putting the residential towers on top of this podium, again, was informed by the grid and the fabric of the city, and one trying to be perpendicular to that grid, but also responding to the diagonal that comes through from the rail line. So it's sort of marrying these two sort of directional responses to the site. And then looking at how we can kind of create signature with these towers by one operation of pulling them apart and creating this distinct sort of window into the sky that aligns with Cooperage as you come down your primary axis and entry into the building here on the podium. And then trying to find signature between these two towers through the use of materiality and making sure they do have that kind of individual expression between them. And then also another thing to note here that's important to us is continuing to pull the grid through the building and registering that on the southern face of the facade that is incredibly long and linear, and trying to give you a sense of the city fabric as you move along this rail line here. Here you see an exploited axon of the program of our building and identifying the residential towers above, sitting on this amenity terrace here on top of 5 levels of office space that tie into this ground floor here, and you'll see how the program is strategically placed along Tank House Lane to ensure that there's an active public realm moving along here, and back of house space is then pressed up against the southern edge of the site, up against the crash wall and the rail lines. And then just to touch on in terms of program, we are part of the affordable housing program that's been touched on earlier by a couple of different folks, and we are matching this 30% affordable mix within our units. And then just touching on the stacking diagram and basic parameters here, where the taller towers at 45 floors, the lower ones at 32 floors, we're sitting on a podium of 6 floors, 5 office floors, and total GFA of roughly 77,000 square meters. And then approximately close to 700 units of residential. And here, just to pull out a little bit, you can see how our towers are situated amongst the skyline of the adjacent towers, and also how, you know, you really get a sense of how Block 20 becomes this sort of marker gateway into the taller context of the city as you move to the west, and how it begins to step down and connect to the lower scale and natural context of the east. And then just a view kind of giving you the overall sense of where Block 20 sits in relationship to downtown Toronto, and how it does really become this marker for the city and for the distillery district in this area. And how you see this ascension of it climbing from the lower scale natural zone up into this taller typology that will then continue to be filled in with development as you move into to Toronto proper. In terms of materiality, there is, you know, in looking at the site, there's this very prominent and distinct characteristic of this area of the red brick that's on the lower facades of the existing fabric, and also on all the streetscapes. And that's something that you know, we really wanted to tap into. And our approach here is to really kind of flip that on its head, where we wanted to take our towers and make those that kind of deeper, rich, reddish color, and have them function as a real beacon and marker for the area. And we think that helps it stand out as a prominent marker in the area, or surrounded by the buildings that are predominantly lighter in texture. Conversely, we also think when we flip this the lighter texture onto the ground, one, we want to keep the sort of the texture and character of the brick that exists. So we're proposing to keep that brick, but make it a lighter grayish brick that you know, creates more kind of diversity and a vibrant sense to the pedestrian realm, but also attempts to bring more light, brighten up that realm a little bit by having brighter facades that will bring more light and reflecting sunlight down into those spaces. So here you see just a sense of a material palette that would be this lighter brick that would blend sort of seamlessly with the crash wall on the southern side of the building, and then the tower facades being metal panel that are rich in this kind of color of the brick surrounding, and through the use of relief and texture, it really becomes this vibrant facade that comes to life in the area. And here you see the northern elevation, where you get a sense of a lot of these things that I'm describing. Here on the podium, you see how the grid comes through and establishes kind of three prominent blocks of space here that are defined by these glacier openings that register the grid and establish the primary entries into the building. You see the shifting towers above in this sort of reddish hue, kind of shifting subtly between the two to give them signature and creating this dramatic kind of framing of the sky above your primary entry space. When you come around to the southern elevation, you again see where the grid of the city pulls through and registers itself on the southern face, breaking down this long facade and the crash wall below. On the eastern elevation, note that I'll touch on as I get into it here, the sort of stepping that we've introduced on this lower podium facade to be more sensitive to the surrounding context. And same with on the west elevation, where we've done a similar exercise of creating terraces and stepping down the podium. Here, just a longitudinal section cutting through the building, and a transverse section showing a cut through Block 8 and Block 20 to give you a sense of how those relate to each other. And then this rendering, I think, captures a lot of what we're talking about, and just really celebrates this very vibrant, kind of exciting public realm, where you get this, that you see the flipping of the red and the gray coloring, and how that sort of creates this dynamic mix, and the red towers up pop, and this sort of glassy volume that frames the end of the axis here on Cooperage and the primary entry into the residential towers. And then going to our plans, ground floor here, you can see the residential lobby here located on this axis as I've described. We've located the commercial lobby on the western face here, adjacent to the TTC Plaza on Cherry Street. And then to the east, you have an additional commercial lobby and then infill with retail. And then centered in the middle of all this is the port cochere, which is positioned in a way that it provides really great access into Tank House Lane and direct connection to the residential lobby. And then just to highlight the access coming in to get into that port cochere, you'd come down through this way. To get to parking to block 20, you would use block 8's ramp here to drop down and get into our parking level below. And this perspective here just really helps to illustrate how Tank House Lane really becomes this vibrant pedestrian walkway that's activated by these different lobbies, as well as infill retail and the port cochere in the middle of it. And then just a view showing how that we're going through a lot of effort here to really activate this facade and also are being very sensitive to materiality and texture of these facades in a way that's responsive to the surrounding context and really wanted to make these lobby spaces become very inviting and warm and lit, and looking at how we can bring in wood and lighting in a way that just really helps to activate that long street face. Moving up the tower, the typical podium floor here, roughly 4,800 square meters. You see the primary core here and an auxiliary core off to the eastern side. And note that the shaping of both this facade, the western facade and the eastern facade, and how we've started to introduce these terraces. And you can see here we were before, where you had the full height of the zoning envelope, and the efforts we've gone through here to really step that facade down in a sensitive way that I think really helps to kind of connect it and respond to the existing character of Cherry Street and the plaza and the adjacent distillery district. And similarly on the eastern side, in an approach to really step it down to that lower scale of context, moving towards Corktown Commons. And then just a sense of the amenity space that this really provides, an opportunity for greening and amenity for the office tenants in the podium levels. Moving up the residential amenity floor on the top of the podium, see here, and then lower residential tower. These towers are approximately 800 square meters each. Here's the lower residential tower and the upper residential tower here that essentially just shift off of each other, but are essentially the same footprint. And then just summary stats here. Overall commercial office, we're at roughly 35,000 square meters, retail of 400 square meters, and total units here of roughly 650. And then just kind of a final image here, giving you a sense of the public realm at the TTC loop, looking down Tank House Lane, the activity of and how we've activated our facade here, the kind of stepping down of the facade to be sensitive to the scale here, and this kind of flipping of the materiality that I think really adds a vibrancy and excitement to the public realm in this area. And with that, I will hand it over to Mark to talk a bit more about the public realm and the landscape features.
All right, thank you, Chris. Just to build into the narrative that Chris and Michael were talking about, this is a crossroads. It's a warp and weft between the material of the distillery and the greening strategies in West Donlands and Corktown Commons. So we're trying to bring these two together and as a crossroads, stitching this into the adjacent fabric of the neighborhoods. And so the Tank House Lane forms the east-west spine also is connected with the fabric. So at these pivot points along the Cooperage Courtyard, the Rolling Mills Courtyard, and all the way through to the Block 32, that's Tannery Road, it provides these pivot points. So you can move in east-west, north-south directions to have this kind of multiple opportunities to move throughout the neighborhood. Next slide, please. So this is an overall view of the block where we can see what is happening in Block 8. And our intention is to try to create this common denominator between Block 8 and Block 20. There's quite a distinction between the styles, but we want to have this kind of consistent, continuous, unified landscape that can unify the two developments. And so you can see the lighting is created using a catenary lighting system, so we can minimize the numbers of verticals in the public space, because this east-west lane we want to maximize for the usable surface area. And the datum overhead that it provides will also help to reinforce this consistency between the two developments. But just one thing before we move to the next slide, you can see the level of the green roofs and the outdoor amenities on the rooftops. And I'll talk about this a little bit later. We're not there yet to the detailed design of the level 7 on block 20, but we'll talk about strategies to help make these also unified and to reinforce these green links between the north-south connections through the courtyards. Next slide. Now this is a view of the ground floor, and I just wanted to also highlight some of the turning movements that we anticipate. And one thing that I think will make this public space interesting is that it'll be activated at all times. It's not just going to be following the pulses of commercial and retail hours, but there's also on the north side in block 8, there's a lot of there's the residential component with the townhouses with a few opportunities for retail. And on the south side, as Chris was talking about, there's the commercial lobbies, the residential lobbies, and retail, and also this porte cachère, which I think will be interesting that it can bring, when you're waiting for your Uber or your pizza or friends coming to visit in a taxi, you can greet those arrivals in the tank house lane. And one thing about the way that the planting is recommended in this space is to also create a buffer between the uses on the south side and the lighter uses on the north side. If you look on block 8 in the courtyard where we have these planters to kind of delimit the semi-public zones, semi-private zones just on the thresholds of the townhouses, and then the clear areas in the middle, they help to provide these elements that buffer and screen the traffic and the activated edges on both sides of Tank House Lane. Next slide, please. So just to look, for example, how this would apply for the porte cachère, which we think is an important element. And we're working currently with the fire route that was submitted with block 8. So that it does constrain our options for being able to move these elements around. But you can see, for example, in the porte cachère, where you have a lot of comings and goings, it'll help to filter the sight lines between the townhouses and the porte cachère. But also, I think more importantly, the importance of these raised planters where we're away from the north-south courtyards is they help to reinforce flow in the east-west direction. So you can imagine somebody coming out of an Uber from the porte cachère, instead of moving straight to the townhouse, it helps to deflect the flow east-west. But when we do arrive at these north-south pivot points in the courtyards, those are completely flush. The trees, for example, on the east side are flush with the ground. On the west side, there are no obstructions, so the movements in all directions is possible. And just one thing else to note for the turning movements, Chris, would it be possible just to back up one slide?
Sure.
Just the attention that's given to the space adjacent to the switching tower is we're quite limited in the options that we can do there, because even though we've identified the principal traffic routes with a concrete paver, those are also roll curbs. So when there's occasional truck movements that need to go beyond, they need to turn in these spaces. So that's limited. We've tried to optimize the placements of trees and soils and open space that can also accommodate these kinds of turning movements that we anticipate occasionally. And luckily, we've consolidated most of these back-of-house and parking access features to this one side of the site, liberating the rest of the site for pedestrians. And it helps that the P1 access is north of this entrance to Tank House Lane at the block 8C. But also for the less frequent movements of vehicles, they will be able to pass through here without interrupting the rest of the open space to the west. Okay, next slide, Chris. And one more thing just I want to comment about this is just the connectivity, and being able to provide the 30 cubic meters of soil per tree that's achieved with the raised planters, but also with this drop slab that it doesn't interfere with the headroom space required below. So if we look at the next slide, the section that goes north-south, we've optimized the location so the drop slab to accommodate all these soils and connect this for the connected root zones of the trees happens over the parking area, and then the headroom over the drive aisles is unobstructed. Next slide. And then finally, at the east threshold along the Rolling Mills Road courtyard, those trees are flush, so the section shows how we can still achieve those soil volumes and still allow for these north, south, east, west movements where this important pivot point is in the public realm. Next slide. Now for materials, we want to continue the same brick expression that is really, we believe, a powerful feature for the entire block, and it's going to be expressed on block 8 in particular. And so we're proposing this ratio of 1:4 linear brick paving that will be the dominant material for the public realm. And then for the heavier traffic uses, we're proposing to go with a Paleotech paver, which is typical throughout the traffic routes in the West Don Lands. And this will be for access to the porte cachère and the loading areas. Next slide. And just one note on furniture, where we do have these precast raised planters on the tangent segments between the rounded edges. We're proposing to put these linear benches that can just simply sit on top of them and provide opportunities for seating in front of the commercial lobbies and in front of the porte cochere. And you can see those little wooden squares in the middle. Those are also a kind of wooden seating platform that provides other opportunities to occupy the space without having necessarily to be moving all the time. Next slide. Okay, next topic is going to be greening strategies for level 7 and the commercial terraces. And as I had mentioned, we haven't started a design yet. There's still some development that we need to respond to. That's still coming under definition. But I just want to identify 3 areas that are shown on this plan. We have the extensive green roofs on the towers and on the inaccessible rooftops. The pink area is where we have a really generous transfer slab of 1.5 meters. So from the finished floor level of level 7 and the slab below, we have a great opportunity for deep soils, which can accommodate larger trees. And then for the commercial terraces below, on the terraces below, it provides us with also a slab drop, not as significant, and it's still being defined, but it can also allow for smaller trees. So if we go to the next slide, this just shows how that detail would be worked out. For where we have the transfer slab depth of about 1.5 meters, we could use like a silvicell with well-braced trees to accommodate large trees on the rooftop, and this would help to reinforce those visual axes north-south at the courtyards. And there's an example from a project in Chicago where this, just to give you an idea how that would probably look once it's done. And then the next slide, it shows how we have a less of a slab depth, and it depends how this goes. We might have to raise the planter a little bit, but we could plant smaller trees like sumac or serviceberry to give the kind of expression that you see in that example from the Hudson Yards on the upper right, where the paving and the planting can kind of occupy the same space. So you don't have a cluttered space. You feel a lot of, there's a lot of, be able to kind of move your arms around without hitting obstacles and not filling it with 3D objects, but also providing opportunities for greening. And then the next slide is just a view from the east end, just to show how these terraces could be developed to accommodate those kinds of greening strategies. I think next, Brandon, on sustainability.
Yeah, great. Thanks, Mark. Yeah, next slide, please, Chris. So yeah, on the sustainability side, we're in the early days still, which is good in that it's exciting, and we really have still all the doors open. And I think more importantly, there's a lot of interest and ambition on the team to do something pretty significant here. So I'll start by, I guess, summarizing some of the things on the table here, which are really just the minimum things that we know we need to do. And ultimately, it's going to be our Toronto Green Center Tier 1 metrics and the CMHC rental construction financing, the 15% better than the NECB threshold that kind of are our minimum critical path performance here. And we know if we hit those Ontario Building Code and really the energy points that we're going to require on the LEED v4 gold mandate for this site are going to come nearly automatically. But we also know that these minimum requirements are not all that ambitious or inspiring, and so I think what's really exciting here at these early stages is the attention that and the interest and the kind of ambition pretty consistently across the team that we want to do something different and pretty substantial. So I think a lot of this conversation has even changed over the past 3 to 4 months, and so what we deem to be economically feasible even 6 months ago is probably not relevant anymore, and so we're really kind of looking at this project with a completely fresh lens on. For instance, we're going to be investigating the feasibility of geothermal in a serious way here, and we did that previously 3 years back, and because of, unfortunately, the cost delta per unit of equivalent kilowatt hours that we have in Ontario between natural gas and electricity was deemed to not be financially economically feasible then, but we're hoping now, I think especially with the Supreme Court of Canada's ruling a few weeks back on the carbon pricing, we have a little bit more certainty there. We know that while electricity is 4 to 5 times less intensive in Ontario, carbon intensive than natural gas, and that because of that, we're likely to see, hopefully we will see an increase in fuels that are more carbon intensive, in line with the 4 to 5 times increase that we're going to see in the carbon tax, moving up to $170 per ton by 2030. So we're really looking at these things with a very fresh lens. We're also going to be utilizing the Savings by Design, the affordable housing program, where their minimum threshold to participate in that program was recently ratcheted up to 20% better than code. And so we've started our application process for there and hope to kick that off in May. We will be looking at a lot of the same systems that we've deemed feasible on some of the other DKT adjacent developments, the big one being solar wall on the mechanical penthouses to help preheat ventilation air for at least the residential makeup air, and potentially for the commercial component here as well. And as I mentioned, geothermal, and if there's one reason or another geothermal is not deemed feasible, we're going to be looking at anything that we can cost effectively electrify here, using electricity instead of natural gas to reduce our carbon intensity at the development, will be given a lot of attention. And then we're also we're very much keeping, while we don't have a specific building energy model yet, as I mentioned, we don't even know exactly what our HVAC system is going to consist of. We are keeping an eye on the Toronto Green Standard Tier 2 targets as kind of our current ambition that we'll be chasing after. Next slide. And this is just the lead scorecard, really just showing that we're comfortably on track for gold already, even though it is very early days. And we very intentionally, as I mentioned, we're putting a lot of focus on our energy performance, especially around reducing carbon as much as possible. But we're kind of intentionally only carrying 6 points here on the lead scorecard under the optimized energy portion, to ensure that we don't lose track of all the other considerations around sustainability. And we're really going to be using lead for kind of the primary lens to ensure that we're doing other things on the site as well beyond energy. I think that was it.
So that wraps up our presentation, and so thank you, and we'll hand it back over for questions and comments.
Okay, thanks very much, Chris. Okay, I'll just run down the list of panel members. If you have any questions, please go ahead, and just mindful of the time. It's already 25 to 11, so we'll see if we can get through this quickly. Betsy, do you want to kick it off?
I actually don't have any questions. I might after I hear some others, but I'm good for now. Thank you.
Okay, great. George?
Yes, Paul, I have a couple of questions. And the first one is Deanne Mighton still with us?
Yeah, I believe so.
Deanne, are you there?
Yes, I am. Sorry, George, just unmuting myself.
Okay, because Mike, this is the issue of pedestrian safety, which, there are many interesting things in this presentation, but it was pretty light on that issue, which was flagged as an important one. And I'm very concerned, as I was the last time we saw this project, with the issue with the invitation to pedestrians to try to cross Cherry Street half a block south of Mill, and the danger associated with that. Seeing that we don't seem to be getting anywhere in respect to sort of redirecting pedestrians here. So I'm sensing a certain kind of inevitability about this circumstance. So, which leads to my question to you, Deanne. My first question, and my second question is not to you, Deanne, but anyway, the first question is, what do you think the odds are of getting a pedestrian crosswalk, not a signalized intersection, but a pedestrian crosswalk connecting the two Tank House Lane on either side. The only one I can think of that would be so close to a signalized intersection is the one at Eaton Center, which is just a half a block west of Yonge. And I'm sensing that getting pedestrian crosswalks is easier in Toronto than it used to be. I don't see any other solution here now, given the way this project is moving. What do you think the odds of that possibility are, Deanne?
I think that's something we need to talk to our transportation team with. I can certainly take it back and before we meet again, get some answers on it. But typically, the spacing required is greater there. So we'd have to see if how we go about that. So
right.
I can flag it to our transportation team and to our transportation planning team and get an answer for you, George.
Okay.
Before our next meeting.
Okay, thank you. My second question is to RWDI. Well, I think it's to RWDI. It just has to do with wind conditions on this landscaped podium on top of the office component. I mean, the landscaping strategy looks interesting. I don't have any issues with it, but those two towers are going to generate winds on that platform, and so it seems to me there needs to be a strategy to address that. Is there one?
Yep, absolutely. So yeah, we have started that discussion. So there are a few things that are, I guess, helping us here. So the requirements that we have around environmental noise for ensuring that we have suitable levels at the suitable noise levels on those outdoor amenity areas are also benefiting us, helping us a little bit from the wind side as well. So we're looking at some glass barriers that we're going to be required along the southwest and east side, just to shield those amenity areas from noise from the Gardner and the rail corridor. So those areas closer to those barriers are obviously going to be more comfortable. We also saw some downwashing from the towers, and so we are looking at kind of localized canopies or terraces that may also help in some of those areas. We do have some sheltered areas though too, like between the two towers to the north there, that were deemed to be quite comfortable for most of the year. But yeah, certainly there's that discussion has started, and we do know that we have some windy conditions that we will need to address for sure.
Thank you. Those are my questions, Paul.
Yeah, thanks, George. Peter?
I have no questions.
No questions? Okay, Bridget.
Yep, I have two questions. One for the architects. At the east end of the building, given the pedestrian realm, are you intending that people go east-west along your pedestrian street and then head north on one of the smaller streets, pedestrian areas, to get to Corktown Common? There's probably a drawing that showed that. I just want to clarify my understanding of that, the pedestrian link at the east end. Partly because you have the loading and the driveways. So really you would travel eastward along your pedestrian realm and then go north on one of these shorter north-south streets, or would you continue along to where it says Block 32 to get to Corktown Common?
I can respond to this. This is Mark from Claude Cormier. I think the answer is all of the above. Those are three options.
Okay.
To go to the north and to the east, and
okay.
and probably we foresee that the traffic it's not going to be as intense as a parking garage traffic flow. And let's say if there's a situation where it's moving day and there's maybe a lot of movement in that area, then there's opportunities to go north through the courtyards.
Okay. And then just so I understand, Mark, your lighting proposal is actually hanging lights, not light fixtures, but hanging lights that would actually be sort of suspended over this east-west pedestrian walkway.
That's correct. Yes.
And is there any possibility of extending that I mean, I know the TTC is a totally separate beast and quite complicated, but just the kind of issue of the turning radius of the TTC, it sort of relates to George's question about how you walk from the center sort of east-west pedestrian area of the distillery district, cross over Cherry Street, and create an invitation to enter your really well thought through east-west passage. So, you know, is there this idea of a hanging, like, is there a way to kind of imagine that being over this TTC loop? Is that something that's been considered or even discussed, or is that a whole other different kind of conversation?
Oh boy. I think the biggest challenge there is once you cross the line, you're dealing with Toronto Hydro, who are very inflexible, and TTC, which also have their limitations. I think it's a great idea, but
Yeah.
I'm not sure how realistic it is with the numbers of approvals and hurdles.
Or maybe a kind of additional lighting strategy to illuminate that sort of turning circle public plaza, as well as the west face of the building, a Block 20 development. So maybe it's more of a kind of question. Okay, those are my two questions. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Bridget. Jenna?
Yeah, I just have one question. On slide 44, if you could just turn to that slide. Maybe beating a dead horse, but I think it has to be asked again, if it's been asked, which is, was there ever any consideration to combining the entries for the underground parking lot, blocks 20 and blocks 8C, to reduce the infiltration of automobile and trucks into that pedestrian way between the two blocks?
Jordan, do we have someone from PA on the line?
Yeah, I was actually, Adam Feldman, are you on the line? Can you maybe respond to that? Okay, maybe just for the sake of brevity, maybe I'll respond. Through Block 8, we had looked at doing a coordinated approach to loading. We can't accommodate. Right now, what we're doing is we're accommodating the parking for Block 8 and 20 through that singular ramp off of Block 32. And we're working really hard to consolidate all of the loading requirements for the two projects.
Okay, Jenna?
Thanks.
Yeah. Any other questions you have?
Oh.
No?
Sorry, guys. I realized I was talking and I was on mute there. Rookie mistake. Jenna, I can explain that if you'd like. Otherwise, we can move on.
Well, I got the first half, so I think I
we heard
understand where you were going.
All right.
Yeah, thanks.
All right.
You okay? All right, Matthew.
Yep, just one question. Understanding that this building is a gateway for people coming in on their train tracks, either via rail or GO, has there been any consideration to the design of the crash wall? I mean, typically, if this isn't looked at, it would be covered in graffiti fairly quickly. Has there been any thought about elevating how that's completed?
Matthew, we haven't. I think we moved initially when we showed you this project the first time. We had kind of taken the notion of a crash wall being concrete and extended that to the whole podium. And upon revisiting that, and I think there actually was a comment made last time by David that the quality of concrete we could get available in Toronto probably wasn't what we're looking for. So we've shifted a bit of our thinking to the podium, as you saw today, to being brick, a much more tactile material that we think supports the overarching story on the site. But in fairness, we haven't gone to the southern portion. So I think it's something we should be cognizant of as we move forward.
Okay, thank you. Fatty, are you there?
Fatty's not here, no.
No, okay. Nina Marie?
Thank you very much. Just one quick question. Slide 64, you're just showing that this is a public realm question. I just wanted to clarify. Have you specified tree species in terms of the drop slab planters and the flush planters, or are these general soil volumes for shade plant, street approved shade planting trees?
Yeah, those are general volumes as required by forestry, but no, we haven't identified tree species yet. But we have an idea what they're going to be because they're just responding to the light conditions and what's
Right.
available.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks. Kevin, are you there?
Yes, I am. Thanks very much. So it was clarified that SPA just recently went in, which is great. So the TGS checklist was submitted with that SPA, is that correct?
That's right, yes.
And a preliminary energy model is part of that, correct?
No, we intentionally delayed, we're delaying the energy model to SPA2 to give the team more time to actually explore some of these options.
Okay, I see. So just a rough idea, what factors and what timing would go into the selection of some of these systems? Like, because what you're talking about earlier is, of course, makes me very happy to hear that low carbon solutions are being considered, but what are the factors and timelines that would, perhaps elevate some of these targets?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I think we're trying to kind of align as many of the explorations as possible, and we're kind of really hoping to piggyback on the Savings by Design program participation as when that is, and so we're thinking that that's probably going to be mid to late May that we actually do that, and so we'll kind of use that exercise as our opportunity to explore a dozen plus various conservation measures, kind of weigh those, and then also just bring in those very niche subject matter experts that we need to really vet all of those ideas. And we just think that the Savings by Design program is really beneficial for that. We actually just did it as well for Block 3, 4, and 7 to help refine some of the later design decisions for that one. But now we also we want to go in earlier than we did for 3, 4, 7, so that we can explore everything at this point. So I would anticipate probably by the end of May we're going to have that energy model set up and some, at least half of the ideas that I just mentioned kind of figured out and ironed out.
So one follow-up question, if you don't mind, how realistic is geothermal? And you did mention in the slide there VRF. So yep. Perhaps some global systems, heat recovery. You're considering that. How realistic is that?
It's well, I mentioned before, so we did a very deep dive for Block 8 a few years back and found that we weren't really, frankly, even close to the cost effectiveness we needed. But we are, when we layer in a little bit of an increased certainty on the trajectory of utility rates in Ontario, at least, and whether or not how much you want to bet on the carbon pricing kind of remaining intact for the next decade, 15, 20 years. We're hoping that equation starts to change a little bit. But we've also seen that conversation has been improving every year over the past 3 years. And so while we haven't given a fresh look yet for this application, we do have some advantages from that point of view that we didn't have on Block 8. And I think the big important advantage that we have here is we also have a substantial commercial portion. And so we have way more diversity in our energy loads, which again, just improve the feasibility of geothermal. Yeah, so we're going to give it a fresh look, and we're very optimistic at this point, Kevin, but I don't know. It's too early to be able to commit to it, unfortunately.
Oh, come on. All right, last question. So have you done some modeling on the sensitivity of the carbon pricing now? We know it's going to be 170, but my intuition is it's going to go higher. have we modeled what this this development will pay in carbon tax and communicated that to the owners?
No, not yet, but that's going to be a very important part of that conversation. Yeah, absolutely.
Thanks.
Yeah, it's totally changes the approach and gives us a lot more tools that we need to actually prove that business case. So yeah, it's an exciting time, and we're hoping to take advantage of that.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other panel members that have another question? Otherwise, we're going to move to comments. Okay, let's go to comments. And Nina Marie, do you want to kick this off? Are you there, Nina Marie? Oh, well, maybe I'll come back to her then. George.
Well, I would just have two. Well, let me start by saying that I thought broadly speaking, this was a pretty intelligent presentation. I mean, I thought the massing strategy and the material proposals and so forth, the landscape and all, I found it all largely convincing. My concerns are threefold. One is at the very beginning of the presentation with, his name was Sit or Stitt from the city?
David
saying
Sitt.
That the crash wall had still to be assessed as adequate by a peer review process. I don't have the expertise to assess that issue, so that is a kind of sort of a worrisome loose end and a big one in my mind. And then, of course, the other two are the ones that were implied by my two questions, having to do with pedestrian safety and the fact that if we don't get a crosswalk, given the direction of this design, if we don't get a crosswalk connecting across Cherry Street, we're heading for pedestrian disaster. I can guarantee it. And then lastly, the issue of wind on the podium needs more attention. Otherwise, I'm persuaded.
Okay, thank you very much. Peter, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just about to bail, Paul, as you know.
Yeah.
I just have two concerns, and one of them was brought up by Matthew, and that's that the graffiti on the wall. I'm not sure making it brick helps because it's harder to fix immediately. Graffiti, you have to kind of get in there and paint it right away. I don't think the strategy to deal with graffiti on the crash wall is sufficient. And my other comment is, as you might expect, I think the approach to sustainability and energy performance and carbon performance is wimpy. Those are my comments.
Okay, thank you very much. Bridget.
Yep. Thanks, Paul. I just had a few comments. First of all, I think the crash wall is really long, and is it kind of possible to think of it as a kind of both a piece of infrastructure, but also as a public art opportunity? I mean, for all of the trains that come in and out of the city, it's like a very long piece of real estate. And so to kind of know that it's necessary, but to find opportunities for it to become part of public art, I think is something that it would be great if we could explore and investigate further. I totally support George's concern about crossing from the middle of the distillery across Cherry Street to your pedestrian east-west connection. I think we definitely want that to work really well. We want to support just an easy flow across Cherry Street at mid-block. And it's compromised because just south of this crossing is a kind of condo entry, and there's an entry to an underground parking garage. There's kind of like the real estate is kind of taken up. And so unless we actually really carefully make sure that it's so easy for pedestrians to cross, it'll make it, you know, really problematic. And I think there's been a lot of great work done in the kind of pedestrian realm here, and we just want it to succeed. And I feel like that linking piece east-west is really key. And then my last point is really this TTC loop is kind of a really important piece because in a way I would say for this development, it's an extremely challenging site. I feel like the proponents have done a good job, both in terms of the built form and the landscape, in addressing very thoughtfully what is a kind of complex and kind of atypical site within this kind of within Waterfront Toronto. And so I just feel like there needs to be a working group so that this TTC circle can actually be really, really a positive attribute. The west elevation is kind of like your primary public elevation, that view from Cherry Street going north and south of the whole development, partly because of the way it's hemmed in with the berm of the tracks and the kind of east-west. It's really your public elevation. And I guess I feel like even though it's not your territory, I would feel like Waterfront Toronto, the distillery, this development, it's in everyone's interest that turning circle is actually a very positive public space. It becomes the threshold to this whole east-west movement, and so whether that's lighting, it's pop-up cafes, really real attention to the west elevation of Block 20. So I appreciate what you've done on the corner, but it is actually a fairly large retail volume that you have. And I feel like it needs smaller scale things. We need to domesticate the streetcar as it's doing its turn. There's some really amazing examples in places like Portland, Oregon, where the streetcar and the public realm get fused together in just such a kind of positive way. And we don't have any examples in Toronto. And I would love to see this turning circle and this threshold entry, to really be super successful. And I don't think that the proponents can do it on their own. And I just feel it requires a kind of, urban design, hydro, TTC, waterfront coming together to kind of make this successful. And I would say even the proponents on the north side for Block 8 as well, because I just think it's in everyone's interest that this kind of linking piece is just so seamless, and that you come to a plaza that just happens to have a TTC turning circle in it. But I would see it as a kind of extension of this great pedestrian grouping, as opposed to the other, where it's just seen as a kind of infrastructure loop. And I feel like it's a lot of real estate to kind of end up just being kind of left over and not being absorbed and embraced by this kind of urban design precinct vision. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Bridget. Betsy, you ready?
Yeah, thanks, Paul. I've been looking at slides 58, 48, and 43, so maybe 58 is a good place to start. Just to get it out of the way, I'm supportive of that big pedestrian east-west movement. It's exactly what should happen there. But I wanted to kind of talk more about not so much the larger scale massing with the towers, but the massing of the public realm component of the podium. When as you can see in this image, it's really reading like a kind of like a downtown building has landed in the distillery district. And there's, I think, two kind of major pieces that are contributing to this. One is the way that the project on the left, Block 8, has really effectively broken up the facade to make it the kind of read as the same scale, even though those are very big buildings as well, as the distillery that's across the way. They also made it the same color. And color grade, I think, really does matter in the distillery district. So to maybe address the first issue is it's the scale of the fenestration, particularly of how the ground floor is kind of treated as a typical big Toronto building. I get the scale of the warehouse windows above with that bit of the setback of the window canting in, but I think that both the first floor pedestrian scale, realm piece, as well as the tall vertical swaths of glass that you have as marking those transition between the blocks need to be rethought so that you're developing, like Bridget said, a user-oriented or a pedestrian-oriented scale at right at that public realm component, maybe even looking for inspiration to the building at Block 8. The second piece is kind of like the distillery isn't just about a red facade, but it's about the red on the ground and the red on the walls, forming this kind of like realm that carries through the entire space. I think it's actually a missed opportunity for you to have flipped the color palette. I don't think it's working in the way that you think it is as a distinguishing factor, making it special. I think it's actually more jarring in this district than anything. And I would strongly encourage just to take the red all the way down to the ground. You don't have to do the white above, the red below, but really kind of digging into the architectural treatment of the brick in the public realm as it is distinguished on that podium building. And maybe if we could just look at slide 43 very quickly. Here, I just wanted to bring your attention to the large glass piece. Oh, that's a different 43. Maybe go 3 more. Yes, right here. Thank you. I think that this kind of big glass piece separating the blocks is not really kind of in tune with what this district is about. That's much more of a downtown motif, just to bring your attention to it one more time. Thank you. Those are my comments. Oh, sorry, one last quick one before I forget. Everyone's been talking about the safety of that wall and the length of it. I want to maybe see if you could turn this into a positive for the project from a building performance issue as well. There's going to be a noise issue from the trains on that side of the building. If you could increase the performance of the glazing on that entire facade, go to a really good triple glazed window and kind of amp up the not just the sound, but the it will inevitably help the performance of your envelope. That would be totally amazing. Thank you.
Thanks, Betsy. Nina Marie, are you ready? Maybe she is out for this time frame, so we'll keep going. Jana?
Yeah, thanks, Paul. And, I want to recognize, I think this is a very difficult site, and I think the team has done a really convincing and beautiful job in trying to resolve the issues. I just want to circle back to the east side of the pedestrian realm where it terminates at block 32. I feel like the east-west connection, and at the beginning of your presentation, you make a very, poignant argument about how this east-west connection links together the commons with the distillery district. But when you look at this diagram, and if you go to slide 62, I think it's even a bit more compelling. I feel like the experience kind of peters out as you get to the east side of the site. I know there's a lot of constraints there with the circulation and the traffic of the automobile and truck traffic loading, but maybe there's an opportunity, for instance, if you brought the entrance to, basically you have an island where the commercial lobby is. Could you not bring all the automobile and vehicular traffic down block 32, nudge that train artifact north, and just bring the automobile traffic all the way along the south side, along the crash wall? Why do we need to bring it along the pedestrian realm, then do a hard left to then circle back to where the porte cochere is? I feel like if there was a way to release the last almost third of the pedestrian realm, to give it back to the pedestrians, it would create a far safer and more robust public realm. Thanks.
Thank you. Nina Marie, are you there now?
Thank you. Yes, I've dealt with my matter.
Okay.
I hope you can hear me. Thank you very much. Just quick comments. I do share the concerns of other panel members already raised concerning pedestrian safety crossing over Sherry Street. And in particular, I appreciate Bridget's comments around the TTC loop, which could become a really important and exciting aspect of this public realm. I would like to compliment the team on a very tight and constrained site with a very thoughtful, I think respectful public realm plan that really does a good job of linking the Lower Don system if not structurally, at least metaphorically and helpfully visually across and through the site with this east-west pedestrian connection. I just really want to emphasize how essential those trees are in the raised planters, the drop slab planters, and what an important component they will be on a very tight site vis-a-vis the crash wall, the added building heights, for example, and the need for shading and cooling on this south-facing tight site. So really important green infrastructural investment, and I think you've got a really good team that's capable of planning and planting those out really well. I really encourage any opportunities, and I do feel that this team is sensitive to them, for green infrastructural additions on the terraces wherever possible, so that they are less decorative and more performative. Planters that are richly textured, biodiverse, that offer opportunities for shading, cooling, stormwater infiltration, and of course, everybody's favorite topic, pollination. We have a great pollinator strategy in the city, and I think there's a real both educational and infrastructural performance opportunity here for rich textured plantings that will do this work and really amplify the sustainability of the project as well as the public realm. Thank you very much. It's a compelling, I'm supportive in that respect.
Okay, thanks, Nina Marie. I believe Fadi is back now. Are you there, Fadi? Okay, otherwise I'll come back to Fadi. Matthew.
Yes, I echo my colleagues' concerns and comments, and I'll be quick. I would encourage the proponents to really investigate that south facade, even the crash wall and what's occurring above. It is a very visible gateway into the city. I would suspect that more people will actually see that wall than the urban realm on a daily basis. So have a little bit more thought into what that's appearing like to people passing by via train. Thank you.
Okay, Kevin.
Thank you. I think just in terms of comments, it would be great to see the outputs of the savings by design charrette or exercise. Seeing how those those parameters, those ECMs were sort of were measured and then evaluated and applied in the project. That would be great on our when the project comes back. And I think that would be it's a rich exercise, and I think I look forward to seeing what the results are. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll provide a summary of the comments, and then we'll move towards a vote. I guess starting off, I think all panel members understand how difficult this site is, and it's probably been made more difficult by the minister's zoning order. So we really appreciate all the work and the sensitivity that's been done to make this a very positive project. I guess there are several areas of comment that people would like to see explored further. Generally speaking, the massing, the landscape approach, etc., seems to be a positive. But there was a specific suggestion to take a look instead of on the materiality of having the towers be in the red and the lower podium being in the lighter color, to explore the potential of the West End Tower being all red, if that's to be a landmark to tie into the distillery materiality in the context. So I think that's an area that people would like to see explored, and the implications of that. With respect to the west end of the podium and the tower and the TTC loop, I think there were many comments there, and the group is basically suggesting that some of those elements need to perhaps be the subject of a working group or further study on that west elevation, involving the distillery, the developer, Waterfront Toronto, TTC, Hydro, et cetera, because that is basically the public face of this project as you move from the distillery across Cherry Street. And I think a comment was made that it should read and feel more like just an infrastructure TTC loop. Additional comments made about rethink perhaps the scale of the fenestration on the ground floor of that west end. doesn't seem to be in keeping with the character of the distillery district. The pedestrian crossing and the safety issue has come up a couple of times, and I think it's worthwhile exploring what the city's answer might be towards a pedestrian crosswalk or some way in which enhanced safety can be provided. Because obviously when this project is completed, people will want to go back and forth between this project and the distillery district. I'm not sure what the response will be, but I think it's an important issue that's been flagged. With respect to the crash wall, several questions about what's the design, what's the materiality, is there an opportunity for public art to be expressed on the crash wall? Again, all those things are yet to come, but I think as many members said, as you approach the city, particularly from further east, whether you're on a train or driving or what have you, that's pretty long and pretty visible and pretty substantial. And the last thing you want to see is a long concrete wall covered in graffiti. So I think there's a strategy that's needed for that. With respect to wind, with the heights of the towers, I think detailed studies obviously are really important in terms of mitigating wind on particularly the western end where the largest tower is. I know there's been some suggestions of canopies and other strategies that have been looked at, but I think that could be studied further. That's going to be very important. You want that to be a very comfortable plaza and comfortable area. And hence, again, reinforcing the need to perhaps put together a little working group to devote more attention to that whole West End plaza and all the elements that have been mentioned so far. On energy performance, I think the general consensus was, I know it's early, but it's light, and a lot more work is needed to explore different possibilities and looking at bringing forward the energy model. I believe it was said by the end of May. Obviously, looking at the carbon pricing implications. This project is going to be there for a long time and will be built clearly while carbon pricing escalates over the next several years. And another comment, I think people are pretty happy with the East-West Passage, but looking at what additional opportunities there may be in the Far East and to rethink how vehicular access, loading, et cetera, could be consolidated even more so that you can extend the pedestrian passageway all the way to the east and it's not compromised or conflicted with vehicles. So in summary, I think, it's a very challenging site, a lot of difficulties that you faced, and generally good work so far, but many suggestions that I think need to be explored when it comes back. So I hope that captures most of the comments in the summary, and we basically are prepared to take a vote. And I would propose, given the nature of the comments, that we would put forward a vote of conditional approval, given the commentary that you've heard. Is there any panel member that would disagree with that? No? Okay, then I assume it's unanimous, conditional approval, and thank you very much. Now we'll give the proponent an opportunity to respond to the comments that you've heard. So Michael, I don't know if you want to do that or not.
Yeah, thank you, Paul. I think thank you for all the comments. Very relevant, and I think many of them have actually been part of our discussion. Of course, this is just a small bit of what we've been working with. I would say there are many of the comments that have been addressed that we are actually looking at now, just entering into SD. So I look forward to taking your comments back and really trying to look at those and implement them. And yes, look forward to presenting next time and hopefully just carrying on a great collaboration. So thank you very much.
Okay, thanks very much. We look forward to it coming back.
I'm Melanie Morris. I'm a project manager for Waterfront Toronto. I've been supporting the project since late 2020 on a part-time basis. And today I'm going to reintroduce you to this great project. Our project partners are very numerous. It is a very unique project. So joining us today, we have staff from Waterfront Toronto, the City of Toronto, the Fort York Historic Site, and the Bentway. From the City of Toronto Waterfront Secretariat, I believe we have David Stonehouse and Heather Inglis Barron joining us. From Engineering Services, we were expecting Chris Loader, and from Transportation Services, Riyad Rahman and Cassidy Ritz. From the Fort York Heritage Site, we're expecting Caitlin Wainwright, Gordon Loke, and Joanne Pine. For the Bentway, Alana Altman and David Carey, who are the co-executive directors, as well as Margaret Goodman, are expected. And if I've missed anyone, I apologize in advance. It's a big team working on this. Now to get you caught up on where we are in the process. In March 2020, there was a decision made that the construction of the bridge would be timed after the deck replacement on the Gardner Highway. Around the same time, there was a peer review where feedback was received that indicated some fairly significant changes in thinking would be required to move to a grounded bridge structure. Then COVID hit and things stalled for a while. And in late November, I came on board and we started looking for a path forward. In December, we had a restart. The partners started meeting bi-weekly, and the first order of business was to draft a list of design requirements for the new bridge and landing to guide the redesign process. The draft was circulated for feedback and input of the partners in mid-December. Final comments were received in early January, and at the meeting of January 18th, the compiled requirements were shared with the partners and the design team. The initial concept was presented to the partners in February and was well received at that time. Refinements were presented throughout the process, and on March 15th, a circulation package went out to the partners to show the full concept, as well as a package dealing with some of the maintenance questions and concerns for transportation and engineering to review. The schematic design set was issued for the partners just before Easter to get some formal feedback from them. And we've just very recently received comments that we're going through and still reviewing. So we'll be working through with the partners over the next week to make sure that we're addressing their comments and questions appropriately. Getting back to some history on the project, this is actually the fourth time that the bridge and landing is at the design review panel. But the initial process focused really on the phase 1 build and master plan. The last time the project was presented as part of the larger project, there was a vote in support, and the phase 1 project went on to be built. We are hopeful that the feedback today will help to further refine the plans and provide support for bringing the project back to a June 23rd design review panel. We are on a very, very tight timeline on this. So we have funding that is expiring the end of July. So we basically have 14 weeks to bring this through design process. This next slide highlights just a few of the key items that were captured in the design requirements. It was a multi-page document, but just to give you a quick capture of some of the big things that we thought were important. The key objectives focused on safety for the crossing of pedestrians and cyclists. And a very key aspect was not to hinder the maintenance of the Gardner while providing a very vibrant gateway for Fort York Heritage Site and the Bentway site. This next slide is to help orient everyone on where the bridge will be positioned. The structure is fully in the shadow of the Gardner, and there'll be a crossing from the east side to the west side, funneling people towards Fort York Visitor Center and the Bentway Phase 1. The slide's a bit closer in scale and shows the close relationship to the Fort York Visitor Center and the Phase 1 skate trail, which is a very vibrant space that we're bringing people into. Now, a couple images to aid with visualizing the space. This first one is looking south along Fort York Boulevard. The built-up edge of the community on the south of the bridge and landing is very evident, and the east landing of the bridge will terminate in the area in front of this building. This is another view of the same area looking east. This view is looking west and captures the route that the bridge will make, crossing over Fort York Boulevard to the west landing. And the final context slide is from a little bit further west. We're looking northeast. So we're getting a view of the landing, the west landing where the bridge will terminate, close to Fort York and the Bentway Phase 1. This slide is to illustrate the design review process for public land. As mentioned, we have a very tight timeline for delivery, and we're planning a June return. So as mentioned, we have the very tight timeline, and we developed a couple questions that we want you to consider as you view the presentation, and hopefully we get some feedback that will help to bring us forward in June. The questions are, does the redesign of the bridge meet the primary goals and design requirements by providing a safe crossing for pedestrians and cyclists and providing accessible access for all different age groups? Does the panel support the design integration between the bridge and the landing? Does the redesign reflect the character and quality of the first phase of the Bentway, and does the proposed materiality support the delivery of a cohesive vision? And does the panel have any feedback on the ecological performance of the landscape? With that, my final job for now is introduce the innovative design team on the project. Adam Nicklin and Mark Ryan from Public Work are both here with us today, and Mark is going to walk us through the presentation. Thank you.
Great. It's really nice to be back with the panel to share some updates on the Bentway and the evolution of this bridge. It has a long history, as Melanie's identified. I just want to talk a little bit at first about how the Bentway has kind of been catalyzing new connectivity in the area. And of course, it's about reimagining the value of the space under the Gardiner, but it's also about facilitating new connections through a larger corridor, both to access the founding landscape of our city and also to move beyond. And so this project that we're talking about today is really the literal bridge to allow a kind of eastern extension of the Bentway as a corridor to promote its coherence and connectivity beyond the site. And I think also, you know, there's an underlying role of the project as a kind of a real welcome both to the Bentway and the founding landscape of Fort York. So that gateway element is kind of in the background and the foreground in different ways here in the project. But it is an interesting kind of invitation if you're arriving from the east into the kind of heart of the Bentway's current phase 1. This is a place where, you know, we've built out now a lot of programming spaces. And the character of the space, I think, is really about embracing the sort of spirit of this robust adjacency to the structure, always kind of working in a resourceful way with what is this found condition. And it's obviously really exciting for us to be thinking about a piece of infrastructure that's also supporting the public realm. And so there are two sides. There's a bridge, and then there are also sort of two sides to this project that I think the new design is really trying to tap into, and particularly how we can complete that sort of coherent stretch of the Bentway phase 1 and really anchor it on its eastern edge. Now, in thinking about the project, or I guess in reimagining, I guess, the project, we've kind of come back to some of the corridor thinking of early on in the project, and how the Bentway really crosses this changing landscape from end to end. It's kind of marked by this sequence of spaces, different contexts, community contexts, that ultimately reach a climax here at the open landscape green space of Fort York and the core of the Bentway activation. And this point where the bridge is situated is a really interesting threshold from that eastern community, the condo blocks, and this kind of containment within and under the Gardner structure out into the open. And culturally, that's really important. There's a cultural landscape that becomes evident here. It's your introduction to Fort York, the story of the shoreline, the story of the founding of the city. And we're also trying to keep alive the possibility for future extension of skating trail, which has always been planned and thought of as kind of completing this coherent idea of the former shoreline, which is also kind of a larger skating trail connecting to the Fort York Library. So here we are with the sort of site, and what you're seeing there is the previous bridge. But we have this disconnection from east to west, and we also have the sense of two completely different worlds. Again, to the west, the sense of open, expansive green, and to the east, a real transition into urban blocks. And that threshold in our previous proposal was all about lightness, about hanging, about suspension, about using the resource and the kind of latent structural capacity of the columns. And so there's with some regret that we weren't able to realize this vision, but as Melanie explained, onwards to a grounded bridge. And conceptually for us to think about grounding allowed us to kind of open up to a new strategy where the placemaking, programming, and kind of, in a way, sculpting of the public realm actually could be a really kind of key aspect of the infrastructure. So I'm just going to back up again, just as sort of how we've tried to reconceive this. Some of the things stay the same and are really rooted in a Bentway kind of DNA of thinking about the structure and the cadence of bents and the structure of this S curve around the fort, which kind of is this place of collision really of all kinds of elements from of the changing cityscape. But what's exciting is the geometry that happens at this bridge location and the way that you can get kind of locked into the columns as a pedestrian or as a cyclist and follow these kind of amazing perspectives that are opened up. As you come around the curve, you're opened into this really long, almost 700-meter tunnel, so to speak, that is just kind of an industrial pleasure of experience and arrival. And we're trying to use that and celebrate that as this really distinct and discernible kind of vivid moment in the human experience, that as you move from the eastern section of our city into the founding landscape and arrive at the Bentway in Fort York. And so our project is in a way really interested in how that transformation of experience could move from east to west and how the bridge could facilitate that in experience. And so in some ways, we've been thinking about moving and migrating from the east, from being within, under the canopy of this consistent roof of the Gardner, and then actually rising in a way that is almost sort of very highly contextual, as almost as Gardner as possible, but reflecting kind of its efficiency, its simplicity, and its kind of durability, and that the counter experience is sort of landing an experience that actually completely leaves that experience behind and almost melts into a landing that is very fluid, landscape based, and just meanders into a whole series of landscapes and public spaces and experiences. So that's where we start to evoke a more fluid geometry of the shoreline, a softness. And between the sort of those distinct east and west landings, we then propose the bridge as actually a kind of sequence of elevated rooms. And in some ways, they are really about slowing down, decelerating, and starting to kind of move in scale, looking at this forced perspective and taking advantage of the idea of opening up from the constrained inner blocks to this more open landscape. And at every room, starting to actually sort of expand your perspective and look towards adjacencies of the context and what unfolds. So here's a plan overall, sort of with the bridge, and you'll notice there's a very kind of sort of almost fluid transition from bridge proper, supported on columns, into then a grounded, really landform landing that becomes the plaza. Some of the grading that starts to show how the switchback gets you up very quickly at the east edge to get the clearances over bike lanes, over Fort York Boulevard, and then meanders down through a trail that effectively becomes the multi-purpose trail of the Bentway. So I'm just going to take you from east to west, just to sort of describing that sequence and how at every moment sort of you have this chance to kind of move actually to the south side of the structure. It's your first moment to kind of get out of the canopy of the Gardner, have a long view to the west, pull back, have a view back from where you came from to the east and into those future blocks that will evolve over time through those private sector transformations. And then the rising to the crossing at 5.3 meters. So that's kind of, I'm going to just walk you through what that could feel like. We're picking up on the green, the classic green girders, and the galvanized steel. Here's that view where you're south, you get the sun and light and a view to that long bent 58 way down that was painted yellow in honor of Judy Matthews, the philanthropist who started the project, as you know. Switch back to a second landing, and then this is the rise up to the kind of central threshold of the bridge. That's where, you know, sort of through this first section of the bridge, we have just the classic girder with inset galvanized steel bar grating that is evokes the detailing that we've used throughout the project. The green MTO bridge that somehow gets a new reading now in this context. It feels very familiar, but it starts to change. And what you notice is you slip from within the girder to above the girder. So that's just a subtle shift as you kind of rise out of the girder to then join into a series of unfolding platforms. So this is really a kind of procession of places that increase in scale, that actually get to the scale of gathering and stopping and staying, and really about sort of decelerating, slowing down. Here's that view right at that threshold moment where you sort of move from one world to another right at the center of the bridge. And then here's that kind of unfolding of rooms. And these rooms are sort of at the scale of the chunkiness and the kind of robustness of the Gardner. And they start to indicate kind of like this also sequence of materials, from the familiar concrete, starting to get textures, that are really familiar about the column structure. This is the concrete room. You're getting your first vantage points northward, focusing on the fort. We're using concrete, in a simple way, but trying to give it, a texture that you'll see further in the project. Precast material, but also starting to use various aggregates in the mix that speak to a kind of warmth. We've used those successfully throughout the project. We want to use them here, so you're starting to feel that Bentway tactility that changes from Gardner to Bentway. Simple section that starts to give a sense of the clearance both below the bridge and above. You're kind of in a unique strata of the volume. And the sort of next room, which is also still the bridge, again supported on columns. This room starts to kind of conjure more of the textures of Fort York's language, really inspired by the visitor center and the pack house work on the site. And making that connection as almost a Fort York lookout. There's room for interpretive information here. This is the biggest room that you would encounter with seating, with prospect, direct views of the founding landscape and the fort. And here we're using weathering steel planks and claddings that start to again, conjure the quartet that is used throughout the National Historic Site, but also link it to a slightly different way of cladding that we're also using in the timber room. So these start to become a pair. The timber room is the final room. It's the big prospect lookout that looks directly westward. it sets visitors with this kind of infinity edge for gathering, for looking, and this kind of borrows again from the detailing. It's a bookend to Strawn Gate and the executed work there with yellow cedar, galvanized steel nosings, super robust but warm and tactile, and starting to kind of introduce the whole palette of materials that you would see in the Bentway and in Fort York on the National Historic Site as a sequence. And the kind of culmination of that sequence is then the meander of the path that would take you down and through and around, give you prospect of this community activation zone, and in a sense be a kind of foyer into the Bentway and the fort itself. So that meander also starts to create a softening landform that comes along the street side, starts to actually kind of protect and enclose that space, a little bit of buffer from the street so that community activities feel protected. And a sort of sense of enclosure here, but very softly descending. And that plaza, we're mirroring the plaza at Strawn, so it's a timber-decked space with some seating and bleachers along its edges to support seating, and informal performance, and then a fleet of furniture that's movable that would support that. The landform becomes this kind of hairy, kind of pioneering land object that's sinuous like the shoreline, textured like kind of a liquid landscape, building on some of the previous plantings we've done in the site, supporting steep slopes with MSE walls, live stakes of Cornus sericea, plantations of aspen groves in sunny areas to start to filter light and give that sense of enclosure to the inner plaza. We have a potential here to open one of the hoppers and have a demonstration stormwater management garden using sort of salvage materials and processing into a bioswale that is visible and can be studied and piloted. The plaza, is the culmination of the space. Then this is kind of this first public space then for the fort and the Bentway. It's about 12,000 square feet of plaza with the associated slope to support it. And we've been thinking about future phases and how we can support that public space with a built community space or kind of amenitized edge. And that's sort of coming out of discussions with both the Bentway and the fort about the need for supporting the cafe, supporting the space with a cafe, some storage or other community spaces. So these are topics for the future, but we're kind of allowing in a phasing thinking to think about phase one as a temporary plaza where early activations can take place. Phase two is really the execution of the bridge and the plaza itself as we know it, and holding out and anticipating future phases that could allow for the skating trail to extend as we know it through here, along, and to a turnaround, if not onward to the library. And that's where also we kind of allow for thinking about a cafe, storage, or a community space that could be embedded along that flanking north edge. So here's a view looking then back into the space from the intersection with the crosswalk with June Callwood Park. This becomes a node for the project where you can move southward to June Callwood, northward up to the Fort York Common, westward into the Bentway, heart of the Bentway, or eastward and beyond here. Notice the slope on the left, and sort of then in this image, the slope on the left is allowing for that future potential to amenitize the landform edge there. And finally, here's sort of an overview of how the circulation is mixed. This is really important in the thinking of the Bentway. This is a shared space. This is a place where cyclists, people, strollers, all kinds of intergenerational people are moving at different speeds. This project's really about mixing, about slowing down, thinking of the bridge not as a place to another, but a place to stay, and introducing that kind of way of moving and interacting and sharing space right at the outset. And then I think that's a good place to stop. So thanks for your attention. Look forward to discussion.
Okay, thank you very much. So let's move to questions from the panel, and I think I'll start off with Claude, since this is your opportunity to kick it off, Claude.
No, I don't have. But I guess my question would be more of a philosophical one in that sense, in terms of that the public crossing and the value of this to resolve a very complex problem in such a difficult place of where we want to do a linear park. So I can't. I think it's in a different direction, and I think this is not what the discussion need to be about. But I think I have enough stuff that I could comment on the project. Thank
Okay,
you.
well, you can save your comments till we get to the comments.
Yes, I will.
Okay,
Thanks.
thank you very much. Okay, let's go. Fadi, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, questions?
Hey, Mark. Thanks for your presentation.
Uh,
I must apologize in advance for my ignorance a little bit. Maybe Melanie, you could answer this for me. This is my first time seeing the project. I really tried to kind of gather a little bit from the background context, but I just want to be 100% clear about why do we need this bridge in the first place? Like, is it just about traffic calming? Is it no way for Fort York Boulevard to be, narrowed down? Like, what is the just general background that would necessitate this as an absolute bridge over 4 lanes of traffic?
Guess if I could start and then maybe, or did someone else want to comment first?
Go ahead, Melanie, but maybe I can add some context after your.
Yeah, you've definitely got more of the history, Pina. So this project, as mentioned, has been going on for quite some time, and there was an EA that was done that looked at various options, and I don't have all the details and all the background, but I believe that there was consideration for various options at that point. Pina, do you want to add to that?
That's exactly what I was going to say. So we did do an EA quite some time ago about how to stitch together the east and western side of the Bentway project. The intent here is that the Bentway sort of weaves its way east between, under the Gardner, as it passes through some of these private POPs that are located within the corridor. We studied a tunnel, we studied a at-grade crossing, and we studied a bridge. And at that time, it was determined that the bridge was the most feasible alternative to pursue, Fadi. And there were some extensive complications with the crossing, an at-grade crossing, because you're dealing with sightline issues associated with the bents. You're, and you're crossing what is not only 4 lanes of traffic, but also that median in the middle, which is quite difficult. I don't know, Mark, if there's anything you want to add beyond that.
Well, only that I think it's as we've seen. I'm just trying to click back to one of the overall plans, because Fadi, the area is kind of opening up in different ways. And the vision for the Bentway has always started as, a 1.75 kilometer stretch. It's now being thought about as a corridor across the waterfront. So the continuity in that, and the clarity of that, those connections eastward is important to the project. And as these blocks evolve, the idea is that those private blocks are going to be vitalized with the sort of spirit of Bentway, and there'll be kind of partnerships with the Bentway Conservancy to kind of enable that to read as the coherence. So it's also kind of part of that that role of wayfinding, orientation, and coherence across a bigger corridor.
Okay, that's very helpful. Again, I apologize for having to ask this context question. It just helps getting that out of the way to make sure that I don't have any misinformation in the background. Thanks, Mark. Thanks, Pina.
Thanks, Fadi. Nina Marie, are you there?
Thank you. Fadi has already asked the same question. I just had the question about context and the EA to ensure that the at-grade crossing had been ruled out for safety and sightline concerns. So thank you very much.
Okay. Eric.
Yeah, thank you. One question is just in terms of just want to understand the constraints that are happening on where the east landing is, in terms of, for example, you do have on the west side a more of a landform landing that has the curve. Why? So are they constrained, for example, that prevents you from doing a landform on the east side, or why was the decision to use this kind of design approach on the east side versus the west side was taken? So just trying to understand the full picture of how this came about.
Yeah, thanks, Eric. Definitely huge constraints on the east, just in terms of space and offsets from columns. Of course, now we have been working for a number of years on with transportation to ensure all the offsets from columns. We also have a condo that's just to the south here that you're not seeing, and their drop-off loading that comes around all through here. So all this was actually a condo POPs. They have actually conveyed part of that land to enable this landing. But there are all kinds of constraints in their operation. They have a lane driveway here, turnaround that comes all up against here that allows their access. So, and we have, of course, the bike lane coming underneath here. So it's just the simple constraints of the land there. We are, and I didn't mention this, but we're working with, again, with the city planning and transportation to look at a kind of more complete street approach here to Yanutsi Street to allow that safe crossing and the continuation of the trail here. So we're thinking of the plaza space as larger and encompassing the street and this area here. And we're still kind of working on how we can continue to make that feel as welcoming as possible. I hope that helps a bit.
Yes, and was there any other solution kind of studied around that area in terms of how the various solution that it could be, or?
A lot of study, and actually there's so many limitations. This is actually very similar to the solution we had in our previous bridge, because this became actually the only way to thread the needle, so to speak, through here. And to get the clearance heights for cycling to the road, we have to get up very quickly here to get our clearance and respect all the kind of constraints and boundaries. So.
Okay, that's very helpful. Thank you.
That, I mean, and I think it supported the idea that of emphasizing the difference of east and west, but obviously we couldn't bring that same kind of landform to both sides.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks, Jana.
Hey, Mark. I have no questions. Thanks.
No questions. Okay. Bridget.
Thank you, Mark. I had just one question about your railing, the stainless steel railing on your both ramp and bridge. Maybe you have an image of it where it's a kind of inside railing to the kind of green portion. Is it? Do you need something to? Yeah, any of these are fine. So, do you need something to infill to meet code, or can you do it with just the stainless steel?
No, Bridget, you're right. The model is a little bit schematic, so it doesn't show that. It's showing it as right. You're seeing it as empty in these images. There's an infill, and we're studying whether that's a bar grate, which is something we have used in the Bentway. You see on the lower right second. We're looking at a kind of infill, like it's a galvanized steel frame. We're looking at what kind of infill it makes sense here, whether that's stainless steel cable, or right now where we're looking at different densities of grate. And then pinned off of there would be a galvanized handrail.
Right.
And rub guard.
Kind of a key decision in terms of the reading of it. I mean, I really, the renderings are great, but just the kind of it's a tricky choice. So anyhow, that was my only technical question. So thank you so much.
Okay, thanks, Matthew.
Hey, Mark. Thank you for your presentation. I just have a question about these rooms and their materiality. I'm wondering if there's a story that you're telling with the timber, the aging metal, and the concrete, and if there is, what that is.
Well, I think those happen to be sort of the local vernacular, I guess, so to speak, of the Bentway. You know, earlier when thinking about the project as a whole, we were very inspired to sort of work with this sort of found condition, and a lot, you know, so first that is the concrete of the structure itself, finding a beauty in that. You know, that's been the attempt to show actually how concrete can be beautiful, also how it can be warm in some ways. The Corten steel, so that's very Gardner. The Corten steel is very much a nod to the Fort York historic site, also how they've used that and the patina of that as part of, you know, their interpretation of history in a contemporary way. Again, Patco architects, we owe them a gratitude for discovering the space, framing it for the first time, being, you know, and so it's an echo of that. It's meant to reinforce coherence with that. You see Corten steel in all across the National Historic Site in detailing, also in their signage. And then the timber is I think a Bentway addition, and it's about the counter to the concrete. It's really about warmth and weathering, and all these materials do that, and the patina of aging and the processes of decay and growth, which is all layered in with, you know, how the landscape then mixes with that. So that's kind of the quick version, Matthew. I hope it gives a little something.
Yeah, thanks, Mark.
Okay, Kevin, are you there?
I'm here. Thanks very much. Did you consider making that concrete portion cast in place? Right now you're using precast.
Yes, we're open to that. And I think this is sort of also, there's an economy to this project that, you know, is, I think, a subtext here, moving from the hanging bridge to this one. And so obviously we're really comfortable if that's, as we start working with contractors, that we'd be really comfortable with that moving there. It's more about how we can be efficient. We're trying to pick up on some of the detailing of like how this concrete relates to columns. Or even sort of like we're looking at these kind of, you know, these little recesses and rebated out elements and how they start to line up. So we're looking at this to be an echo in a way, a beautiful echo of the structure itself. So yes.
Thanks.
Okay, George. Any questions?
Good morning, Mark, and greetings.
Hello.
I have two small questions and one bigger one. My first small question is, I think you've taught me something I never knew before. MTO green. I have not heard of MTO green before. Can you unpack this for me?
We could even tell you the RAL number, George, but it's an official paint color apparently, and I know it has to do with the Gardner specifically, but I think it is. You'll find it on a lot of Ontario bridges. We've kind of by necessity fallen in love with it. I just want to flip to and it's the color of the girders that you'll see everywhere. It's the color of, oh, I guess I could go back. We've even at Strong Gate, we've actually ended up painting both with gold and with, there it is, sorry, with gold and with green. You're seeing, so second from the bottom, there's the patina of that same green.
Right.
Third from the bottom is the official green. Bottom right is sort of how we have actually kind of embraced, almost expanded that to just really accept that as the vernacular color. So yeah, it's a Gardner color. It's the official one. Riyadh and others who are on the call would be able to support that. But yeah, we've embraced it into the lexicon of the Bentway, I guess is what we try to do. Yeah.
My second small question has to do with the, I think it's the steel room of the set of three that seem to have you seem to have glazed sections of the balustrade, which I took to be facilitating outward views. And in particular, I guess the one on the north side, I'm guessing that's oriented to Fort York.
That's right, George. I mean, we've almost literally tried to make this the Fort York viewing, the first gallery for the fort, the first foyer for the fort. Again, the story on the bridge that we've always been excited about is that most passersby at sidewalk level never have a vantage point into the fort. They almost don't know it's there. So the elevation here is about kind of also celebrating that and exposing what that there's more to find here. So yes, those cuts are, you'll see them in each of the rooms, are starting to suggest both northward views and southward views. In this image, you're seeing the northern one is the big one that shows to the main blockhouses and the flag and the cannon and all that good stuff. The one to the south is actually online with Grand Magazine Way. So that's a street looking south. So you'd have a vantage towards the water. And the other ones do it in different ways. And the final one, obviously, is looking westward in the timber room. We have a glass lookout at Strawn Gate as the bookend of this, way in the west. So that's where that's coming from. To be frank about the material of glass, we think we'll definitely be able to do it on the timber room, that last one, but we may have to think about something more economical. You're also seeing a curve in this glass, which I don't think is not going to happen. So we're schematic right now. So, but the idea is openness, views, supporting and telegraphing, in a way, that kind of interpretation.
You haven't shown us long sections, but you're high enough up that you do in fact get a good view over to the fort, are you?
Yes, we could, we're actually just developing some more of those now. But yes, we remain high to get the clearance, and we stay high just a bit, through here. So we get great views, and we get a real sense of this interior.
Okay, good. Thank you. Now, my big question, and which is maybe a trickier one for you, and this is not a criticism of anything you've done, but it's a kind of question in my mind about whether there's not an additional element that you need that you don't have. And that is a quick way down to normal ground level at either end of this thing for people who, unlike me, aren't 81 years old and who aren't in a wheelchair or on a bicycle. I mean, teenagers and kids wouldn't have a problem with stairs. And switchbacks solved the problem of people in wheelchairs getting up high. But but they can trigger impatience. Oh my God, do I have to go all the way over there and then switch back all the way back over there? So as an option for the able-bodied, wouldn't it be nice to have some quick ways, well, at least one quick way down at either end?
Yeah, thanks for that, George. That's a good point. The previous bridge had that. We had both. We separated at each landing a kind of quick way down and then a side circuit. So, I mean, so I think we're still kind of investigating that. At the east, I don't know if you can see my cursor, but at the east end, there's a little bit of a corner where we might be able to sort of bring a quick get down here. Yep. So we're kind of like thinking about that. It's a good point. People do come along the sidewalk, and you might actually want to do that. So it's a great point. And we just sort of do it as economically as possible in here. I think what we love about the landing here is that in the Bentway, you become one, it's like everyone takes this great way down. But you're absolutely right. We need a shortcut. People will do it. And realistically, that'll be right here. If you can see. Right. And
I think it would be a very wise additional element.
Yeah. So you've clued us into that, and we've been hearing that a little bit, and we haven't updated the drawings to reflect that. But thank you. That reinforces an instinct we've had.
Those are my questions, Paul. Thank you.
Thanks, George. Betsy.
Yeah, thanks for the presentation. I almost wanted more on what the previous bridge parameters were, because like Fadi, I kind of don't remember the circumstances around the lengths of the bridge and the clearances and things like that. Because what you've presented seems to be a conflation of a piece of new park and the bridge. And if I remember from previous discussions, the design development of the bridge previously was a design element for sure, and we were all really in support of it, but it was also about having some efficiencies relative to movement over the crossing. So where do you have an analysis of your length to height you have to get up to cross? And my question is the same as George's, but also different in the sense that typically in the public realm, we're looking at separating cyclists and and pedestrians, because a cyclist can't ride their bike up through this kind of group of pedestrians through the rooms in any kind of safe way. And also for a wheelchair user, it's like, this is an obstacle for sure. The amount of strength that you would need to actually go the length of this piece all the way through to cross the street. I think when we've been working with groups for elderly housing and things like that, the ramp is an easy solution because it's a ramp. However, the amount of strength that you need to get up the length of space is hugely problematic for many people. So I'm interested in actually how you analyzed how each group of people moves across this. What is the most efficient way, kind of from your previous proposal, and then how it impacts this, coupled with, are we now looking at a new park design or are we assessing a bridge?
Thanks, Betsy. Yeah, I mean, I think just picking up on your last words, it's both. It's an integrated project. Everything's a hybrid about the Bentway. So this is a fusion of a park, public space, and a bridge. Yeah, I think we had a totally, I wish I could flip up the bridge for you right now in its entirety, but the other bridge was had a similar switchback, and then it rose to its peak, and then it was a long descent, but it actually didn't land until bent 89. So its landing was right here where my cursor is. And it was a long, and it widened, and it was a long descent of 5% all the way up, and then it started to descend down and around. So here we are simply holding a little bit higher, a little bit longer, creating really good opening and space underneath here. So that feels really generous. Getting the idea of rooms that start to migrate into the Bentway. In a way, we're giving a precursor to rooms. We're moving animation up the slope. And we think that they added, so there's a meander that's adding some length here. But we have to just sort of play our concept here, and our idea here is that that's a benefit, that's a net benefit, that's going to be like slowly rising through your trail. It's nothing more than 5% anywhere on this bridge. So we think that that's part of the enjoyable experience, and if there are some inefficiencies maybe, but we also think this bridge isn't about efficiencies per se. It's not about one place to the other. It's about enjoying and stopping and staying and expanding the public spaces up and over. And I guess but so I don't think I have any analysis we could share. We've certainly done many iterations on this. We could kind of share them afterwards. But yeah, I think that's kind of how we're looking at it.
Okay, and for cyclists,
I'm not sure I can,
maybe you could address the cyclist comment.
Oh,
because
yeah.
As soon as you start to connect this into a way through the city, cyclists are going to want something faster.
Yeah.
They're going to want to be biking this whole thing, but you're not biking up hairpin turns when there's like people in wheelchairs. Like, that's not realistic.
Yeah. So that's sort of really about the shared space mentality of the Bentway. So this is not the high performance cycling bridge that you see in other parts of the world. That's not what this is. And in fact, like this is a slow shared zone, and it's also about deaccelerating all the way through here and dismounting, and actually making sure this is a shared space. There's no single user group who can dominate on this. That's the story of the Bentway. This is about integration instead of separation. So there's not going to be lines that say this is for cyclists and this is for pedestrians. There's going to be no division of space. We have markings, and we have a language of paint marking textures that we use all throughout the project. So we're using and picking up on those. So those, and they talk about the shared space pace of the Bentway. So those have been, the Bentway Conservancy monitors those. We see how those perform. We'll be using those. The textures and tactility are also about slowing. The bar grate in between rooms is about slowing. The textures of the different materials is about slowing down. And this route here is really where the flow goes. So this room becomes, it's not a bridge at all. It's simply a public space. So flow goes this way. And it's about the friction intentionally. But it's certainly about accessibility for all and inclusion and a slow pace that is supporting, a lot of communication, eye contact, slowness, negotiation. That's the philosophy here, and it's it's more akin to a European approach to cycling.
You okay, Betsy? Okay. So let's move to comments. And I'll go back and start off with Claude. Do you want to kick it off?
Yeah. Paul, if you allow me, I will have maybe just a quick question, a yes or no, just for clarity. All the green slope shown on the image in front of us, is that real grass or it's what is that made of?
No, answer would be no, Claude. From here and around, these are mechanically stabilized slopes where we're going to use live staking of red osier dogwood.
Ah, okay.
So, and this would be building on some of the things we've done at Daniel's faculty with those walls. And then here we have 3-to-1 and less. And so this is where we are looking at a softscape. We're also looking at moving some of the seating into here, but this would be a softscape. This could be grass. Outer slopes are going to be ground covers not accessible.
Okay. Thank you. Hello. I didn't say hello earlier.
Hi.
What a challenging project that you guys have. Wow. Full of issues. It seems that it's just loaded, and I guess we don't even sense the complexity of this. And going from 2016 to 2020 and starting over, it's like it shows there's a kind of a numerous issue that override this. So I think you're the team made for this because you do have this resilience, which is great. I like your landscape attitude towards that. I like very much the baby gardener under mama gardener as a concept for the east side of it. I think it's a good. I think it's for me. I think it's even better than the other one. The other one, it was suspended. It was completely different. But I think this departure from that, using the vocabulary as you're doing of borrowing from the highway and develop an aesthetics out of it, I think it's great because it has a beauty and you can bring it to that level. And I think that's, I love that departure. I love the use of your green. It fits, it integrates, it does not compete. It belongs to the family. It's very clear. I also like the idea of the placemaking that you're proposing above where cars are in this transition moving towards a more of a landscape and Bentway on the west. I think the integration is very, very well thought out. I would personally simplify materiality. I find that the wood, the steel, and concrete, there's too much going on, and I think simplification would win. I would say Corten steel may not belong there, and I would leave it to Fort York, to its beauty, and as a kind of a standalone. And I think you guys should be able to stand alone, and two things that have a very strong, clear personality belongs very well together instead of blurring into each other. I think Corten steel also for public space may be difficult in terms, like you could imagine white pants on sitting on Corten steel will not go. The kind of a steel, for me, Corten steel does not have a physical tactile. It's not appealing in that. If you want to bring people to sit and spend time there, I think it's a. Anyway, I just think it would simplify by keeping maybe with the concrete and the wood. Cedar, is that the right wood? I'm thinking of the black locust that Michael van Wackelberg is using on the bridge in Brooklyn. We've used this in one project of a bridge in Montreal, and it weathers beautifully. It's local, it's sustainable, and it has such of a nice grain. And the gray of it works really well with the gray of the concrete. I like the cutout views because the bridge or this become much more in relationship with the landscape. And I love that landscape attitude that you carry in without this promenade. I think that's very good. It's very strong. I think the cutout, the access from George is describing, I think it's a good idea. Sometime for efficiency, and I think it's and it will not deter to your concept. I would support that. The language of the highway is great. I like the question of the response that you're starting to bring with the vegetation of the red dogwood on the side. I think it would be beautiful. I think it would be resilient. And what you've learned with the School of Architecture, I think it's a great thing. I think the softscape under the bridge with grass with a lot of people may be difficult because of the lack of light. I just look at the berms that we've done at Berksea and we have light. We have a lot of people. It just doesn't perform very well. Have you thought about, for example, as a suggestion, maybe the Topotech idea of those hill with asphalt and north of Copenhagen, which has a kind of a beauty in itself. Again, it would be boring from the highway, the road, and it's durable. You will not fight maintenance. You don't want mud there. So I think that could be an element that I think it would be worthwhile looking into it. But to put plants where you can do, I think it's great, but it will have to be very, very resilient. Color associated with the work, I think the green is a really good one. But I think if you're looking for more, I think staying with the highway signs, highway language, or the heavy machinery that are used all across construction site and all these things, I think it's a good way to go. So I think you're in a good, a very good place. So keep pushing.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, Claude. Let's go. Nina Marie, are you there?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for a really interesting presentation. I'm always so pleasantly surprised and delighted, hi Mark, to see projects that are really bridges as a landscape infrastructure and investment in the landscape, where it becomes hard to tell the difference between the engineered bridge and the landscape landing. I think it's a really interesting concept here. I share many of Claude's comments, so I won't repeat them, but rather say in particular that to highlight those that I think are really maybe helpful. I hope intended as helpful direction at this point and support. The materials, I think too, yeah, simplicity is helpful. I really love the MTO green, the signage across the province. Everyone will recognize this is a really legible color that is both fun and makes a lot of sense in this context. But I think the materials really should speak to your sustainability ambitions. And in that respect, the yellow cedar and the corten, I think, could be replaced with some of the suggestions Claude has made or other things that I know you guys know well about and would find ways to perhaps tie more legibly the sustainability principles to the performance. You guys are good at that. There's no shortage of that capacity. I really appreciate that there is an opportunity here for this infrastructure to perform ecologically as well as socially. It's hard for me to offer comments at this point because still the nature of the design development is showing green where we're probing for more detail, and I know that's coming. I really appreciate that the live staking of plants on the areas that need stabilization could include everything from cornice to salix that are really going to provide that robust infrastructural strength as much as color and attraction, as well as performance. Those are really important, I think, in our climate. I know that there will be other opportunities for robust plantings that can do some of this, and where they can't, then replace with the materials that will survive. I think it's become really fashionable for, and appreciate that everyone's got bioswales and pollinator pathways in their projects, and I think in principle these are very exciting advances, but I think maybe we get more from that when they're really talked about in a way that amplifies performance. And, I know that will come in the next steps, but I think there are so many precedents here that I know you have all looked at, but for the sake of the record, I think are important to say that, we're seeing across North America really good progress in land bridges in some cases, which are scale-wise maybe not directly appropriate, but where you see pedestrian and cycling and shared use zones on those land bridges, whether it's the Gathering Place in Tulsa or Memorial Park, Nelson Bird Willetts' Memorial Park Land Bridge, or Maya Lin's Confluence Project, all of which have really interesting aspects that I think are reminiscent here, and for you guys really possible to think about how to amplify those planting strategies forward in a way that's performative. I think that's a real benefit here. And you have the benefit of, your work with TO Core and the linkages that you're really, I think, admirably trying to achieve, which should in turn help push this forward. So very exciting to see bridge as park and park as bridge. And also, I think, for next time, I hope that we can have an opportunity to support the performance work, the performative concepts here that are really beginning to come out. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Dana Marie. Eric?
Thank you very much, Mark, for a great presentation. I think this is a seeing how the projects has evolved over time. I think it's it's good to see that you guys are very nimble, able to adapt very quickly and bring the whole thing together. I think that I would say I completely agree with my colleague Claude and Nina Marie in terms of their comment. I think there's try not to repeat, but I think when I look at the bridge, there is a it's a series of a lot of kind of different elements. So I think that trying to find a thread that kind of ties the whole thing together. Maybe it's in the color, it's in the materiality, it's in the treatment, maybe it's the handrail. It does feel like a whole series of different objects. So I think that in the next iteration to see how it all comes together in a more simplified, and what is the I think simplifying the palette might be, as I mentioned, it might be one of the solutions. Having a color maybe that ties the whole thing around. I think those are things that are quite that may actually work quite well. I really like that the western landing, how there's in the landscape and all the kind of that key moves that comes together. I like that upper gallery that looks down. I think that those are things that you feel like you're on a stage. It's very theoretical. It actually creates that kind of experience. And in a way, I found that I think that if there was a little bit of that experience, that a similar something that can tie in the east side of it, I think that it feels like it is sinuous. That is, you have a lot of challenges there. But I would say that the landing comes right up to the sidewalk. Is there a way to maybe at that point of termination, is there maybe providing a little bit of is it possible, and I know there's a lot of constraint, but a little bit of extra room, a little bit of a sense of arrival or termination? I think that in that case it feels like it's not quite there. It feels like it's really much stops at the edge, and if you're in a wheelchair you're kind of afraid you're going to go into your note-see. So I think seeing that it how that pieces terminates, I think would be something that I think would be beneficial. Those shortcut that George mentioned, I think those are actually also, I agree, it's something that people may want to try to go from one part to the other. There might be too at the end of the when you have the switchback at the end of Grand Magazine toward the close to Grand Magazine, and whether or not there is potentially also a stair or something that brings you up and down at that corner. I don't know if you have the room. That might be something also in terms of making sure there's a lot of porosity. Might be something that is desirable. The other thing is the one this is like if you had the concrete, let's call it, I think, a concrete room, the room that is the one closed, yes, that one. I would say that I like the one that is at the termination of Grab Magazine. I like the one at looking over kind of the stage. That one I'm not necessarily 100% convinced that it needs to be there. I found that the other two works very well together. If there was at some point you need to sacrifice one, to me that might be one that might be. I'm trying to kind of understand in terms of in simplifying the whole scheme, that if that one is truly desirable or necessary, that might be one that that could be rethought. But otherwise, like I really like what you guys are doing.
Okay, thanks, Eric. Fatty?
Thanks, Eric.
Hey, Mark. Thank you so much for your presentation. I also really appreciate that telescopic cathedral experience. It's so one of a kind and such an amazing place to be. So anything that you could do to somehow even enhance that, exaggerate it, bring people up, frame it, is always going to be this huge win. So this is really exciting. I'm also really excited about the West Landing. I think there'll be a potentially incredible juxtaposition of these massive sort of landforms. Now that I know they're planted with dogwoods is even more exciting, juxtaposed with the columns of the gardener. That could be a really incredible and beautiful moment within the park. Actually, almost anywhere in the world, I've never seen something quite like that. So it could be another really special sort of juxtaposition of, landform, landscape, and infrastructure. I see the potentials of the rooms generating another incredible level of interest along the paths, so that it's not this kind of super highway, but these elevated mini plazas. I am also a bit worried about the too many materials. Maybe I would suggest just kind of picking one, but working with the railings, like the angle, the spacing, or the material, or just the design of the railings themselves when they arrive at the rooms, to be something maybe just a little bit different, to accentuate those rooms than the railings as you go up the ramp. Like that could be a potential to kind of call them out without having to use concrete, timber, and steel. Just one potential for that. Where I see the most room for potential or friction is really evident in slide 18, where the landing, I think, if I'm not mistaken, it's something like 5 meters where the highest point is. But then after that, it starts getting a little bit kind of jumbled, where the baby gardener is under the mama gardener. And then you start getting these moments of like underbelly, the kind of like underbelly of the under gardener. So I'm just thinking that there might be, that there's real opportunities there for considering what that looks like, especially when it gets close to that condo building and where the sidewalk on the south side meets the new landing. So there's potentially opportunities for kind of lighting this place differently, thinking of the ground plane and the materials and the paving, even though you're not going to encourage people to cross Fort York Boulevard, but really thinking of where that landing meets the street and how these multiple tiers and levels are actually going to be generating quite a jumble of infrastructure, and if treated properly could be also pretty awesome. So I would consider lighting it, color or other things. Anyway, so these are my main comments. It's actually really exciting to think of this convolution of hybrids of circulation, infrastructure, and parks. It's a pretty unique space. I would just think of these under tiers, these levels below the landing on the east side, as another opportunity to create more rooms and more spaces, maybe even places for kids would be super excited about, because it's kind of a miniature scale world of the larger infrastructure that surrounds them. Thanks, Mark.
Thanks, Fatty. Bridget?
So thank you, Mark, for a really great presentation. So you described what you're doing as threading the needle. I totally agree. So a couple of comments. First of all, I think that the issue of railings is a big deal. It's kind of like the architecture of the project, and they're very difficult because you have to meet code issues, climbability issues, and the 4-inch sphere of a baby's head. So just make sure you kind of review all the options. I think mock-ups would be really key in just getting it so right. You want transparency, but so again, it's really challenging. I think the plaza at the east end where the condo is, I really support the idea of treating it as a plaza. So you have a street, you've got the condo next to it. Maybe the issue of how you pave the road and the material or something can create a kind of appropriate landing, even though there's not a lot of space. So I just think it's a kind of design exercise that is really an extension of the project, so that Grand Magazine doesn't become just a roadway north-south, but really a termination of this kind of longer linear pathway. I totally agree with George's comment about needing a stair on the east side, as much for pedestrians as for cyclists. Like really jock cyclists are going to carry their bike up the stair and then cross over to the other side. And also people in the neighborhood might use it as a shortcut instead of taking the long ramp. So I just think it's really part of urbanizing that area. I love your west side kind of ramp, the sort of, it reminds me of the Frank Gehry ramp inside the AGO, this kind of iconic interior ramp brought outside. So I thought that was a lovely touch. And I guess I don't see it as a cycling bridge. It's really a bridge that cyclists can cross over, because I mean, just the ramp itself and like if there's even one person walking and a cyclist, it's really kind of problematic. And then, I've used Corten steel for a long time. It's a great material, but I actually don't think this is the right place for it. I actually think that wood is really the identity of the Bentway, this kind of robust wood that you've used further west. And I feel like it's almost like imagining this mini gardener sleeving into what I would see as a wood abutment. And that wood abutment becomes a platform viewing west, a platform viewing north, and a kind of urban room. So it's a bridge that meets the abutment. And then the abutment really makes this transition landscape-wise down to the next level. And I just think that it would address some of Claude's comments about simplification of materials without change. I just feel like the sense of abutment and it being kind of wood to buttress this kind of mini gardener sliding into it. So it's almost like the wood piece receives the metal mini gardener and one sleeves into the other, as opposed to 1, 2, 3 of the different rooms. It just gives you maybe a slightly even bigger space at the top that doesn't have to get articulated as 3 rooms, but 1 room. And it just gives you a bit more latitude space-wise for all the different uses. And then it also kind of just means it's a simplification that isn't a capitulation. It's kind of like it's in the language of what you've started, but reconfigured in a slightly different way. I think that what's so important about this whole project, it's an indicator of metropolitan life. The fact that you're having to negotiate with adjacent condos and their loading areas, like it's just really a kind of a project of such urban complexity, which is what makes it really so special and amazing. And I guess I just, again, want you to rethink that wood kind of piece, because I just see it as a great opportunity to view over Fort York, and the issue of how you use graphics or anything didactic to explain to the viewer, what am I looking at? This thing existed before all of Toronto was even here. So all these questions of the history and the layered condition, I just think, normally those graphics are so cheesy. They're kind of so, sort of Parks Canada. And I feel like if there's a way to kind of use these slots or cutouts in your kind of urban wood room at the top to really orient you both west, north, south, east, I think of it as this kind of great viewing platform that sort of allows the viewer to kind of situate themselves in history and also in the geography of the area. But really great job so far in rethinking. So it's so hard because it had the original concept was so amazing. We all loved it. Hanging infrastructure made so much sense. So I feel like the reconceptualizing is always tougher and way more painful. And I just feel like I guess I feel like this kind of sense of you landing on the other side. For like, this view is great because in a way, as opposed to three things, you would read one kind of gnarly wood thing that the green thing would just slide into, and kind of allow you then to descend kind of in this curvy way down to the ground, and probably help your budget a lot. So anyhow, thank you for the great work, and look forward to seeing you the next time.
Okay, thanks. Let's see, Matthew, are you there?
I am here, and my colleagues have said a lot of the things that I want to say as well, so I'm not going to repeat them. But I will say that I do think a simplification of the materials would be very helpful. I really love what Bridget was saying about just the two pieces, the steel piece sliding into the wood piece, and how that is created. I'm not quite sure, but I'm sure you'll figure that out. And I also want to suggest that you think about using the materials in a way that they're meant to be used, or that they tell you to be used. I mean, thinking about wood as handrails, those types of things, the steel as supports. I think it could be a really beautiful use of the material as infrastructure. So I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thanks, Matthew. Kevin?
Thanks very much. I'm typically reviewing like the energy model, so I guess maybe I can talk a little bit about what I think of the architecture here, which I'm kind of very compelled by. I'm just wondering if I think lighting is going to be a huge part of this, and I don't think that was really talked about. So maybe next time the lighting strategy, like what's this like at night, could be totally amazing. Also, with respect to that, it was sort of rendered, and I think this ties into sort of what Matthew was just saying. What's the logic of the actual materials that you're assembling here? It looks like I love the rooms myself. The concrete portion is sort of rendered here like it's cast in place, but it's actually really an assembly of the steel and the concrete, which I think could be totally cool as well. So I just wouldn't back away from the fact that you could kind of express it as precast panels attached to a steel armature, and kind of make it maybe authentic's the wrong word, but more direct expression of what the construction is, which I think you're really good at. And lastly, I think I just want to reinforce what George said originally. I think that having that kind of immediacy, you can imagine, like I'd want to go and visit this place. It looks really cool and interesting, and I'm going to learn more about the city by lingering. But then it would be great for it to also be very expedient. So I seeing that kind of shortcut's the wrong word, but just more direct functional aspect to it, I think is very, very important. Thanks.
Thanks. Jenna?
Thanks, Paul, and thank you, Mark. It was a great presentation. I want to also say you fought the righteous fight all these years trying to get it suspended from the underside of the deck, and it's unfortunate it didn't happen in the end, but I appreciate the effort and duration and resistance that you offered. In the interest of time, I know we're over. I'm just going to concur with my colleagues about simplifying the material selection for the rooms. I think it's a really lovely idea to use those decks as a way to both enclose people, to give them a sense of amenity and comfort when they're up that high, but at the same time, through the use of the transparency of the glass, to give them a kind of leading edge about where the great views are, and then to back that up with some didactic material so that you actually learn something about this critical point in the city that, as many people said, you don't know much about. I think that's more than enough, and to do that in a really elegant and quiet way, and to harness the kind of matter-of-factness of the existing infrastructure, which I think you've done really well with materials, just tweaking them, elevating them, quoting the MTO green. I don't think you need a whole lot more than that, but to keep doing what you've done in the first phases, which is to just do an elegant rendition of that. So thanks.
Okay, thanks. George?
Well, I would just say three things in conclusion. One is I'm pleased that the idea of the shortcuts down at the ends seems to have been picked up both by my colleagues and by Mark. My colleagues have persuaded me of two other things which I would just like to reinforce. You know, the different rooms are already spatially different from one another. And so I think I agree that a simplification of the material palette where they could afford to be more similar to one another materially, and they would still read as different from one another because they're so different spatially. So I think there's a kind of, you know, win-win trade-off that could be achieved there. And the use of wood for, you know, railings and benches and so on could be thematic in that transformation. And then the last thing is, I didn't think of it, but of course my landscape colleagues pointed out that you need to make your plant selection carefully in respect to the issue of what is going to get sun and what, because of the gardener above, isn't. It's high enough up that some sun will get in underneath it, but that needs careful examination. But like everyone else, I think it's a good bounce back from your previous proposal. So congratulations.
Okay, Betsy.
Sure. Maybe you could go back to the slide that has the overall, so I'm not speaking to this image. And I have to admit that you're at a slight disadvantage, because when I had heard that you couldn't hang the bridge anymore, I had immediately completed your project in my head and essentially kept the bridge but inverted the structure. So you still had this wooden element that relates to the other wooden pieces that are kind of climbing through the under the gardener, but on this support structure that would have propped it up in a way that almost it would have seemed like a creature kind of moving through the project. Now, you couldn't have done that for a variety of reasons, given the length of the bridge and a number of other things. And maybe go back to a picture that has the color. So it has the ramps and all of that. There's one overall that's a better kind of overall image of it. My colleagues have not been able to convince me that the language that you're pulling through from the gardener is the right language for this project. I think that the appropriate, it's not so much the appropriateness of the color green. So that's in the paint color is totally not something I want to comment on. Neither in my comments is the use of the landform, because I do appreciate how landforms are part of the language that your office works in making spaces, and I think does have a continuity and relational piece to the rest of the undergardener. It's more about the bridge specifically, and whether it addresses the safety for pedestrians, cyclists, age groups, wheelchair users, and then the cohesive vision for the project, which are things that we've been asked to kind of comment on. I think the bike piece is something that you'll really have to work through, and the wheelchair piece as well. I would probably, I mean, the bike piece is really your judgment call. Like, are you slowing the movement down enough to really dissuade people from riding? And are you getting them off their bikes? That I don't really have expertise to comment on. The wheelchair piece, I would just get some consultants on board that could talk through where and how often you need stopping points to make it really comfortable for someone who doesn't have, say, a lot of upper body strength to navigate this piece in a wheelchair. Aside from the lighting, I think multiple shortcuts are probably required for safety. If it was nighttime and I had no other way to cross the street, I likely wouldn't take this bridge. Being a woman in the downtown, once you're on it, you're stuck for a really long time. And I think you can't discount those kinds of situations in the city. So those are kind of more practical pieces about, is the ramp correct for safety, security, and all the people that are going to use it? Kind of in terms of the continuity, my take on the use of materials is that you haven't quite it's not, doesn't read yet like a cheeky take on the materials of the Gardner. It's, and I think we talked about this with the wood bridge as well, where your under pieces become really hard to deal with. And I'm not sure that those under pieces really got resolved in the previous scheme either. But I would agree with Fadi that those are still really kind of a fairly big problem area in this scheme, because you're creating a lot of them. You know, especially in the switchback ramp on the west side, fewer in the ramp on the rooms and how they cantilever over the planted mound on the east side. So I think that the how this meets the ground needs to have a rethink in many of these areas. Maybe there's more solidity on the west side that borrows from the landform on the east side, but isn't quote unquote landform from a kind of how you build it, as a way to kind of prevent all of these kind of under areas from becoming just more of the situation that you're actually trying to solve by building a park under the Gardner. As far as the rooms go, I appreciate the lookout points. I think for me, the discontinuity doesn't add anything to the project. It would be like if you were doing the wave decks downtown and you just decided to make each wave deck out of a different material, but it was the same wave deck, and then somehow you thought, oh, the materials are relating to the city. But as we know, in that situation, that would have been a really terrible call. I think this is not the right call either. It's not enough of any one thing to be an idea. I agree with Matthew's interpretation. Like if you're going to use a material, use the material in the way the material wants to be used. So I could see poured concrete being used. It would be rough. It could be rough in a really interesting way, but in a way that's really different from the bents. And I think that would really distinguish how you're making these spaces to kind of be in contrast to the bents. I mean, you can't get away from this big view. So no matter what, you're going to have this big, glorious view from the bents. But I don't think that's reason enough to copy the formal language of the structure of the pieces. It doesn't add anything at that little mini scale, even if it becomes a little children's playground. And if it were a children's playground, I think you could design a way better children's playground than just being under the ramp. So I think there's a lot of rethink that has to happen from how you're holding this up, how it meets the ground, and then kind of fundamental material choices. My comment on the Corten, I think that hopefully everyone has kind of dissuaded you from using it. They've used that Corten as a floor finish in a lot of the work that's been happening in the Don Valley Parkway kind of cleanup and the parks in the Riverdale area, and it breaks through really quickly. So in a couple of seasons, they're already replacing planks. So that's just a FYI. But I think you need to actually be much more ambitious in the development of these platform and room pieces, and have it not be about a material choice, but be about what the thing actually looks like and how it works. Sorry to have gone last and say that.
That's okay. Thank you very much for your comments. Is there anyone else on the panel who wishes to add any comments? Okay, and I'll try and offer a summary of what we've heard, and then we'll give the proponent a chance to respond after we take a vote. I guess in terms of starting points, the panel appreciates how complex this is, and the fact that you're quite resilient in coming back after not being able to hang the bridge from the Gardner for obvious reasons. Several analogies have been used about threading the needle. Also, you know, I guess the question of what's the big idea, the unifying big idea, has been put out. I think there's some key areas where there's obvious consensus, and other areas where there's some very positive and strong suggestions for rethinking and to improve it. And in terms of the areas of consensus, I think everyone has basically said, simplify the materials. There's been a suggestion that the combination of the Corten steel, the concrete, and the wood is mixing too many apples and oranges. And suggestions have been made about perhaps standalone concrete and wood being the direction that should be followed there. With respect to the palette and all the elements, I think there's a general consensus throughout all the comments that there needs to be a stronger identity to tie all the elements together throughout the entire project so that people can see a very unique experience when they enter at one end, go through this, and come out at the other. There have been suggestions made clearly that I think most people would totally agree on what George has referred to as quick ways down, not only perhaps at either end, but perhaps elsewhere as well. And I think the comment that Betsy just made about being alone on this structure at night, even with lighting, is problematic. And there should be ways to get on and off it without going to either end. In terms of the analogy of thinking of it as the bridge as a park and the park as a bridge, I think that came through on part of many of the comments. I believe that there was consensus on the need for a lighting strategy that we didn't see yet that needs to be developed clearly throughout. Everyone appreciates the fact that this is going to be a very unique and iconic experience, especially looking under that long perspective under the bents of the Gardiner. And it'll be provide many opportunities for people to, in fact, as they work their way through this, slow down, stop, take in views of the fort, views to the south, views under the bents. This is not meant to be sort of a quick experience as you run through. That leads me to also bring about the comment that some people have made regarding the potential conflict of bikes, pedestrians, wheelchairs, etc. Even though it's very clear the intent is that this is not a place where you ride your bike and do around the hairpin turns and then try and avoid pedestrians and all that kind of stuff. People are people, and we all know the experience on the waterfront, even with dedicated separate bike lanes in terms of the pedestrian bike conflict. So I think that needs a lot of careful thought. What are the strategies for people to stop, to slow down, to walk their bikes, etc.? I think that's something that really needs a lot of attention, or we're going to regret it down the road. In terms of, let me see some of the other areas here. There's been analogies made about, the big Gardiner, the baby Gardiner. I'm not sure that's the right analogy. The fact is, I think what people are saying, this should be a complete, unique structure, landform that stands alone from the Gardiner. Obviously, it's under the Gardiner. It shares those materials in many ways, but it has to have an identity that's very clear and very strong on its own. Comments made about color. I think we've learned about MTO green. That seems to work. But again, I get the sense that there's a feeling, again, of simplifying both the colors, the palette, the materials, all the way throughout this project. In terms of the sort of a general overall comment about the three different rooms, depending on where you go with this, perhaps if you need to simplify or even eliminate one of the rooms, a suggestion has been made of the central room, but that's just something for consideration. I think the opportunity to rethink how this structure meets the ground, the material choices, and again, the clear unifying idea of the platforms in the rooms is the central overall theme that I think the panel wants to leave you with. And I think we appreciate all the work that's been done and how difficult it is to sort of start from scratch again. But I get the sense that it's not there yet. There's more work to do in these various areas that I've tried to summarize. So I think that tries to capture most of the comments that people have made. And my suggestion would be at this stage to put forward a motion of a vote of conditional support. And I'm happy to entertain any commentary from the panel about that.
I'm
Betsy.
gonna offer a vote, unfortunately, of non-support for the project.
Okay. Is there anyone else who would like to vote non-support? Okay. Can I assume then that the rest of the panel is in favor of conditional support? Okay, thank you very much. So be recorded of conditional support with one reservation of non-support. So back to you, I guess, Mark, perhaps in terms of your opportunity to comment on what you've heard. And I hope all these comments are going to be helpful to you as you work your way through this. It's a very complex project.
Thank you, Paul and panel. Absolutely. Yeah, that's been really helpful to hear all kinds of detailed and broad commentary that we'll just digest and we'll process. But I really appreciate the careful review and particularly some even actionable suggestions, Bridget, particularly on solving that idea of what does it mean to simplify. Because, you know, as designers, that's always good advice, right? We would offer the same. And I guess one context, as we have this dilemma, the Bentway is very different from the typical waterfront projects. Its sort of ambitions are a little bit different, and it reflects a sort of different sensibility about design and community and participation and engagement and diversity, plurality, and a bit, you know, matter of fact, and also just really accessible. So we're interested in design in the highest sense, and we appreciate all the comments, but we're also really interested in a culture of the culture of diversity. So yeah, so I think we're just going to all kind of process all of this, because we've always seen the roof as the singular element that ties everything together, and then the space for diversity within it. But we have learned a lot from the comments, and I'm really excited to think about materiality and really refresh our thinking on it. So thank you for that. And George, I'm absolutely mesmerized by the flowering tree in your backyard. So that's always really been beautiful to see as well. So thanks, and to all. And I also want to thank the Bentway Conservancy in Fort York for all the input that they've been giving us along the way. And so certainly this is complex, but we're really excited about the way it's going, and we hope to one day build this. So my gratitude to you all, and really all the best. Look forward to seeing you again soon.
Okay, thanks very much, Mark.
Thank you,
So that concludes this item. We're a little bit behind, 5 after 1. We're scheduled to resume after a lunch break at 1:30. I think we should still adhere to that. So if we could see you again at 1:30, that would be great.
Welcome everybody to this presentation on the Leslie Street Lookout Schematic Design. You can see the site at the far end of the ship channel, the east end of the ship channel with frontage on Leslie Street X. The site is owned by the erstwhile TPLC, currently known as Create TO, and Jennifer Tharp is representing Create TO here. It's surrounded by other property that is also owned by Create TO and looks out on property that is, for the most part, with the exception of some of the Castle Point lands owned publicly. Next. In terms of land use, it is for the most part situated around beside port and industrial land uses, with other production, interactive and creative uses. But as you know, this is part of the Portlands, and so it is, one might even say, at the heart of the Portlands. So it's very much situated in a policy and land use context that is industrial and port uses. Although, you might note, there are future proposed yellow water's edge promenade along the ship channel adjacent to this park. In terms of adjacency to open space, It is part of the Leslie Green portal, which was contemplated as part of the Portland planning framework. And it is almost immediately adjacent to the area south of Unwin, which is Tommy Thompson Park, and part of what was once known as Lake Ontario Park. So the area south of Unwin is municipal parkland, or operated by municipal parks. So in addition, there are, as you know, some future parks being developed as part of the Portland Flood Protection project, and some existing city parks like McCleary Park nearby. Next. It supports one of the major identified views in the Portland's planning framework, and while it's difficult to get to the site right now because it is currently a rental, an equipment rental facility. The views from that area of town are quite extraordinary, looking out on downtown and across the Ship Channel, which is one of the most distinct features of downtown Toronto, sort of canal-like. Next. I'd like Jennifer Tharp to take over and talk about the project description and background, and I'll be back in a few minutes when she's done to talk about the context.
Thanks, Tammy. So I'm Jennifer Tharp. I'm a manager of development at CreateTO, and I'm the project manager for Leslie Slip Lookout Park. We also have Han Liu on the line as well, who's director of major projects at CreateTO. So some of this information we discussed the last time we were at DRP. But the Leslie Slip Lookout Park is a new park in Toronto's Portlands, and it's well situated at the end of the Ship Channel at 12 Leslie Street, as Natami mentioned, and provides dramatic views across the Ship Channel and back in the Portlands and back towards the downtown core. The park is also located along the Martin Goodman Trail in a really high traffic location for cyclists, many of whom are traveling to and from Tommy Thompson Park. The park is just under 0.8 hectares or 1.9 acres in size. Currently sits on land that has been traditionally industrial. As Natami mentioned, there's currently Sunbelt Rentals on the site, and they will be relocating to another site in the Portlands very soon. So based on some of the comments that we received at the last design review panel meeting, I also just wanted to note that at this time, the limits of our project include the park right up to the dock wall edge, and we're not including any elements in the project that include any access to the water. And so our design team for this project is led by Claude Cormier and Associates. The lookout structure architect is GH3, and Eric is our lead in engineering and construction management. The project also includes Lurek Consulting, and we also have Bob Goulet from Nibissing Consulting, who is providing his expertise to this project in the area of Indigenous relations and community engagement. Next slide, please. So we held our first public meeting, our first public community consultation meeting on March 8th with Lura and consultants. We had approximately 150 participants, and we heard various comments associated with schematic design. Some of the comments we received included compatibility of parkland and industrial uses, and how we might mitigate pollutants that are migrating to the park from adjacent industrial properties. We also heard comments reflecting the industrial heritage of or how we might reflect the industrial heritage of the neighborhood in the park design. We heard the importance of using Indigenous tree species and plant material and creating environments for wildlife, particularly for migratory birds. We've also been asked to ensure that the high volume of cyclists along Leslie are considered in the park design, whether that be including water fountains, bottle fillers, bike parking, etc. And we also heard general concerns about street safety, particularly given the high volume of trucks along Leslie Street. So we've also set up a structure for Indigenous engagement to initiate a dialogue regarding how we can make this park a more welcoming space and how we can reflect living Indigenous culture into the design of the park. So we have our first Indigenous community sharing meeting scheduled for next week on April 27th. The purpose of this meeting will be to seek input and feedback from First Nations, Métis, and Inuit communities to inform design development and placemaking, placekeeping opportunities. Dialogue on opportunities to integrate Indigenous perspectives in the park, to understand Indigenous specific interests and considerations, and to undertake collaborative engagement process that meets the needs of Indigenous communities and build on relationships. So following these meetings, we'll be scheduling a second public meeting later this spring, and we'll be holding follow-up Indigenous community sharing meetings, as well as meeting with IPAC, which is the Indigenous Placemaking Advisory Circle, later this spring. So we're still aiming to complete detailed design and tender this year so that we can begin construction in 2022 and open the park in 2023. Next slide. So we've listened to the feedback that we've heard from the community, various stakeholders, as well as the Waterfront Design Review Panel. And the design team has evolved the project design in a number of areas, including the location of the lookout structure and the program. Specifically, we've had further conversations with Parks, Forestry, and Recreation staff regarding a washroom in the park, given that the new Tommy Thompson entrance pavilion, which includes, I think, 4 washroom stalls, is approximately 150 meters away from Leslie's Lip Lookout. We think that the new entrance pavilion is the best location for washrooms to serve this park. There's also been advancement in the grading and dock wall, water management and infiltration strategy. The location of the boardwalk has changed. More work has been done looking at tree species and afforestation zone. A lighting plan has been developed, more attention looking at sight lines and safety and park safety. Looked more at cycling infrastructure, comfort and microclimate, and park furniture as well. So the design team will walk you through a number of these design updates in a few minutes. So I think back to Natami for the next slide.
Great. Just to situate you a little bit, this is the site in context. Next. So you can see there are across Leslie Street, there are allotment gardens that have been there for quite some time. They're well-established City of Toronto run allotment gardens. Just to the south is this Telesat Canada facility, which if you are familiar with going to Tommy Thompson Park, you will perhaps recall the place with all of the satellite dishes. That's that, just to the south. There's also strata aggregates immediately adjacent, sort of southwest of the site, and there's a driveway to access strata aggregate that forms the southern boundary of the site. There's also to the north, Canada Post building, which is relatively brand new, and surrounding the site is also the wastewater treatment plant and some other concrete companies. Next. This is the post office, which I believe came to, maybe it was, no, I don't think it came to DRP, but it is a relatively recently completed building at 675 Commissioner Street. Next. And this is the Tommy Thompson Park entrance pavilion with which you are no doubt familiar. It came to the DRP in 2017, and it received conditional support. The consensus comments were about the landscape design. The parking lot design seemed to feel suburban to this group. The design of the pavilion felt unresolved and inconsistent with the nature of the site, and that they were asked to consider using solar domes and solar panels on the roof and adding car charging stations to the parking lot. So that was the last time that this building came, and I think just recently it was completed. Next. The Leslie Street Lookout is currently in schematic design, and we anticipate that they will return with a detailed design following completion of their detailed design at first stage 3 review. Last time that this group saw this proposal, these were the comments. In general, there was some requests to consider the industrial character of the site and to situate it in industrial and natural setting, the access to the park from the water, to consider park amenities and infrastructure for users and cyclists, to to make sure that the site was overall safe and that sight lines were provided from the street, to consider the day one audience, to and that a section drawing that integrates the full Leslie Green Street portal should be provided. Also, this group asked for a consultation process, a developed consultation process with Indigenous groups to incorporate Indigenous geographical histories. So that was what we heard last time. Next. We at Waterfront Toronto would request that you consider whether the design concept and the revised plan meets the overall objectives of access and safety for the park from the street, whether the revised amenities and furniture strategies adequately address the needs of different users throughout the year, including cyclists, families, and day one audience like shift workers, and whether the updated design sufficiently references the industrial character of the site, and whether the proposed material palette supports this character. In terms of the environmental strategy, we request feedback on the approach to afforestation and whether it's appropriate for this site and project. We also request that we wonder whether the panel supports the proposed landscape treatments in terms of the ecological and infrastructural performance of the park, and whether it advances Waterfront Toronto's goals for sustainable landscapes. Great. Okay, and without further ado, I'd like to introduce Mark Halley, who will present the project on behalf of Claude Cormier and Associates.
Thank you, Natami. Thanks, Jennifer.
Okay, thank you, Natami. Thanks, everybody. It's the second time that I'm speaking to you today, so hope you didn't get too much of me this morning. Can everybody see my screen?
Yep.
Perfect. Okay, so this is here we are for DRP2, and let's just go to the next. And just a recap of the comments from the last time we met. I think Natami had run through these, but just to nail kind of the 5 key points that we're considering as we present this today. Consider both the industrial and natural qualities of the site, and continue to develop a direct and strong big idea. Provide a response to what is the culture of this place. Second one, further develop the consultation process to ensure that it will capture not only historical references, but also Indigenous histories. Number 3, consider the high volume of users and cyclists throughout the year and provide park amenities and infrastructure to serve them. Fourth is consider how nearby shift workers will use the park, as well as the overall 24-hour safety of the park, and provide a robust lighting strategy. And then the last one, which Jen talked about, consider access to the park from the water and the potential of using the water's edge as a dock for small inner harbor ferries. And because it's not within the scope, there are a lot of constraints to using the navigable waters and making them accessible in the ship channel, but this is not going to be covered in the scope. So 5 design intentions kind of capture overall the intention of the design initiative. And the first one is to embrace the context. It's not to compete or distract from the context. The context is very unique. There's a certain powerful sense of place to it, and we want to embrace that. The second one is merging the cultural and natural flows. The third one is a built-in flexibility, so it can adapt over time. 4, simple and timeless, straightforward, engaging, and genuine placemaking. And 5, robust, low-tech, and resilient. So I won't spend too much time on the context. I think Natami walks us through that in quite a detailed way. But I think this is a very unique site. It's a very curious location, and it's interesting that it straddles this weird threshold between an intense natural system that's taking root at Tommy Thompson Park and this really intense urban system, which is on the other side towards the downtown. And it's just interesting to see in this plan how, back from 1834, almost 200 years ago, overlaid with the eventual filling of Ashbridges Bay. It's just how these were juxtaposed. And you can see how the islands had once formed a barrier beach that protected Ashbridges Bay. And you can see our site is just on the edge of where that sandbar would have been. And then you see how the subsequent infill, and along with the evolution of that shoreline, except for the one at the top, we didn't quite get that far. But just to show how this juxtaposition of these two extremes, there's still a sense of this on the site. And how do we embrace this into the park, into the design along this threshold between the Tommy Thompson aspect, which is very natural, and then the Portland side, which is very, very heavy intensity urban. Just some key things to point out, and I think we all know the area very well, but I would say one of the key access points for pedestrians would be the Martin Goodman Trail. And it was commented last time, the enormous amount of users that used this last year, and the need to accommodate these users in the infrastructure of the park. Also pointing out locations to bathrooms, and Jen pointed out that 150 meters south of the site, we do have the washroom at Tommy Thompson Park. And then everything else, we have the parklands, Cherry Beach, we have the burgeoning neighborhood that's happening along the mouth of the Don River. But it's still a neighborhood in flux, and it's going to remain defined and expression industrial for the foreseeable future. There's long-term lease tenants, leaseholders along these properties for the cement factory, the aggregates. It's going to keep this gritty aspect in its context probably for still quite some time to come. And just looking at it closely, again, I won't spend too much time on this, but I think it's important to point out the relationship to the entrance to Tommy Thompson Park and the washroom pavilion and entrance pavilion that's there. The proximity of the Martin Goodman Trail and how maybe there's a possibility for it to follow the diagonal that comes through the site. And then these neighbors that are not gonna go away for a long time. So we have to be ready to buffer ourselves for them, but also it's a unique chance to get a front row seat to this working landscape that most people don't have a chance to access. Here are some photographs of the site as it currently stands. Currently, plans are underway to start demolition and dock wall repair. So this is how we currently see the site, and there's not a lot to retain. But the magic and the power of the site that really merits putting a park at this location is this relationship with the water, the view down the long ship channel, the view to the skyline, and this unique moment where you have, like I said earlier, a front row seat to this industrial landscape where the ships are close and you can recreate while watching others work. So the park is defined by 5 simple elements. The first one are 3 mounds along Leslie Street and Strata Lane, 1 bosque, kind of a forested area, 1 beach, 1 lookout structure, and 1 fire pit. It's a very simple assemblage of parts, a basic palette, but hopefully the assemblage of these, the spatial arrangement will come together to create a place that has magic. This would have been the last plan that you would have seen that was fresh out of the competition. And there's a few things that have changed. So I'll just let you look for a couple of seconds and then I'm going to switch it. And some of the key changes I can point out are just a slight relocation to the lookout structure, moved further to the east. I'll talk about the reason for that in a second. The boardwalk, there used to be a kind of a dock into the sand, but that's been replaced by 2 flanking boardwalks that carry pedestrians all the way to the dock wall and then provide an accessible access to the lengths of both sides of the beach. The fire pit is new. Benches, linear benches, which we'll talk about a little bit later. Picnic tables, the boardwalk I talked about, the overland flow route, which I'll talk about also. 71 bike posts and a gravel way along a dry swale to accommodate the large bike users along that diagonal edge. And then the afforestation zone, which I'll also talk about more in a few minutes. So I'm going to pass it to Vanessa Abram from GH3 to give a presentation on the lookout structure.
Thanks, Mark. The GH3 team designed this small pavilion to serve as a lookout structure. It provides stunning views of the shipping channel, the Portlands and the surrounding park, and the city skyline beyond. The pavilion is located at the edge of the park's central gathering hub, and as such, it also behaves as an anchor, a visual marker, and a meeting point for the park. It is 10 meters tall and has a 7-meter diameter. The structure references the site's industrial past and surrounding context in different ways. The crenulated roofline resembles the teeth of a gear, and its cylindrical form resembles a small silo. An arched entryway is carved out of the ground level and provides access to a maintenance room and storage area for park staff. The pavilion will also integrate a bicycle repair station and drinking fountain at the ground level. On the second level, 3 more arches open up views to the park and its surroundings. This top level is visible from all sides, creating a safe lookout area and 360-degree vista. Thanks. I'll pass it back to you, Mark.
Mark, we can't hear you. I think you might be muted. If
Yes, you're right. My apologies. Thank you, Mail. Just to talk about the relocating of that lookout structure just slightly to the east, there's an existing building which is built on deep pile caps and grade beams. And if there's a way to kind of like a hermit crab or just to shoehorn our structure into that existing structure, it might provide some savings and allow us to sort of build upon some of the more stabilized parts of the site. This is a view looking at one of the main directions that faces towards the city skyline and the lookout over the beach. And you can imagine this kind of for events, if they're organized events, if there's a DJ or some kind of leader, this would be kind of a rostrum for possible public uses and community gatherings. And the structure, as Vanessa had pointed out, it has these 4 doorways that look out in all directions, and the arches that look out to the city, the panoramic view over the portlands, and also to the skyline. And as Vanessa had also pointed out, we're trying to, this structure will almost act as a beacon. If you, let's say, have a trouble with your bike or a flat tire, it provides a landmark that you'll be able to see from a distance and say, hey, there's a place I can go and get my bike fixed, while also signaling that this is a place for that user to be able to find some respite, a lot of place for them to park, to do repairs. It can become a little mecca for the bike community that would be passing along and around the site. Now, just to give it a sense of scale, because I think most of us are familiar with Sugar Beach, it's almost identical in surface area, the area for Sugar Beach and the Leslie's Slip Lookout. It's kind of got this curious similarity in this geometry too. Just the beach though is in a separate geometry. Now I'm going to talk about the dock wall, and we've made a decision since the last time we talked to raise the dock wall. And there's some dock wall repairs underway. There's a kind of engineering scope of work that's going to precede the construction of the landscape. And we thought, well, this would be a great opportunity to raise the dock wall to help us kind of kill a few birds with one stone. So we're proposing to raise the dock wall to 76.7 from the existing 76.3, and then the beach would be at 76.6. And I'll explain in a little while how we arrived to that level. But some of the benefits of this are, for example, one, being safely above the projected high lake level of 76.2 that the TRC has put out. And I'll just talk about just before I talk about the second point, just also noting that we're going to recover a number of bollards just to maintain that navigation history along the language of the dock wall. So the first reason for raising the dock wall is to lift us above the lake level. The second one is it also helps to minimize the amount of excavation that we would need to do. So that provides a savings. And still, as we discussed last time, we'd like to be able to excavate for the clean cap, which is 1.5 meters, in the beach, and be able to use that material to help build up the berms wherever we can, just to minimize the amount of contaminated soils leaving the site. Now, how we obtained that level is it's just a kind of a simple exercise that Arab had undertaken, just with looking at a kind of a Google grading analysis to see where is the ridge line that currently dictates the overland flow dynamic of the site and of the neighborhood. So looking at kind of at 76.6, 76 and 77, it was identified that there's kind of a ridge line at 76 76.6 that kind of passes through what is going to become the beach. We wanted to make sure we didn't raise it above this level so that it didn't cause any overland flow conditions that would cause flooding in the neighborhood behind the site. But it also provided us a chance to, the next slide, deal with infiltration. Because we can raise the dock wall, it puts us above 1 meter of the mean groundwater level. So what that means is it allows us to infiltrate. It gives us enough buffer to sort of clean any kind of infiltration before it goes into the water table. If we were under that, we would have to probably put a membrane and pitch the water off of the site or treat it in a different way. But because we are able to raise the dock wall, it gives us the flexibility and the freedom to kind of go with an old-fashioned infiltration approach to let the site act as a sponge. And there's 4 steps on how this would work. Now, the grading is quite simple. Sheet flow for a part of the gathering area would allow the beach to act kind of as the first line of defense to store the water. But we don't want a beach that's going to be wet or saturated. So at a certain point, that water can be collected along this dry swale. Then it's sloped back along these network of pipes that connect to these lenses under the mounds, where they can then provide an infiltration advantage for the vegetation on those mounds. And this actually little cartoon was sent to us by our engineer. So we thought, oh, we're working with the right engineer who kind of understands these dynamics. And so by creating these lenses of water storage, it provides a source of water for the vegetation. And then ultimately, the last line of defense, if ever this gets overwhelmed or it's full, there is an existing manhole that connects into the existing storm system that then would direct the water to the lake. So that's the last line of defense. We want to minimize the chances of that happening and maximize the infiltration and reuse of water on the site. So here's 3 sections just kind of illustrate that dynamic. From top to bottom, there's section 1 along the north side, 2 just in front of the lookout structure, and 3 just behind the lookout structure. So you can see here on the beach, you see there's large soil lenses that'll be separated with a geotextile away from the sand, similar to what was done at Sugar Beach, that then can accommodate large trees. And that water collected from a dry swale then flows into those lens cells under the berms that then can be used for reuse in the berms. And then the same thing is illustrated for the second and the third sections below. And this is the grading plan where we are currently, schematically. As I mentioned, in the gathering area, we want a sheet flow towards the beach. We have a few area drains along the property line along Leslie Street. And we have a dry swale that's going to be kind of collecting water along the diagonal. But the main reason I wanted to show you this slide is just that need to maintain overland flow. And currently, we have 76.6 as our breach point. We don't want to have any kind of barrier that will be higher than that because it has impacts upstream of the site. So what we're proposing is just outside the property line, in consultation with Canada Post, there's an existing kind of landscaped area between the curb of their parking lot and our property line that they have expressed a willingness to allow us just to do slight landscape swale modifications to make sure that when we reach that 76.6, we can then let the water flow freely to the ship channel as it currently does. And just to show a section along that diagonal part where it goes through the dry swale, this is the current condition at that very moment. We're a bit too high, so we have to just breach a swale through that landform to make sure that we don't go past 76.6. So this is something we're negotiating with Canada Post, and it's something that will be further developed as we move into the next stages of the design. And it's kind of like, I guess maybe as an architectural metaphor, the advantage of in-floor heating because you don't see baseboard heaters or kind of the infrastructure of heating. And kind of the same thing here, we're trying to minimize the visual infrastructure of drainage, allowing things to be infiltration based, and most of that infrastructure is concealed. So it looks like an old-fashioned natural landscape. Now to talk about planting, the main cue for the vegetation strategy at Leslie Slip Lookout is this peculiar juxtaposition between the natural side as attested by Tommy Thompson Park and the natural succession, which is kind of miraculously unfolded there, and then the urban side. And that diagonal between the two worlds we conceive is just passing along that diagonal of the park. And on the urban side, and you can see this along the Leslie Green Portal, the way that the trees have been planted, it's kind of a more conventional landscape tree planting where there's a regular rhythm, ball and burlap kind of trees that then would kind of define the diagonal and the beach side. And then on the more natural side, how can we provide the conditions that will harness those miraculous forces of natural succession and afforestation that we've been able to witness? And this is a great sort of node of those dynamics, just 150 meters away. So how can we somehow create a stepping stone for that dynamic to be able to find its way over time with other projects in the future into the city and connect with other landscape corridors like the Don Valley and the lakeshore? So for the urban side, for the landscape planting, this is the planting palette that we're currently proposing. Just a note, we're focusing on indigenous species, except in the case of the weeping willows, and I'll talk about that in a few seconds. But we're showing Tilia americana, the native basswood, larch for the swale area where it's going to be more humid or more moist. Weeping willows, just to give that languid feeling that you would see at Sugar Beach or other sort of waterfront projects, it's kind of this relaxed mood. Eastern cottonwood, which would be kind of the dominant tree in this sort of landscape area in the beach, as well as kind of a cottonwood poplar allée along the diagonal, which over time could be quite majestic. Red pine on top of the mounds and American elm. But that's kind of the proto planting palette that we have in our minds for the landscape part of the park. And this is a view just showing what that assemblage of trees might look like. If we take the landscape trees away, we kind of see this initiative for an afforestation zone in behind, not a reforestation zone. It's not about recreating a forest. It's about creating a forest from scratch. And we're proposing this method called it's a Miyawaki method. It's been around, and maybe some of you have heard about it. I think it's picking up in terms of its popularity and general understanding. But it's been used elsewhere, starting in Japan about 40 years ago. And in this location, this would probably be one of the first uses of this method in Canada. And we're planning to work with a landscape ecologist who's currently researching this approach to afforestation in the context of Southern Ontario. So it would be a great demonstration project. And just to quickly summarize what this is about, it's about kind of accelerating mature forests. So what might take 100 and 150 years to reach a kind of a high-level forest landscape can be achieved in maybe 15 to 20 years. And how that's done is by kind of skipping the proto-succession part of the process and planting in a very dense pattern, maybe 2 to 3 saplings per square meter, trees of species of trees that would have grown there had there not been any kind of interference with this kind of natural succession, kind of the natural vegetation that is prevalent to the area. And through competition for resources and light, they grow quite quickly. And also they cooperate to help each other with drought and exposure to the elements. And over time, as the forest matures, the survivors take control of the forest expression. And it becomes kind of a fast forward to what is intended to be kind of a naturalized condition. And when we look at how this kind of juxtaposition between this urban side and this natural side work together, it's a really rich experience. And that's probably what makes Tommy Thompson Park such an attractive destination. You kind of see these windows to the city, but you're in a whole world away from it. And if we can allow this to happen in the Leslie Slip Lookout, I think that would be a great quality to the park, in addition to providing buffer and kind of a microclimate advantages that I'll talk about a little bit later. But for this to happen, it's important that we minimize disturbances. And I know there are some concerns about using this approach in high urban areas where there's maybe the risk of invasive species taking over, so it'll need some monitoring for that. But also heavy park uses. And so we're proposing a kind of like a dune fence around the mounds that would allow this kind of area to be off limits, kind of like dune restoration areas on seashores. You can see here the proposed location of that dune fence. And it would allow maybe for limited access, perhaps there could be a brigade of forest keepers who could have access to keep this, maintained, but it doesn't require a lot of maintenance. Maybe for the first 3 years, it will need a bit of hand-holding, but after that, it's intended to be self-sustaining and also in the long term self-replicating. And just how this might look, there's an example of kind of the aesthetic intention that we see at Corktown Commons, where you have kind of like these steeper slopes facing the city, which are forested, and then a threshold where then we see the kind of sodded areas or lawns that can be used for more of the typical park uses. And just one thing I want to point out is we're placing this delicate afforestation area at the thresholds. Most of the intense park use we envision will be in the center zone. So that's why we have a beach which can withstand a lot of foot traffic. There's a lot of wear and tear that it can withstand, unlike lawns or forested areas. But this just provides an experience crossing the mounds to pass through that filter, that buffer, leave the other world behind and enter into the new one. And this is where we envision the park intensity for social users will be, allowing this fringe area to be off limits for its own autonomy. And I know last time we had talked, we presented this, there was some concern about sightlines and security. And so we just wanted to kind of test what that would look like. And so through the 3 major thresholds off of Leslie, if you look, this is the one at the north end of the diagonal. Looking in, it's designed so that you can see all the way into the other end of the diagonal, all the way through to the beach. And if we go up further on Leslie Street, there's a buffer away, but as soon as you enter the second mid-threshold, there's a slight rise and fall to help reinforce that transition. But the slope and the vegetation density or the width of these afforestation zones is adjusted so that this window can stay clear for clear sight lines into the park. And the same for the third southerly entrance point off of Leslie, the same kind of approach where we can maintain these clear sight lines right through to the beach. And again, just to emphasize the highlight of that beacon that can sort of result in natural wayfinding for people passing around the park. Now, I think it's important to just touch upon microclimates. Jen had presented or introduced the site as one that's immersed in this kind of gritty industrial context. And there's some questions about how compatible are these adjacent uses. And so for the traffic, for example, coming from strata aggregates or other kinds of vehicles, industrial traffic along Leslie, that afforestation zone and the mounds help to provide a buffer. The vegetation helps filter out the dust. The mounds help to block out the noise along with the vegetation. And then you have these kind of long thresholds that take you away from that world and into one that is going to be relatively calmer. And then the other advantage of that kind of topographical initiative is to benefit from kind of the noon to sunset sun aspect, where we can kind of optimize the warmth and the light in this kind of area by creating a shoulder that will help to kind of block winds and help to create a sheltered area within. And then the vegetation along the swales that help to minimize the presence of the parking lot. And on the other side, with the yard at strata aggregates. One thing that we're quite impressed at with Tommy Thompson Park is this wooden fence. And again, just to reiterate the importance of protecting this naturalizing area from the intensity of urban users. And we think this is really a beautiful expression of how that could be done. So that fence has currently been built along this kind of orange line. And we think, maybe this is the beginning of a district standard, and we could carry that along our diagonal, along both sides of the beach, and then continue all the way on to Leslie, just to help to reinforce this separation between the city and the park. Now for furniture, this is not meant to be a site with precious materials or precious objects. I think you should recall from last time, all of the hard surfaces we're proposing to create with asphalt, and discussing with Arab, maybe from an infiltration point of view, perhaps it could be in permeable asphalt as well. It's currently under consideration. But this, for example, the benches that we could propose would be something just very simple, very basic. We could find materials that we could create these kinds of seating elements. And just along both sides of the beach provides sort of a nice edge to the boardwalk that you can also sit on both worlds from an accessibility point of view and companion seating, but also providing seating into the edge of the beach. Also seating along the diagonal path and along the gathering area in the center. And then for the beach itself, we're proposing kind of this usable and movable picnic table feature, but not the kind of your typical picnic table, maybe something that could be a little bit sleeker. And just an example, it's still kind of under consideration, but where we currently are at is kind of like a beer garden table, and one preferably where the benches and the table can be connected, so you can move them around. They're not too heavy, and they kind of provide a more festive atmosphere to the beach. We're also proposing incorporating a fire pit. I understand that these have been very welcomed at other parks around the city, such as this one. I believe it's at Trinity Park. And this is something that could be in the beach and allowed for people to use. And this is an example of maybe how we could provide seating around it. We initiated the conversation about these gear features when we presented this idea first in January. And just evolving those further, the kind of gear object in the gathering area on the little plaza provides some kind of informal seating and a kind of this gathering area around this opening. On the beach, there could be a slight opening on one side to allow people to be able to come in and safely get out. And then also one that's positioned vertically, so you can provide a little opportunity for people to sit in, and it provides this kind of three-dimensional counterpoint to the lookout structure on the gathering space. On the topic of lighting, we wanted to caution against overlighting the space. And I think one thing we've learned from Sugar Beach is that the dim levels of the light levels on the beach allow one to perceive the night, the skyline, and kind of other areas around in the context. And in this case, especially with the fire. So we want to kind of minimize the lighting. And then when you look back towards the park, you're not having these kind of glare points in your eyes. So the lighting is positioned to reflect away from the beach and provide safe light levels on all of the pathways and the gathering space. And then also a feature lighting possibly for the lookout structure. And again, we're not looking to do precious materials, just a simple precast concrete light pole with full cutoff LED light fixtures that have already been started to be installed along this Leslie Green portal design language. I believe it was created by DTAH. Now for program, again, this is not an exhaustive list. There's a ... to show that this can go on for become quite a long list. But just it's meant mostly for passive recreation, a place you go on your bike or a place you can gather some, get some sun, bird watching. But it can also maybe be a place for, as I said, it can withstand a lot of intensity. So maybe it can be also a place for larger kind of gatherings, outdoor movies, community events, full moon ceremonies, drum circles, family gatherings. It could be a place away from the city. There's no neighbors around. So if ever there was some events that require some noise to be made, this could be a place where those kinds of events could be hosted. And just the closing slide, the sunset slide of kind of the golden hour that we think this could be really quite magical. The sun behind the skyline, radiating down the ship channel, and creating a place that feels like it's in the middle of nowhere, but you're still within proximity to the center of things. So that's the end of my presentation. I'll pass it back to you, Leon, and if you want to field some questions.
Okay, thanks very much for that. And I'm sure there'll be questions and comments, so I'll look forward to it. So let's just go down a list here. And I think actually, let's start with Fatty. Are you there?
I'm here.
Okay.
Hey, Mark. Thank you.
Fatty?
Yes, I just have I just need a clarification question. So can you describe once again, what's the difference between afforestation and succession? Sorry, it's just sped up succession. Like
Yes.
what does that physically translate into, like looking like? It's kind of more of a wild kind of.
Yeah. I think it starts to look the same. It's just, I guess you eliminate the initial sort of stages of the succession. So it's not just popular dominated, or it's not just kind of herbaceous dominated. You can start planting, oaks and other kind of sort of higher level trees from the beginning. And then with the competition and cooperation, they grow quite quickly, but you don't have to wait for the first kind of wave to climax and then succumb to the second and then the third. You go straight to the third, and then over a short period of time you can achieve the same results you would in a traditional successional process.
And would this require some specific skills from the parks and forestry people to know what to do, or is this just something that gets designed and built in and figures its way out over time?
Well, that's a good question, and I think it is on forestry's radar, and I'm sure we're going to be having conversations with them. But we are working with Dugan and Associates, who are leading a research project on this topic. So it'll be somewhat of a demonstration as well. But ideally, and the intention is, it's not a high maintenance feature. It's something that you make sure is watered and weeded over the first 3 years, and then after that, it starts to take off.
And one other question. I'm wondering, maybe this is for someone from Creatio, but also yourself. How come there is absolutely no access to the water, or any idea about future-proofing access to the water? Because that was a theme that was really brought up over and over again last time, and it didn't seem to be addressed as to why this is not happening at all.
Yeah, so perhaps I can answer that, Fatty. So there are a number of issues with providing access to the water, particularly given that this is currently an active industrial port. There are a number of users that we would have to work with to ensure that we could do this in a safe manner. So at this time, we're not including it in the scope of work. That doesn't necessarily mean that it's not something that could happen at a future time, but I think right now it's a very, very busy port. It's 24/7 with active industrial uses. So we just want to make sure that it is that we make sure that we do this in a safe way.
Thanks.
Okay, Fatty. Nina Marie.
Thank you. Thank you, Jennifer, and thank you, of course, to Mark. My question has to do with just going back a little bit to the original design competition and wanting to understand a little bit more about this very well thought out industrial waterfront raised dock wall. What did you not explore? I think you explored, correct me if I'm wrong, the establishment or the potential for a vegetated foredune and a very slope stabilized gradient to the water that could be read as accessed, but not necessarily made accessible to people at this time. Just wondering if that was explored in detail, or very quickly you decided on the approach that's shown right now.
Yeah, it was more probably the second, because I think just knowing budget constraints, issues with safety along the water's edge. I mean, I think it would be a great location to have kind of a tiered access down towards the water, but that's not something that's feasible within the scope that we currently have presented to us and the budget that we have, and so we haven't pursued that.
So thank you for that explanation. I did understand from Jennifer's response too that there was that this is principally about preventing people's access to the water, but I'm speaking more about from a flood resilience perspective, and I'm wondering if you can maybe comment on the projected costs for the raised beach, additional sort of allowance for pluvial flooding or rainwater absorption, if that strategy is substantially less expensive than a foredune and a vegetated stabilized gradient instead of the dock wall, for example, if it was explored to that extent, or whether it was strictly about people's access. I'm just trying to tease out how to evaluate the strategy that you've presented, which I understand well, and I applaud it for lots of reasons. I'm just trying to tease out the difference between these approaches.
Are you referring to like kind of making almost like a softscape edge into the ship channel, almost replacing the dock wall with something that's a bit more naturalized?
Yeah, so for stability, for two reasons. One would be for stabilization and for actually flood absorption and amelioration in a different way, and using vegetation. I mean, you were proposing a dune system of cut and fill, and in this area, if you were inspired by that, of course, foredunes do exactly that. So a dune right at the shore's edge, that's a kind of restoration strategy, but can also be used for preventative access. It reads very differently, and it was part of your initial thinking.
Yeah, well, I think initially we always kind of conceived this need to excavate the beach area to give us our clean cap depth, and then using that material to build the mounds or the dunes close to Leslie. But we've always kind of maintained the off-limits aspect of the dock wall. This was kind of an instruction. This is something that's outside the scope, and it cannot be. It's not part of the scope of the work to replace it.
Okay, so I'm just going to take that as it's really about preventing any perception of peopled access to the water. That's really what's driving this. Just making also, totally sure I got
it. And also maintain it because it's still a harbor, it's still a navigable water body that has other stakeholders which are quite strong in their position, and that's also consideration.
Okay.
Thank you. Thanks for that.
Okay, Matthew, are you there? I know you have to leave later, so I want to catch you now.
I am here.
Okay.
I just have a quick question. I'm very happy to see that you have Bob Goulet on board to start this consultation process with the Indigenous groups that are being brought forward. I do have a concern about the timing of that, and this may not be to do with the design team so much, but as to the process by which we go about these public competitions. And I do have a question about what you see as opportunities that could be affected by these consultations within the current design.
Opportunities for maybe to incorporate some of the input from the Indigenous consultation.
Exactly.
Right. Yeah. And we've been talking with Bob about this, and it was quite an interesting discussion about the kinds of interventions that might be considered and appreciated, revolving around the fire as a sacred element. Is that something that can be somehow incorporated? The idea of the afforestation area, which can possibly be a part of the project that could enable kind of an opportunity for forest keepers and medicinal plants to be able to be cultivated as well into the forest. Possible design opportunities with that fence that we explained, that kind of linear fence along the boundary of the property, or even the picnic tables or the mounds and the boardwalk. And then also somehow maybe even incorporating some symbolic references into the structure. This idea of this kind of 4 cardinal directions is something that could be significant, and maybe somehow it could be a chance to integrate some input from the community. So this is something that we're eager to just kind of listen to and kind of find opportunities to incorporate some of those ideas into the park.
Thanks, Mark.
Okay. Jenna? Are you there, Jenna? No. Okay. Eric? Eric?
Yeah. Just unmute myself. Couple of questions. Was there one about I understand the issue with accessibility to the water and all that, but looking at your plan, was there any consideration to, although you can't get to the water, but you know, along the wall, on the sand side, like to link those 2 boardwalks, or to create the kind of a more accessible route for people to at least may potentially walk along the water or get close to it, and be able to. I'm just thinking also of people in a wheelchair, people with strollers, and so on.
Yes. Yes, that was considered. I think there was some concern about it becoming a bit like a sandbox by kind of wrapping the boardwalk on all sides of the beach. But just maybe I'm just going to share my screen just to talk about this a little bit more.
Yeah. Or even if there was consideration for other materials, other kind of granular or something that would allow
Right.
the.
No, that's a good idea. I mean, we do kind of want to maintain this kind of wider coping on top of the dock wall that could allow for other kinds of use. But the idea of maybe other material, that's not a bad idea.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, okay. Another question is, only one more question, is regarding the artifacts that's being proposed. What are they exactly? And then are they something that are going to be just that are being manufactured, that are pre-made, and depending on your answer is, have you looked into potentially looking at more, I mean, could those look like they are prefab, but something that is more authentic, that are actually real piece of gear or machinery, of things that are, I would say more authentic?
No, we haven't explored that far. I think it's skeptical that we could find something that perfect for the site that doubles as a seating. But that's going to be explored in the next stage. How can we maybe build in some authenticity if we can't find actual objects of this size? Maybe they can be treated in a way that addresses that.
I may be able to point you in a direction.
Oh, okay. we'll welcome that.
Okay, thanks, Eric. Bridget.
Yeah, I'm not sure who this is directed to, but I just wanted to know the status of those sewage outflows that were located at the north side of the turning basin. Have they been remediated, or do they still flow into the shipping channel? I don't think this is for Mark. It might be for Create TO or Waterfront TO or the city.
I don't have the answer to that, but I'm wondering if Han is still on the line. He might possibly know.
So this is where, like along the shipping channel, the turning basin has a kind of north facade, a north sort of edge. And I know that there were several sewage outflows that still flowed into that portion of the turning basin. And I guess I just wondered about any other, sewage outflows in this area. It's more an issue of water quality relative to the kind of public park. It's a kind of pioneering project to kind of provide this opportunity for the public to be part of this working industrial landscape, which I think is fantastic. But I guess I'm concerned about the issue of water quality in relation to the proximity to this park.
It's Hondo here. I'll just give you a snapshot because I'm not the expert on the matter, but I understand that the city actually is working on a larger effort to delink the combined sewer. So there's this Coxwell bypass piece of infrastructure that will be going essentially along the Lakeshore Boulevard and disconnecting these stormwater elements. But that's still in a sort of $1 billion scenario. And so I think, as you say, there's a sort of dilemma we're in where some of these existing outfalls currently exist along the ship channel, and we're trying to actively make sure that they actually get polished. So this effort may actually allow for that, where we're taking sort of a more of a polishing approach on land.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay. I see Peter has rejoined us. You want to have any questions, Peter?
No, I missed the presentation. I'm sorry.
Okay.
So I'll just absorb
okay.
what I can and be quiet.
No problem. Jana, are you there? No. Kevin.
Thanks for the presentation. No questions. Thanks.
No questions. Okay, thank you. George. Any questions, George?
Yes, I was just unmuting myself. I might just have one, and it's sort of related to Eric's question. I'm just wondering about the logic of the extent of the boardwalks. Are they just meant to contain the sand on the edges that don't otherwise have a robust containing edge? Or because it just the two strips just struck me as a bit odd. But have I missed something? What's the explanation?
That's not the main reason for that. If you recall, we had that kind of dock feature in the center, but we felt that the problem with that is it didn't take you all the way to the water's edge if you couldn't somehow navigate your way through the sand. And what you say is true. This will help us kind of shore up the grade changes along the side without having to, construct a large wall. But it's mainly meant to provide access to both sides of the beach, and it's almost like three of the four sides is fully accessible. And
sorry, why? Like, can't you walk on the sand, or am I missing? Is it because of wheelchairs that wouldn't be able to move in the sand? Is that what you mean?
Yes, mostly for accessibility.
I see. Okay, all right. I guess I got it now. That's my question.
Okay, thanks. Betsy?
Yeah, thank you. I have a couple more questions about the planting strategy, and that by asking them, it will just show you how how much I don't know about it. But the image that you showed of Corktown Common, is that the ambition? Because that, from what we know from what we heard from MVVA, was a highly curated, really well cared for, but thing that is made to look natural over time. So that's very different. And then on the Tommy Thompson Park, you have this like kind of huge area that's all, and the plant material is very rustic in how it kind of interfaces with all the kind of construction material that's been left there over time? Or is it like the copses that were put together at Waterfront or at Brickworks? There's like these little mini hill copses that are kind of like all one plant species. Like it, can you just maybe provide slightly more clarification? Because it seems that you're showing an ambition of a precedent, but that we know is not natural at all. Like it's made to look natural, but it's very, very different, I think, from what you described. So and then I have a second question for the GH3 team when you're done.
Okay. Well, I think the purpose for this slide was just to show how, having the forested slope facing the city and the kind of the lawn slope facing the park, and how there is a precedent for that. I think the expression over the long term will be similar, but the ways of getting there, I think, are going to be quite different. And it's going to probably look a lot messier over the first 5 to 6 years as the force is getting established. But after that, once the kind of the stronger of the plantings kind of start to dominate and the others start to attenuate, it starts to over time develop the same kind of expression that we'd be seeing at Corktown Commons. But there are quite different approaches.
So is it a mixture of species like this, or is it a single species? You said you'd plant like a lot of species really tight to each other, and then so is it like a monolithic culture, or?
No, it would kind of try to reflect the community of species that would have been there prior to being a city. And this is also a chance, one interesting maybe way to, one area to explore too is also kind of a climate resilient forest where, we can maybe start seedlings from trees that are from south of the Great Lakes or further southern Ontario, and get those established so that they'd be future-proofed for what's coming.
Okay.
But just one more thing about your comment about the rubble. The soil is a really key component, a key component to the success of this. So it would be quite a good quality soil with the right amount of organic material, unlike what you'd find in the Leslie Spit or Leslie Spit.
Okay, I guess my follow-up to the GH3 team is this was probably, I don't know where it came from, where wasn't there a bathroom in that? Like you didn't mention the bathroom.
Yeah, there was a bathroom previously, but it was thought that with the washrooms at the beginning of the Leslie Spit area there, that we wouldn't need one anymore. I can let Creatio speak more to that.
Yeah, it's this whole area is really under bathroomed, so I don't think that's enough. I think this is like, I think yours plus theirs still won't be enough. So just FYI, there's going to be huge lines at that at that pavilion.
Yeah, understood. We spoke, we've been speaking quite a bit with Parks, Forestry and Recreation and Operations staff, and we've kind of talked about these. I think there's an additional 4 stalls, if I'm not mistaken, that are going into the entrance of Tommy Thompson Park. It's about 150 meters away. It's quite close. And so I think it was, I think operations staff felt it more efficient to keep the set of washrooms that are at the edge of Tommy Thompson, or at the entrance to Tommy Thompson.
Right, but these would definitely, I mean, all due respect to Parks giving you advice on bathrooms, they are not the best people to talk to. They're also the ones that lock all the bathrooms in the city all winter, which is a huge problem. And so if you feel like you can put bathrooms in for any, it would be definitely the right thing to do, and something that could be open all year, because the 4 bathrooms at the front of the park are not going to do it. I'll tell you that right now. But anyway, I'll save that for later.
Okay, thanks, Betsy. I think we all experience that problem with COVID these days. So I just have a question to follow up on some of the others. If you could get yeah, that's good. That slide, is there? Yeah, that's fine. the two walkways or boardwalks that go down to the water's edge, how wide are they?
They're 3 meters.
3 meters.
Yeah.
What I'm concerned about, I guess, is people in wheelchairs. Well, obviously that's the only access to the water, and I think that'd be pretty popular. It might be a lot of congestion there in terms of people getting near the water's edge, wanting to turn around and have to go back. And again, it relates to the question of having that boardwalk along the front, along the water's edge. So something to consider. And the second question I have really was what I believe Fatty asked at the beginning in terms of the no access to the water, in terms of, canoes, kayaks, and all that kind of stuff. I understand the navigable waters limitations and ships and everything else, but you may or may not be aware that just recently on the eastern side of the Cherry Street Bridge, a marine supply store has opened there on a floating platform, and it has docks, and I can guarantee you all kinds of little boats are going to go under that bridge and down that ship channel to access it. So you might want to explore that a bit further. So I think that completes the round of questions, unless anyone else has any questions that I missed.
I have another quick question. Sorry, I know I went first, but I'm just wondering, in terms of the wastewater treatment facility just to the east of here, it's pretty close by. Has there been any kind of like studies about smell things in the summer for a park? I mean, I know that people just pass right through there, but people don't necessarily linger that long. Has there been any kind of thought put into the how the adjacencies to the Ashbridges Bay wastewater treatment facility and kind of seasonal occupation of the area might influence park use?
Jennifer, do you want to take that one?
I can try. We haven't specifically done that in terms of the development of this particular park. I'm just checking to see if Anthony Kittle is on. I know as part of the planning framework for the Portlands, there were a number of studies that were done. I'm not sure if there was one done for Ashbridges Bay treatment or not. Anthony, I'm sorry to put you on the spot, but do you know the answer to
that? Jennifer, could you repeat the question?
It was about any feasibility, or not feasibility studies, but studies in terms of odor or coming from Ashbridges Bay treatment plants.
The work that was done actually was focused more on the sensitive use areas, such as mixed-use residential communities. So I know a great deal of work was undertaken regarding both odor and air quality, but I'd have to confirm whether there was a fair amount of effort that was put in on the impacts in this area in particular.
Okay. Okay, then let's move to comments from panel members. And Nina Marie, do you want to kick it off?
Sure, thank you very much. And as always, compliments and thanks to this very capable, strong team for delivering a kind of an amazing, simple, elegant landscape in a very small space. And it's a really special space as well. So I think it's in all of our interests to really work with you to bring this jewel out. Appreciate very much that you're using strategies that you're really being consistent with your vision of an industrial park in the background and, interestingly, foreground of this ship channel. And you're doing a really amazing job, I think, of being really clear about the linkages from urban to the urban wilderness on Tommy Thompson Park. I appreciate very much the afforestation strategy, which is forestation by any other name. I love that urban foresters have taken a very big leaf, if you will, don't kill me, out of forestry companies' books, jamming a lot of different species together in a really tight space and thinning them over time. So you're really cultivating that urban canopy in a way that goes from messy to really structured. I think it's a really smart strategy, and it would be a really cool monitoring site for this kind of work as well. Forestry companies have been doing it with one species. You guys could be doing it with 40. I think it thickens the edge to the park, which is your game, and the open windows, if you will, through those views will be interesting over time. I know they need thinning and they need active maintenance, so that should be part of the park's ongoing relationship building. I think it also allows for changing pathways, which might be part of the spontaneous edge condition. Not sure, but it certainly seems to lend itself to that. I appreciate that the specimen trees you're looking at are yet to be determined, and this is just the palette that's in motion. I really appreciate it. I think the cottonwoods are probably not long enough lived for the LA that you want, but I think others are. I especially like the opportunity to bring back elm in the right place, and the Morgan Arboretum cultivars seem to be the resistant ones, so I'm sure there's lots of opportunity to do that. The one thing that I still struggle with, and I appreciate very much the research that you put into lifting the dock wall and providing a kind of opportunity to harvest pluvial flooding potentially. That's a really smart strategy, and I understand that it resonates strongly with your interest in really keeping a strong design intention around the industrial heritage. What I struggle with is that I don't have the same confidence in the 76.6 number that others do. I live on the edge of a lake that is incredibly dynamic, and I know that an 18 centimeter difference does not land evenly. And in particular, we don't really know, to the best of our knowledge, exactly what will happen in this area when we open the river up with the PLFP plan. I think we know socially and culturally that there will be more use of this channel recreationally, and that over time, the constituents, if you will, the stakeholders are going to differ. We know that there will be more recreational use. It's already coming. Paul's pointed that out. We know that when the river mouth, the new river is opened, we'll get a very different feeling to this whole area. So whether we call it future proofing or just wise adaptation, I really would encourage everyone, and this is probably more to create TO than it is to Claude Cormier and Associates, but that we really want to think about what that edge condition is going to be used like in the future and what the costs of creating access points later would be. The flooding number, to me, we've overtopped it twice in the last 4 years. So, I guess it goes to the question of engineers' confidence in those numbers to justify the investment. But as a strategy, as a design strategy, it's really robust and interesting, and I appreciate the effort that's gone into it. So those are my comments. I look forward to, in any way, being supportive of delivering this really simple, elegant, smart project. Thank you.
Thank you. Fadi?
Yeah, I want to echo Nina Marie's comments. Every time we see a project by Claude, it's always very exciting because we know something very solid is coming down the line. So it's really appreciated. I guess a lot of the challenges and excitement also do come from the idea that this is a very idiosyncratic kind of place to put a park. So at the same time, this idea that you've identified this exact line between kind of this successional wild urban landscape and the industrial landscape, and that the park kind of symbolically meets at that exact edge is pretty exciting, and a really nice way to sort of package the idea around, and that you're almost literally drawing this line is really a very powerful central concept that I think maybe was not as clear in the previous version, but that you've resolved now. So kudos to that. I'm excited to see you experiment with this afforestation method and seeing it as a demonstration park somehow. I think if there's any place to experiment with it, would be here. On the same token, it would be very helpful to somehow visualize for us what's the difference between this afforestation method and what would have been a successional landscape in different season and in different growth periods, because in my mind, it still does look like a successional landscape. So I'm not 100% clear as to what that experience would be in different times of the year. I love the sharp edge between the lawn grass and this afforestation dune with a dune fence. More dune fences, yes, love them. I, again, just want to echo and reiterate the idea that we should really consider access to the water, even if it's not designed at this very moment. You've got to think about where it will be coming into the future, let alone if you've got these rogue kayakers and canoers coming down anyway, and they might try to get into this beach. They'll do it. So how can we do it safely and do it properly without necessarily having to, design it up front, but make clear considerations that it's going to happen, whether spontaneously or eventually. So I would just urge you to really think about that. I love the idea of these picnic tables rebranded as the Munich beer garden tables, but unless these are also designed, they might become these generic, standardized, off-the-shelf picnic tables, which would be very sad. So, I would love for those to be also designed and not necessarily thought of as these kind of typical picnic tables. Lastly, I just want to talk about winter really quickly. Sugar Beach this winter was really well used, surprisingly well used. It could be because it was a very mild winter, but also a COVID winter. I know that there was a huge waiting list this year for Trillium Park's fire pit. You got to sign up months in advance to get a slot. So this thing will be really popular once people discover it. So my personal recommendation is to take that vertical gear that for me just competes a little bit with the elegance of the Lookout Pavilion and just flip it on its side and make another fire pit instead of that vertical sort of statue-like gear. But overall, very exciting. I think this will be a really special place. I really do hope that it doesn't stink from the sewage treatment facility, but regardless, I think it'll be a pretty great place to visit in a few years. Thank you.
Thanks, Fatty. Matthew, are you still there, or did you have to leave?
No, I'm here.
Okay.
Can we go back to page 5?
Sure.
In the deck. Just wanted to start by commending the design team for actually taking us back in time a little bit to 1834. This place of Toronto has been very important to Indigenous people for thousands of years. And what we now call Ashbridges Bay is one of those reasons. It was a place of diverse species of plant life and quite important for the sustenance of the Indigenous people that stayed here. And I think this is something that we need to remember, specifically when we're dealing with this site. I really am concerned about the consultation process and the timing of that, and it's not necessarily the design team's fault. It's the makeup of the way we go about these public competitions. And for me, it's not just about consultation, it's about meaningful consultation. And I think we really need to think about who we're including and when we're including them in the conversations. Although there are opportunities, some of these opportunities seem like they're just going to be add-ons to what's existing. And it would be great to have the collective knowledge of Indigenous people that have history of this site to add into making sure that we are pushing forward in a manner that is thoughtful and is respectful of the land and the water that we are now inhabiting as Torontonians. So I would really encourage Créatio and even Waterfront Toronto to really push forward consultation to the forefront of these competitions so that we do have the time to make sure we're incorporating Indigenous voices into the entirety of the work.
Thank you very much, Matthew. Let's go to, let's see, who's next here? I don't know, Peter, are you able to comment on this now, or?
No, I've heard
Okay.
positive comments from a number of.
Okay, that's fine. Eric?
Yes, thank you. I'll echo the comment about the great presentation. Thank you for a thorough, investigation, for the kind of innovation that you're bringing from looking at how your water strategy on the site is dealt with, and for the very thoughtful thinking about the ecology, the planting, all the kind of new technique. I think that's something that is quite intriguing because it pushes the envelope. I think this is emblematic of what Waterfront Toronto, to look at at how to continue to push the bar further, and to and continue to innovate. Um, I appreciate the I brought the last time, and one of the person who brought the safety, the having regard to the safety and how to make sure that this, because it's a bit of an isolated place, and how it actually can be carefully addressed. And I think that I like the subtle way that has been looked at in terms of lowering the berm in very specific area and lighting, creating a bit of a lighter landscaping and more transparent into those key places. So I think that's actually something that's quite subtle and quite effective. Just continue to ensure that these are, as you continue to develop, that those are actually, keep following through that, because I think that's something that's quite it's done in a very sensitive matter. There was the in the question I was asking, the edge of the dock wall. I think that the two boardwalk that leads to currently, and I think Paul raised in terms of the width of them. I think it's a question of, they do feel a little bit like dead end right now, that they go there, they stop, and it doesn't really have an event or anything at the end. And I could see that, are they placed for, could there be, some special termination, or they're a place for sitting, or they place for what happened at the end there. I think is something that should continue to be explored, as well as, whether there's a way to, I think people will want to walk around that edge. Now, I agree that it should not be kind of a sandbox strategy. I think it can be a lot more subtle than that, but I think exploration of different materials and see how the movement around that edges can be treated, I think would be something that is worth continuing to explore, because I think a lot of people, since you only have those 2-3 meter point at either end of those two docks, the only place you can really get to the water, I think it's worth to see how you can actually make this more robust and more a little bit more generous in terms of how you get and what happened at the end of there. I also think that because you're bringing people to the water, I think that I like your lighting strategies that you're bringing, but I think that given that you're bringing some people toward the end of that dock, I think from a safety perspective, however it's integrated, some low level lighting to, whether it's at, very strategically placed, might be something. I think that's something that would be worth exploring, especially in, I don't think it doesn't have to be bright everywhere, but it's something like, how you indicate the edges or the termination of some of these points would improve, I believe, the safety of the area. And then finally, my other comment is about the artifacts. I think that, I generally kind of, I think the looking if there's a way to make those more authentic in terms of what they are, in terms of their design. Is it something that we really can bring some object that are either associated with the portland, with the area, integrating them in a certain fashion, as opposed to just like some prefab element. I think it's something that would be worth looking at, and maybe it's part of the consultation that you're doing in terms of how do you bring some meaningful pieces to continue the celebration and the acknowledgement of the history of the place. Might actually be an area for further exploration. But all in all, a great project. I want to thank you for a very, very thoughtful approach. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Eric. Gonna go to Bridget.
Yep. Thank you so much for a great presentation. I think of this project as connecting the dots, and I really appreciate the fact that you're looking at things like the existing fences that are used at the Leslie Street Spit and not inventing all these new things, but actually tying existing conditions together. It also is a truly constructed landscape, and I think that's really a kind of really interesting kind of aspect of the project. And I also think of it as a pioneering project, kind of really bringing a kind of different level of kind of inhabitation of what was once a really industrial site. I think the boardwalks have sort of been referred to in previous comments, but I actually think of them almost as a long bench. So you actually get a kind of seating that is like really huge along the entire length. And I see that as a really positive thing. I think you maybe need to think about the width, because I feel like it is a kind of important point of access, because not everyone is going to come from the beach to the water. I would love to see in a future presentation a section that gave me a sense of high water and low water, so that we could actually see the impact of that on the beach area. I think this question of water access, and so because it's such a pioneering project now in 2021, it's actually projecting a different future for the shipping channel. And so in a way, there may be things that are not possible at this time, but the fact that this park is here in the form that it is actually about a gesture to the way that we will kind of entertain or welcome people to the water later on. So I think Thadi's point is really great. And I just think the issue of the present and then how it can adapt in the future is a really interesting question for me. And I feel like the park needs to somehow acknowledge the future, even though it's in the present. So that's something to think about. And then I just feel like, here we are investing in a really positive way in this park. It's actually tiny in area relative to the whole Portland's area. And I guess I feel like really, we can't really do that without really addressing sewage outflow. Like the fact that there's a lag in time between the two, and I know one is, so here we have the large sewage treatment plant of Ashbridge is over here. We have sewage that's actually going right into the shipping channel really nearby, and then we're actually creating a new public park. I just feel like there's a kind of disconnect between the timeline of all of these things. And I know one is a huge infrastructure project, but I feel like that it's a kind of, for me, really a kind of big issue. And then I really want to just echo Matthew's point about the kind of issue of, it's almost like the issue of Indigenous consultation needs to be part of the competition brief and not something that is kind of tacked onto the process at the end. If you actually want to be serious about it, it actually needs to be part of the shaping of the whole kind of vision of the park that really begins with the competition brief, and it's part of a waterfront process of public competition. So you really have to embed it into the right place in the process. Otherwise, it's just a lip service to something that you think you believe in, but you're really not really addressing in a meaningful and holistic way. Thank you.
Thanks, Bridget. Betsy?
Sure. Yeah, given also from Matthew's comments that there may be some more fulsome changes to how the project might be thought about in some areas, I'm going to add a few more suggestions. You've had a really great, I think, review with some really wonderful suggestions so far. It feels like you're slowly inching your way into this dune language and a dune landscape. And especially kind of now with the introduction of your Munich beer garden typology, it really does kind of fold into the Midwestern sand dune kind of completely, because, having grown up in the Great Lakes, the dunes are all summer very much like a Munich beer garden. So for me, the kind of the looseness implied by this dune landscape, and I love the fences and I love where all that's going, and the unstructured and let's call it unsanctioned use of the Tommy Thompson Park, where I thought Fadi's comment was really great. I was like, oh yeah, we need more fire pits. And then I thought, wait a minute, this is not about sanctioned fire pits. This landscape is about fire pits wherever they happen to end up after the evening's over. So you go to Tommy Thompson Park and there's remnants of fires kind of all over. There's remnants of you know, people celebrating kind of all over. And it really maybe extends that kind of unsanctioned feel up into what is a city park. And so this kind of looseness and flexibility implied by the dune language, I think, is potentially a way to start to fold in some of the comments that you received today. Whether some sand makes it across the border onto those hills, I think would be really exciting. I could see sand being tracked into all your blacktop, and that would be really great. Whether you formalize these boardwalks a little bit more with seating kind of on the long edges to just get more seating in there, or dissolve them into that kind of black mat that you see at Ashbridges Bay that really extends deep into the sand, so a much bigger chunk of it could be accessible. I think there's some really exciting developments that will start eating away at some of the formality of some of the pieces, like the boardwalks with the trees is very formal, the line of benches is very formal, like the exact delineation of the wild and the natural is very formal. And I think maybe this concept of, you know, what something that is not sanctioned is going to happen in the area that is not supposed to is maybe a way to unlock some of the formality of this park, to bring it more into the language, as you've shown in your great diagram, of this is maybe an extension of this kind of wild, unsanctioned area. And I love that new thought that you've introduced, because to me, it really fits with the park, and it is going to allow the park to be slightly messier, maybe than originally intended. So I think I had a little bit of criticism in there, but in general, I think I'm in favor of you running with some things that might be slightly more unusual and slightly more unorthodox as you start really working into what this park can be.
Okay, thanks, Betsy. George?
Right. I have two or three thoughts. One is, in fact, this plan is, the plan we have up on the screen is useful for me in this regard. I'm a little bit uneasy about the green buffers, as they were called, behind the boardwalk on both sides. Whether they're deep enough, especially the one on the north side where it tapers in width as it gets closer to the ship channel. And I like the idea that you look out over the industrial landscape, but that in fact, while you're on the beach, you're screened from it. And so in order to make sure those buffering screens of trees and shrubbery are sufficient, I would entertain sliding the boardwalks toward each other ever so slightly, just to make sure you've got enough depth of planting there that the buffering actually succeeds. A small point, but I think worth thinking about. The second point I would raise, I hadn't, unlike Betsy, I hadn't thought of arguing against the removal of the washrooms from the lookout tower. And I'm still not arguing against it. I mean, I can see the logic of her argument that it's almost in a public park, it's hard to provide too many washrooms. But what I would say is and this is basically addressed to GH3, if there aren't going to be washrooms there, I would make the arc cut into the concrete cylinder that just leads to the door to the maintenance storage area smaller than it is. I'm not saying get rid of it. It would still be an arc cut into the cylinder, but I think it shouldn't have the same scale as the ones up above, just because the symbolism is wrong. If you put the washrooms back, it's a different story, because then, of course, that's part of the kind of publicly accessible part of the cylinder, just like the platform up above. Although even then, I probably wouldn't have it face toward the water. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thanks, George. I believe Jana is back now. Are you there, Jana?
I am, but I've missed the whole presentation,
Yeah.
so I'm just going to stay silent.
Do you have any comments from looking at the material?
No, to be fair, I just stepped back in now. So.
Okay. Thank you very much. Kevin.
Thank you. Yeah, I can only reinforce the comments already made. Great project. The only comment I have, every little bit helps. We have some precast concrete and some cast in place concrete from what I can see. So, just please, when we're crafting the specifications, have high SCM content concrete in there, just so we can lower the carbon footprint. But that's it for me. Thanks.
Okay, is there anyone else who wants to comment? I think Betsy had another comment she wished to make.
Yeah, just a heads up, when we reviewed the Tommy Thompson Park Pavilion, the architecture team was very concerned because of all of the graffiti that tends to happen in out of the way parks that aren't really, don't have a big population in the evenings. So they introduced that really heavy, bush hammering or like chiseling surface to try to deter graffiti. I don't know if that will work. I know, and I know Pat is sort of like hey, if graffiti happens, that's cool. So maybe think about the pavilion because you're going to have a really perfect surface for writing on. If it's this like kind of beautiful, light colored, smooth concrete as something that either can be graffitied and that's okay, or just have some kind of forethought because was one of the major concerns in that other area. Just an FYI.
Okay, thanks very much. Anyone else wish to have a final comment? Okay, thank you. I'll provide a summary and then we'll take a vote and give the proponent a chance to respond. I think generally speaking, there's a lot of support for this concept and an appreciation of the sensitivity to the unique location and opportunity where industry can meet nature in a very special way. I'm going to start with something that I think may surprise some, but I want us to think ahead, not only when the new river is open and the new river valley and everything, but 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, there's going to be a lot more people down here in this neck of the woods. And I think I remember way back in Waterfront Toronto, some of the early visions we had about the future of the ship channel over the long term. I can guarantee you, I know already, since I'm a boater, people go down that ship channel now. I don't care what the rules are. People do it. And there's going to be more and more of that happening. So I would really implore, Creatio to take on the access to the water question. Whether you can't do it now, I perhaps understand, but I can guarantee in the future, it's going to be popular. And I think looking at what's needed to achieve that, whether it's little finger docks at the edge for canoes, kayaks, possible, harbor ferries like in Vancouver or Victoria, who knows? Anyway, I just want to put that on the table and don't forget about it. The second thing is, I think we're all saying we appreciate the sort of future-proofing concept of looking at the different lake levels. We all know where they've been, what they are now, but nobody can predict the future. And I think we'd love to see more information on that in terms of, what if scenario, if the lake levels rise to way beyond what's being predicted and how that will be handled in a natural way with this beach. I think there's support for the afforestation strategy as quite positive, quite interesting in terms of, accelerating the vegetation that obviously we want to see here. In terms of another very important theme is the Indigenous consultation process. And I know there's meetings upcoming, but I think what we're saying in a nutshell is whatever new ideas come out of that Indigenous consultation process, take them very seriously and respect the unique history of the Indigenous communities for the land and the water, and build those ideas into this design and this concept now. It clearly should not be lip service. We all would subscribe to that for obvious reasons. And I think there's probably a lot of things that'll come out of that process that may surprise everybody. So take that very, very seriously. Some other comments, in no particular order here, but the width of the boardwalks seems to be a little too narrow. People will naturally, if they get here, especially people in wheelchair, they want to go down. They're not going to sit back on the asphalt area. They're going to want to get to the water's edge. And a couple of suggestions have been made there, but perhaps at the end of the terminus of those boardwalks where they meet the dock wall, a small gathering place where people can just sit in wheelchairs and look over the shipping channel. I think it would be quite amazing and very important. In terms of artifacts, Eric has got a deal for you on artifacts. And I think that's a very valid comment that he made. I am willing to bet that in the sheds of the Toronto Harbor Commissioners and Port Authority, there are tons of artifacts that would be great candidates for consideration to this park, as opposed to some prefab, gear or what have you. So I would implore you to really reach out to the Port Authority and the Harbor Commissioners to see what's available. And I think you'll be quite surprised. It'll add a level of authenticity clearly to this area that is still going to be industrial for quite some time. In terms of street park furniture, I think there's been a few comments made about perhaps more chairs, more seating, more variety of opportunities like you needed. Just think of Sugar Beach and how people just gravitate. They want to sit in the sand, not actually on it, but on chairs in the sand all over the place. And so I think that's an important consideration. Comment made about perhaps moving the two boardwalks inward a little bit to allow for wider vegetation buffers on either side was made. Low-level lighting, I think, is important. You have experience with Sugar Beach. You don't want this to be bright, but you want it to be safe. So the right level of lighting intensity is critical. Also, I can tell you from experience, if the wind blows the wrong way, that sewage treatment plant is pretty rough. And you're not going to do much about the wind, but I think it's something that should be looked into in terms of what is the reality and what strategies, if any, are there to, in fact, ensure that when people do come down here, they're actually going to not want to leave after 5 or 10 minutes for obvious reasons. And the sewer outfall issue is something that clearly is longer term, but it's something that we need to think about now. What are we going to do in 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, et cetera? In terms of fire pits, suggestion, certainly one, maybe more, but I like the reference that Betsy made in terms of the spit. People go out there and just find a spot and you'll see leftover fires all over the place. So, the unlocking the formality, I think was the comment someone made, is important in this. It's got to still, be a great place, but capture the industrial flavor and nature of the area. In terms of, let's see what else I might have missed in here. Oh yeah, the most important thing, which is we'll all have to do soon, is go to the bathroom. Bathrooms. I appreciate that the bathrooms at the entrance of Thomas Park are very close, but sometimes close is not good enough. And I don't know about you, but during COVID, I've had so many experiences where you're going around town looking for a bathroom. And I think with the volume of people that are going to come down here, I would strongly encourage the incorporation of bathrooms into this park, if at all feasible. So in summary, I think there are a lot of positive comments. Appreciate the work that's been done, and we look forward to seeing this evolve further. And my suggestion, certainly for a vote, would be conditional support at a minimum. We do have things that we still want to see addressed, and I think that's probably the right signal to send until it comes back with a response to these concerns. So, are panel members comfortable with a conditional support vote? Anyone opposed? Okay, thank you. I'll interpret that as unanimous. And I think we'll give the proponent now an opportunity to respond in terms of what you've heard from the panel. So over to you.
Thank you, Paul, and thank you everybody for your input. It's always great to hear you, and I think the point about meaningful input in the process is a serious one, and then we do take it seriously. So that's something that we're looking forward to exploring in the next iteration of the project. And I'm kind of like the words that Betsy used, kind of put her finger on the intention, this idea of looseness. And you know, when you're working in urban context, it's not the first word that comes to mind, but maybe this is actually a chance to help to redefine that, and something that maybe is more flexible, breathes a bit more, and just unwind from what we're used to. So thank you, everybody. We really appreciate your input and looking forward to meeting you again.
So this will be the second month in a row now where I've introduced a member of the senior management team that I don't think has really been before the panel before. Last month it was David Kosturin, who gave you the update on all the construction that he's overseeing in the Portlands. And this month it's Lisa Taylor, who's our Chief Financial Officer and is responsible for our annual reporting. And Lisa actually predates me at the corporation, but she then was not with the corporation for a while. So I don't know, we're probably about tied in terms of years of service. But Lisa has even more institutional memory than I do. And Lisa's really taken on the annual report and turned it into something much more dynamic, much more engaging and digestible for people. And she's really tried, I think, to capture the kind of aspirations of the corporation in it and take it beyond just a kind of financial accounting tool. So I thought it would be great for Lisa to walk you through the plan. So Lisa, over to you.
Great, thanks very much, Chris. And well, good afternoon, panel members. It's my absolute pleasure to be here this afternoon and provide you a few highlights on Waterfront Toronto's rolling 5-year strategic plan. You'll see on this slide the beautiful design on the cover, as well as the theme of this year's plan, which is now more than ever. Now more than ever is a bit of an overused phrase now, but when we chose it back in the fall, it was chosen to re-emphasize Waterfront Toronto's mandate, meaning that now more than ever, the work that Waterfront Toronto is doing, the work that you as panel members are doing matters. It matters in terms of addressing the big economic and social challenges that cities like Toronto are facing, and it matters particularly in a post-COVID-19 recovery period. And so you'll see that mantra of now more than ever repeated throughout the document, which is available on our website. And I would encourage you to take a look at it and read it if not already. And just for clarity, our strategic plan, as the title suggests, is a forward-looking document, and it outlines what we plan to do, both in terms of our fiscal year, which just started this month on April 1st, as well as over the next 5 years out to March 2026. And it's rolling in nature because we update it every year annually, and we drop off the year that's just passed, and we add on a new year, and we also add on any new projects in our pipeline that have come to fruition. And in addition to the plan, this strategic plan, we have another document called our Integrated Annual Report that reports back on our actual achievements on an annual basis. And that document's released July each year. And this document, the strategic plan, was approved by our board in December and typically released in January, as it was this year. So it's fairly new. So now let's take a look at some of the amazing plans we have coming up in the next year and beyond. Leon, if you just want to go to the next slide. But just before we dive into the exact details of the projects, I wanted you to know that our plan and the projects within it are grounded in these 4 strategic priorities, which I will talk to a bit more shortly. City building, innovation and job creation, the public good, which includes design excellence, and financial sustainability. And it goes without saying that these areas really exemplify the reasons why I joined Waterfront Toronto and perhaps why many of you choose to be involved in the work that Waterfront Toronto does through this panel. Next slide, Liam. Public art. So back in late 2019, Mayor John Tory declared that 2021 is going to be Toronto's year of public art. And so while COVID has upended some of that, our strategic plan celebrates this and has a special feature on public art. And what this slide does is it outlines some of the amazing examples of the new public art projects that our public art manager, Chloe Catan, who many of you may have met, is helping to bring to Toronto's waterfront. Because as our plan articulates now more than ever, public art brings us together and it expands our perspectives. So on the left-hand side there, you'll see we have a major new artwork coming to the foot of Sherbourne Street, which will allow artists to engage in both land and water, which is really exciting, having access to both the land and the water elements. And we now have a short list of world-renowned artists that are listed here, and we're hoping to bring that to fruition over the next few years. In the middle there, in January, we announced the selection of Ryan Rice, our Indigenous public art curator. Ryan will help us commission site-specific permanent art pieces by Indigenous artists at Anishinaabeg Health Toronto's Indigenous Community Health Centre in the West Don Lands. And then finally on the right-hand side there, we're also looking forward to another floating art installation in the Harbour Square Park Basin this summer. The Peacemaker by multidisciplinary artist Jay Havens, who is another Indigenous artist, will be featured in the space that once housed the temporary SOS swimmer installation, which is actually what that picture is there. So there's lots of great public art coming to Toronto's waterfront over the next few years. Next slide, Leon. The public good. So Waterfront Toronto's mandate and the projects put the public good at the heart of the waterfront revitalization process. And that's one of the things that makes this organization so special and our mandate so unique. And it shows with the public good section of our strategic plan being the most significant of the document. It's 15 pages of inspirational projects, with a number of which are pictured here. And what this means, what we mean by public good, is that we champion public priorities like sustainability and green buildings. Through our development partners, we've actually built 15 LEED certified gold or platinum buildings over the last 18 years. We also, as you well know, create award-winning public places. And this year's plan will see real progress on Love Park, starting construction hopefully next month, as well as the arrival of 3 more beautiful bridges to the Portlands. And we'll also complete the design on the Reese Street Park. We're also working really hard to recognize and support our Indigenous community in the work that we do, working with the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation and other Indigenous placemaking specialists. Our goal is to ensure the historical and ongoing role of Indigenous groups is respected and acknowledged in design elements on the waterfront. In our efforts to pursue a vision for a more inclusive waterfront, we were really pleased to conduct an open call and welcome Matthew Hickey as our Indigenous design expert and newest member of this panel. So welcome, Matthew, from myself. Next slide, Leon. Jobs and innovation. So on the jobs and innovation front, as you saw last time you met when David Custer and Don Forbes presented on the Portlands Flood Protection Project, that's a massive project, a $1.185 billion project that's full of lots of great innovation. And it's also a great project that stimulates a lot of employment. And we end up with creating approximately 2,500 years of employment each year on that project. But it's under construction. It's a real key contributor to this strategic priority. In addition to that, and you'll see pictured here, the 3 buildings, we have commercial and institutional developments that we're hoping to lead and support on the waterfront. So the Waterfront Innovation Centre, which is the bottom left there, that is going to be occupied this coming year in 2021. And then you'll see the 2 buildings on the top there, the first 2 mass timber, low carbon buildings on the waterfront that I'm sure you're already familiar with. And these buildings will, once they're built, they're going to be home to more than 5,000 jobs combined on the waterfront. Next slide, Leon. City building. So we're also focused on city building this year and beyond. And in addition to adding more market housing units to the waterfront, we're also working to add over 200 more affordable housing units at Bayside, while we're also advancing the affordable housing program at Quayside. And you're probably well aware that Waterfront Toronto is required to dedicate at least 20% of development land towards affordable housing. And to date, we've built close to 600 units in West Don Lands and East Bayfront. And over the next year, and we see the red shading on this particular slide, we will find a new development partner for Quayside. And we'll complete environmental studies and we'll begin planning and design and approvals work for Quayside. And the exciting news for this panel is with that, it will result in a significant number of new buildings, parks, public realm, and municipal streets that will keep this panel very busy over the next several years. And then also in the coming year, we're crafting a new accessibility strategy for the waterfront with the intention of making Toronto's waterfront one of the most accessible in the world. Leon, could you move to the next slide? So the fourth strategic priority that I highlighted at the beginning is that of financial sustainability. And in our mandate, inherent in our mandate, is an objective to become more financially self-sustaining as an organization and for the waterfront as a whole. And so we aim to reduce reliance on government funding, and we do that by things like through our revitalization investments, increasing land sales and land values on the waterfront, particularly for the city-owned land, where we can then sell that and then reinvest it into the waterfront. And also from a fundraising perspective, Waterfront Toronto has embarked on a fundraising strategy, and we're starting to build relationships with potential donors who share our vision. And so as part of that, this year in January, we created a new role, an Executive Director of Philanthropy, and hired Ian McMullen, Ian with 2 I's, into that role. And Ian is just been with us for 4 months now. He's helping to bring our fundraising strategy to fruition. And in doing so, in our strategic plan, we identified 4 signature projects that are currently unfunded that are part of our fundraising strategy. And I'm going to talk a little bit about those projects now. And I will add that Chris Glashik is also an expert in terms of these 4 projects and is helping to bring them to fruition. Thanks, Sam. So the first of our 4 signature projects anticipated to be funded from our fundraising strategy is the Destination Playground. And as part of the transformation associated with the Portland Flood Protection Project, where we're already building 25 hectares and 62 acres of new public parks and trails on Villiers Island, the Destination Playground would be an innovative addition to this network of public places, a first in Canada free attraction for residents and visitors that would feature leading edge playground equipment design and nature play opportunities. It's estimated to be about a $40 million project that we would plan to start building in 2024. Move to the next slide, Leon. The second signature project that is part of our fundraising strategy is an enhanced Jack Layton ferry terminal. And what this is about is to try and create more opportunities for marine transportation with and beyond the Toronto Harbour, but also adding some much needed green space to this important stretch of the downtown waterfront. And that, in terms of our plan, is about a $50 million endeavor. Next slide, Neil. The third signature project that's part of our fundraising strategy is the Waterfront Walk. And this is something you may be familiar with from the design competition from a number of years ago. When we asked the public to identify priorities for waterfront revitalization, a continuous promenade is the top answer, with more than 44% of respondents saying that an inviting waterfront walk is what they would most want. And so this is another exciting philanthropic opportunity where we're looking to design beautiful, accessible park across the entire shoreline of the waterfront, using elements such as boardwalks and bridges to close the gaps and complete a continuous pedestrian route running from Portland Slip in the west to Parliament Slip, and creating 3 kilometre plus long Water's Edge promenade. And then finally, the fourth signature project is a landmark institution / iconic building. And I certainly do not have to convince this group that exceptional waterfronts often feature cultural destinations that become icons of their city. The Sydney Opera House is one that's well recognized. This photo here is from Singapore. Several sites on Toronto's waterfront have the scale and prominence that could house a magnetic gathering place. So we're looking at, with our partners, at exploring uses that could activate the surrounding public realm, support year-round on-site cultural programming, indoors and out, and also catalyze new economic clusters. And one option for this that we're looking at could be an Indigenous cultural centre on the waterfront. Next slide then. And so then finally, in addition to working on amazing projects, we've also been working on more meaningful reporting. So our plan also includes 21 key performance indicators that cover 8 areas listed here, all linked back to Waterfront Toronto's mandate. We've got new performance measures that we're developing related to creating a diverse, equitable, and inclusive work environment at Waterfront Toronto, as well as an inclusive waterfront that belongs to all. And you can find more details with respect to our KPIs and how we're measuring them in our strategic plan. So with that, it was a very quick run through, but I'm recognizing it's the end of your meeting today, so I didn't want to be too long, but I'm happy to answer any questions. And I know Chris is here as well. If you have specific questions related to the signature projects and that kind of thing.
Okay, thanks, Lisa. Any of the panel members have any questions on any item?
Paul, I'll jump in. When you're speaking about philanthropy, it's specifically that you're fundraising for projects. And are these are these kind of like the first 4 that you're going to do, or do you think this kind of philanthropy will start spreading into just getting work done on the waterfront because for lack of funding in other places? Like, is this just a seed of a bigger thing, or do you think these are just so specific and special enough that they really will constitute individual projects?
It's a great question, Betsy. And what we're really trying to do right now is build a case for support related to philanthropy for shared public spaces. We really feel that there is a need and an opportunity, quite frankly, particularly post-COVID, and the fact that, you know, they're the most wealthy of the world have increased their wealth significantly throughout the last year. And so we really feel that there's a benefit to philanthropy for shared public spaces. These are the 4 projects that they've identified kind of as the first out of the gate, but they're certainly not, we're not limited by these 4. For example, we've had philanthropists approach us about public art type of opportunities and things of that nature. So we're not restricted to these. These are just the first 4, and certainly could be expanded.
Lisa, I just had one question. If everybody pictures the foot of Yonge Street, which is now the parking lot, which I believe is owned by Waterfront Toronto, where does that, it's slated to become a park in the future, where does that fit in?
So, Paul, it's an excellent question. That is not part of our current 5-year plan. It is currently unfunded. Ideally, in terms of fundraising for the Jack Layton Ferry Terminal, because it is kind of in that vicinity. It's also in the vicinity of when we begin to revitalize Queens Quay East. It's in that vicinity. When those projects begin to come to fruition, I think there'll be a greater opportunity to really focus on that. At the moment, we have no funding for that, and it's not currently part of our fundraising strategy or our 5-year plan. Having said that, we update our plan every year, and I do feel that that's something that we need to relook at. It's in our pipeline of projects, and so that pipeline of projects is looked at every year in terms of how do we build that into the plan? Is it time to build that into the plan? How do we fund it? So that's definitely on our radar and our plans.
Might be a great philanthropic opportunity for some wealthy benefactor.
For sure.
I have a question as well.
Yep.
Thank you. It's Nina Marie speaking. I have a question with respect to the planning for philanthropic giving. In other words, as universities do, I'm wondering if you could share with us any strategies that might be in the works for the distinguishing features between corporate sponsorship and private philanthropic giving to support signature projects. I'm asking, of course, because this is not an unfamiliar direction for the universities and other anchor institutions that do distinguish between these two aspects of private-public partnerships.
Yeah, and thanks, Nina Marie. That's a really great question. And Waterfront Toronto's approach is currently to focus primarily on the philanthropic giving. Corporate sponsorship have some challenges related to conflict of interest and that kind of thing. So our initial focus is on philanthropic high net worth individuals. We don't want to become an organization that has a whole bunch of overhead related to fundraising. We want to be really efficient and effective. So we have started with a small team, and we plan to really focus on the high net worth individuals in terms of our fundraising.
Just as a quick follow-up to that, are you also able to share with us any strategies you have for tiered funding, naming rights, visibility of connection of the benefactor to the signature projects in question, or are we still at an early stage of targeting those philanthropic donations first?
Yeah, those are all areas that we're discussing right now in terms of our strategy. One of the considerations is the City of Toronto's own naming policy and gift acceptance policy, because a lot of these projects that we will be fundraising for will ultimately be owned by the city. They, maybe future parks owned by the city. So we need to make sure that we're aligning with the city's own policies. And so we're actually working on an MOU with the City of Toronto right now to make sure that we're all coordinated in terms of what activities we're doing, our fundraising, how we're doing it, naming, and all of that kind of thing. So stay tuned.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. To be clear, I mean, I really do understand the need for and the opportunities for public-private partnerships. But as a member of the Design Review Panel, I'm always vigilant that we don't want to be in a position where design direction is being shaped or determined through the conflicts of interest you've already suggested lurk in the background of the dark side of this goodness. Thank you.
Absolutely, absolutely. Great point.
Yeah, we don't want one of those like hive sculptures that they ended up with in New York.
Hi, this is Bridget. I just had I wanted to add to Paul's comment about the foot of Yonge Street and the parking lot. I would say one of the things that is so important about Waterfront Toronto is that it's always had public competitions for all of its important public spaces. And I think that even though it's not on your kind of fiscal radar right now, these things take time. So you actually have to figure out the kind of terms of the competition, establish the jury. There's a whole process that actually precedes the actual implementation of anything. And I guess I would like to really encourage Waterfront Toronto to start that competition process so that what ends up, what all of these, what we saw in the various proposals is there's a whole reworking of the entrance to the Westin Hotel and the ferry terminal. It triggers a whole bunch of other things. And if the park ends up happening 10 years later, because it has to go through this competition process and it lags way, way behind, I feel like it won't be a very positive thing for Waterfront if this kind of missing piece sits as a parking lot for a long time. And I feel it's the foot of Yonge Street. There's a huge amount of development already happening with the Pinnacle work on site. And I guess I just feel that we really need to look at our timelines to ensure that the kind of preliminary work that, that's so essential to ensuring design excellence in the public realm actually happens, and that the implementation can be really coordinated with all these other things that are happening, the fundraising for the ferry terminal, but also the kind of Queens Quay infrastructure upgrades and TTC upgrades that are already in the works. So I would hate to see such a key organization like Waterfront Toronto not manage the kind of their own process, so that the work that they're in control of can really come on board at the same time that these other things that are being initiated by TTC and private development are kind of already kind of happening. So it's just a coordination issue, and to ensure that we maintain the highest standards of design excellence for our public realm, which I think we have done, but we really want to, continue that and make sure that we're leading the way. And then one minor point, we had talked about land acknowledgement before, and I know that was a discussion about kind of Waterfront Toronto needs its own land acknowledgement. I think it needs a water acknowledgement. So this is coming back to my sewage outflow kind of comment that I made for the last project that we saw. So we need a land and water acknowledgement that is kind of vetted and kind of created really with the right input from all the right people. And I think that should kind of be a marker of our commitment to kind of addressing First Nations issues up front and center, and that in a way the projects flow from the kind of consultation process that has started with really crafting, in effect, our own water and land acknowledgement that is Waterfront Toronto related. Thanks.
Thanks, Bridget. Those are excellent comments.
Could
Appreciate those.
Fadi here. Matthew, I don't know if you wanted to say something because I saw your mic come on and off on that topic, or was I just imagining it? All good. I just wanted to also mention one other quick thing that came to mind. I think Waterfront pioneered this kind of like public space pilot testing project when they closed Quayside for the first time before Quayside was ever built, as a kind of proof of concept of how we could take over 2 lanes of traffic and create this really convincing public realm expansion at a very low cost. Before the competition, after the competition was won, and right before the project was built. And after this last summer's active TO and cafe TO and the real sort of closing of Lakeshore and the amount of people who were cycling, walking, the real kind of reclaiming of the public realm became such an incredible proof of concept across the city. And I'm wondering if there is possibilities for places like the parking lot on Yonge Street to have temporary pop-up sort of occupations that might take place in specific areas along the waterfront to generate both interest and excitement about these public spaces before they get fully built. So there might be different timeframes of occupation on these areas that doesn't go from like a parking lot to, the finished post-competition sparkling new park, but these interim phases and spaces in between that puts on the general public's radar the extreme value and potential of spaces as public realm before they become that. So again, the Foot of Yonge comes to mind. It could be just at least in the summers, temporary park until an official park takes over, or just like we're doing on Lakeshore West, closing up lanes all summer long on the weekends where people reclaim the street. So I would imagine there might be room for pop-up seasonal public realm installations and parks that might be on the one hand a piece of public art. They could also be, just seasonal recreation, or could just be this idea that we're reclaiming civic space in areas where they've sat underutilized for a long time. So it would be really amazing to kind of think of ways to both fund this, but also to program it as part of Waterfront's initiatives. Just a quick thought that came to mind.
And that's an excellent comment, Fadi, and we are actually looking at interim activation opportunities. The Foot of Yonge is a challenging one because that parking lot actually pre-COVID times earned us a lot of revenue. We do have other sites at 333 Lakeshore that we're looking at potentially putting in interim basketball courts or volleyball, winter, summer. But these are great suggestions and great ideas, and we are looking at interim activations.
Okay, so thanks very much, Lisa, for that, and thanks everyone for a good day.
Yes, thanks everybody.
Thank you. Thank you, Lisa.
We'll formally
Thanks,
adjourn the
Thank
session.
you.
Bye, everyone.
Bye-bye. We'll see you next month.